but this I'm thinking so, and which also makes sense in this idea of the ways in which a sound can carry so much information in and of itself. The way a sound carries a
avoid taxes, and then my shareholder value goes up and my salary goes up.
And you argue that the proposals you make in here for ending these loopholes, for ending tax avoidance, would actually create a more efficient economy than we are getting because of the tax avoidance that sends the...
And then if they do, treating them now with the drugs that cure hepatitis C. I mean, we've created entirely new classes of drugs thanks to very generous support over many years from the government. And we could talk a little bit later about.
And then trust yourself to handle the stress that follows.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Thank you.
It's really cool.
And then I started traveling. I went to 51 countries. I would read a book and I'd say, let me go visit this person in person. So I went to New Zealand, Australia, South America, Argentina, Ireland, all over the world. And I was focused on those four things: health, wealth, love, and happiness. I decided to focus on health and happiness.
Out your community. If you've accepted his free gift, then you've already won. Now spread that truth with others till the day he says, well done.
You have the designers, and then you have their keys that help build all the stuff. So you have to understand how to work in a team, and how decisions you make can affect the rest of the members of the team.
Now, when we're talking about Latino, African American, Asian, minority students, you learn the history of
everything, and that didn't work. And then he found this middle way, which did seem to work, a way of like empirically supported, practical and practicable, sustainable life. And I feel like it's up to each individual to do that and not constantly get so distracted.
Are key, because if it were not for the Russians, then Assad and the regime would not be able to sustain its offensive. And these are difficult negotiations. We have grave differences with the Russians in terms of both
lets you achieve something and then gets out of the way. And so I read an article recently in Fast Company that said that the future of design is anticipatory choice, right? It's this notion that we're going to offload decisions to algorithms that are going to know us better than we know ourselves, so that when we walk upon the world, options will be afforded to
okay with it, but then finally when lots of things went wrong, and the fact that we were trying to break down this wall between this barrier between the audience and the work, and in fact we were just putting up lots of little glass barriers because the system kept breaking and people were just getting pissed off with it. So we went back to square one and we told everybody.
And the firm has done spectacularly since then. So I think we are the only firm, and I said I look at us more as a services company than a financial services company, but we are the only firm that has done better post-financial crisis than pre. If you're a major bank, there is no way that you're doing.
And then with the printing of William Smith's Map of Britain, the first country-scale geological map, giving us for the first time predictive insight into where certain types of rocks might occur. After that, you could say things like, if we go over there, we should be in the Jurassic. Or if we go up over that hill, we should find the
individuals, and then guarantee that those contracts will bear out without a third-party enforcer. So if we look at the smartphone example, you could think about escrow. You are financing that phone, but you don't need to release the funds until you can verify that all the conditions have been met. You got the phone.
Until then, I take up no space but the space you give me. What do you make of it then when you see stone is not even so permanent? Walking around Chernobyl, I think it's understandable that I started contemplating not only the permanence of rocks, but also their decay, and by extension, our decay, death, what the world would look like without people.
Technology or social media before then, would that be a fair statement?
I think so, and I think that, interestingly enough, in this little activity that we did, I think they raised the visibility of their company so high in the community that it really will change the way they do business in the future.
We got to take a look at those boxing gloves firsthand when we talked to Jeff Morgan of Morgan Miller Plumbing.
And then somebody else picks it up and they do their part. And there are people who are trying to impede progress, but the good news is that the general trajectory of humanity is that the folks who've been trying to make progress
speak out, and then that which we speak and read in turn changes us, and there's this circularity, right? So Marshall McLuhan used to talk about the role of technology in this space, in this context. So we build the tools, but then those tools build us. We build these smartphones, and then these smartphones change how we think, and they change our behavior. That's why they used to say that
before her 108th birthday, then the oldest known female veteran of World War II, which was a reminder that women have always served to keep America strong and free.
And then he could access the water from the tank of the soil through living pumps of vegetation and their fruit, their shelter, their livestock fodder, and more. And by doing this, even in a drought year, the Pearies were able to get 2 to 3
and then associated everyone in that category with it. But imagine if the next time you caught yourself making an assumption, you paused. I just counted to 5 in my head. It can feel.
Then one day I'm supposed to feel satisfied and happy. And it wasn't happening for me, my friend. It absolutely was not happening for me. I needed a conscious shift. I needed a shift around who would I be if I was already there? And then, as I mentioned, the doing became automatic. And guess what? The have just keeps having along, right? Because
everything will change and then it will get better. The reactionary has this idea that there was a break in history and everything since then has been terrible, right? And so the revolutionary mind looks forward to a utopian future.
So I then saw David Greybeard and another about 2 days later doing the same thing. Okay, it was real. And that meant sending somebody into Kigoma on the boat, which took a long time, but I sent off this telegram to Louis Leakey. And I'll never forget his reply coming back.
American companies locating jobs in low-wage China, then selling it back to Walmart. And yes, we got cheaper sneakers, but we also lost all our jobs. And my argument is twofold. Number one, precisely because that horse is out of the barn, the issue.
And then there's what I call our average necessary quotidian velocity. By that I simply mean how fast we're used to moving in the contemporary day and age. We usually don't care for, repair, clean, carry around our coffee cup, our shopping bag.
Then we need to reimagine our task. Our task is to create the space where everybody's slices of genius can be unleashed and harnessed and turned into works of collective genius. Thank you.
Then she and my grandmother would drink. My first memories are from the boat. The steady beat of the engine, the bow dipping into each wave, the vast and empty horizon. I don't remember the pirates who came many times but were bluffed by the bravado of the The data is then sent on a cellular network to well-equipped hospitals hundreds of miles away for analysis. And if any problems are spotted by the specialists there, a suitable course of treatment is recommended. And this, of course, saves many patients from making long, arduous, expensive, and often...
We can do that because then we'll know. And that's the point. Once we know, we can bring the right interventions to the right population in the right places to save lives. With this approach and with these interventions, and
then there are the crises. Of course there are. And the vomiting starts, the seawater, you're not well, you're wearing a jellyfish mask for the ultimate protection. It's difficult to swim in, it's causing abrasions on the inside of the mouth, but the tentacles can't get you. And the hypothermia.
Basis, and then stepping into a more office and supportive type of role, I was able to be an active member of that project. Because I've only been in my job for 1 year, I don't know a whole lot about how potential increases of my salary are going to work. I think that in the future,
that are going to reduce the vulnerability. If we can't make adjustments, then who can?
Of problem than we thought it was then. While 35% of all Americans will experience poverty at least once over the course of a 4-year period, fewer than 3% of us will be consistently poor over that 4-year period. Long-term persistent poverty is real
And then I'm encouraged to message my friend, but here's the critical difference. I'm provided specific suggested language that helps me communicate to Laura how the photo makes me feel. Now, the team found that this relatively small change had a huge impact. Before, only 20% of
success, then your job is to fight your way back to that home the only way that it has ever been done, by putting your head down and performing with diligence and devotion and respect and reverence whatever the task is that love is calling forth from you next. You just do that and keep doing that again and again and again, and I can absolutely promise
state that collapses to form a black hole, and then that state gets all scrambled up and gets re-radiated because a black hole eventually evaporates. And we're getting to the point now where we're getting very different insights than we had before about the behavior of black holes and quantum gravity.
The best do that and then some, right? They step up. They're willing to go further, be crazy. Put everything out there for their goals. It doesn't matter how ridiculous it looks. Success is doing what it takes. And I know that's vague.
So now, can you...
But then he was a Republican, and finally he was an independent and said, the party label just gets in the way. Lushkov, 20 years mayor in Moscow, though he helped found a party, United Party, with Putin, in fact, refused to be defined by the party, and finally, in fact, lost his job, not under Brezhnev, not under Gorbachev, but under...
Then we're devaluing and desensitizing life. And in that disconnected state, yeah, we can build factory farms with no windows, destroy marine life, and use rape as a weapon of war. So here's a note to self. The cracks.
And then it was my turn to speak. And I said, I have just one question for you guys. And it's about the title of the show. A black woman stole my job. Actually, it's about one word in the title. I want to know about the word my. Where did you get the idea it was your job? Why isn't the title...
Then I realized the first step to solving any problem is to not hide from it. And the first step to any form of action is awareness. And so I decided to actually talk about race. And I decided that if I came here and shared with you some of my experience,
while. And then finally you see a faint, fading afterglow. And it's the afterglow of the Big Bang. Now, the Big Bang was an era in the early universe when everything we see in the night sky was condensed into an incredibly small, incredibly hot, incredibly roiling mass. And
a family, I had my mother, and then I lost everything. And I realized life changed pretty rapidly for the worse, but life changed. Life can change. And I was inspired by this belief that my life could in fact change. And with that thinking in mind, I remember knocking on doors in high schools. I'd dust myself off after sleeping on the...
And then, maybe, just maybe, we'll all realize that our big differences aren't really that big after all. Thank you.
Then you're highly motivated to find all the reasons why the study was poorly designed. But if it shows that capital punishment works, awesome, it's a good study. And vice versa, if you don't support capital punishment, same thing. Our judgment is just strongly influenced, unconsciously, by which side we want to win. And this is ubiquitous. This shapes how...
Answer. Now, if there's a major national disaster, then, like the Great Recession, you can get things done that you couldn't otherwise. And you have to seize those moments, and I think President Obama did that. But I think you've got to try to push forward as many different issues as you.
They could then be revealed during the liturgy, on feast days, or during private devotions. So we might imagine the painted curtains in this picture as pulled apart to reveal a painting. On one level, this is just the pictorial equivalent.
It's kind of a flip from worrying about short-term earnings first and then getting to some of these kind of shared challenges we have only when there's pressure from outsiders or there's maybe quick wins or kind of easy wins that companies can pursue, and flipping that so that we're operating businesses in a way that...
Shall we be filled and satisfied then? Not I, not anyone else can travel that road for.
And then one day he was at a thrift store with some friends, and he found this beat up old exercise bike. He bought it for a couple of bucks, and he brought it home and he parked it in front of his TV. And he started to pedal while he'd watch some of his favorite shows every night. And not only did he lose weight,
we then have these coders look at these tapes, 4 of them. They're blind to the hypothesis, they're blind to the conditions. They have no idea who's been posing in what pose. And they end up looking at these sets of tapes and they say, oh, we want to hire these people, all the high power posers. We don't want to hire these people.
Einstein thought of it first and then decided it was stupid. Now, astrophysicists have decided it is plausible. Trouble is, this is all very theoretical, and we don't actually know what the properties of dark energy are. But there are various theories, and they lead us to 3 scenarios for the end.
You look back at your imaginary friends 300, 400, 500 times. It will look something like this. Hopefully less awkward than that one in the middle. I don't know what happened there. Unfortunately, after you've gone to school and you have a resume.
And then I'll line you up, assign your hats, and we'll begin.
Can you think of a strategy guaranteed to save everyone? The key is that the person at the back of the line who can
need to come out. And then with each one of those themes, have some examples and concrete evidence that you can use to support it. You don't go in with memorized terms or ways of saying it. You just have ideas and themes, and then you put them together as necessary. So when I'm in a situation where people are interrogating me, I have certain themes.
Would be used to fix Avogadro's constant, which would then define the kilogram. So even if the silicon spheres were lost or damaged, it would have no effect on the definition of the kilogram, because it would be defined not by a physical object, but by a concept. If you would like to see the official definition of
then we are going to add some vanilla flavored Greek yogurt. We've got some frozen blueberries, some frozen blackberries, and even some beautiful freshly pitted cherries. When they're in season, buy a whole ton, pip them, and then freeze them so you can use them all year long. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations, you made it to France.
As 6 months turned into 4, and then 2, and then 1, the people of TED decided to release the speakers. And I opened up the website, and there was my face staring right back at me, and guess who woke up? So the panic monster starts losing his mind.
Light and motion, and then bringing the cup to your mouth and pausing for a moment before drinking, feeling the cup rest against your lips, noticing any urge to drink, but holding off for a moment longer to sense how this feels.
And that was rope that went around the fingers and then was tightened?
Yes, and tightened. Yes,
okay.
Narrow.
And so that would mean that your fingers could break, right? Or
yeah, sure. Because for a painter, it's very dangerous. And she's saying
beyond it, and then you kind of lose that, and you keep trying to get back to that. So, but sometimes I'm able to stop, and the painting is done. Other times, it goes through many iterations, and there's a big struggle in it, and then I get to the point where there's almost, it can almost be that there's an underneath painting and then on top, and that I find quite exciting.
And then, in your imagination, walking into this painting, feeling the softness of sand beneath your feet as you follow the footsteps, and coming to sit on the sandbank looking across the estuary and out to and then bringing this sense of wonder to the painting. Imagine standing at the lake's edge, perhaps enjoying the company of someone you love, someone who brings an uncomplicated sense of joy and lightness. Person, a pet, or a benevolent being.
The problems, then during the course of the novel, I solve them. You don't want the reader to sort of settle back and be really comfortable and like drifting through these pages. You want to grab them by the throat right from the get-go and hurdle them through the next 450 pages. I wanted to get into the weeds with all of you about how I go about my craft. Great characters, how do you come up with it?
The ending. If I know the ending, then I can spend the whole book fooling the reader. I was a really fearful kid, and I was always sure something was lurking in the garage. Now I can remember that feeling of panic, and I can bring it back and try to put it in.
Present on entrepreneurial techniques in the government sector the following year. And since then, those two events have resulted in ongoing exchange and partnership of ideas for the past 8 years. Being a non-digital native didn't mean I had nothing to offer. But if
Then breathe out for 5 seconds and do that 5 times. Doing that several times a day can help you reset your nervous system. This is really especially to do first thing when you wake up in the morning, when you're in traffic and driving, and before you go to bed at night. Those are the 3 optimal times to start doing these deep breathing.
We break. You hear me say than, and you hear me say then, but if I say a sentence like this, my older brother is older than me, you hear me say then, but I'm actually using the word than. I think when we speak quickly, especially in my area of Canada,
we will choose your books and then contact you to book a collection slot. All you need to do on the day is come along at your pre-booked time with some ID. We'll invite you in and show you where to pick up your items. You can drop off any books to return at the same time. That's it, easy. To keep everyone safe, we will run a one-in.
And then there's the final, perhaps most critical question that you need to ask of these new AI systems. What's its intent? What's the system designed to do, and who said that was a good idea? Or put another way, what is the world that this system is building? How is
that? We get into a lot of pain, and then we do a lot of judging. We do a lot of victimizing of ourselves and others, a lot of persecuting of ourselves and others. That's what we do, and we think that it's out there happening to us. And we don't realize that there's something in us that is not.
Then we can assess and measure how effectively creators of experiences are immersing their customers so that they have an amazing experience. And what's interesting is that when the experience is immersive, people remember it, people will act on it, they'll share it with others, and they'll enjoy it.
Then lace up your hiking boots and spend a day on the Jenny Lake Trail, which circles Grand Teton's deepest lake. If you're short on time, climb aboard the ferry.
A water bottle. What other ways could we think of to creatively approach the plastics problem that we're facing now?
The air for about 20 minutes, and then it all went quiet. As far as eruptions go, it wasn't so remarkable. Some property was damaged, but no one died, and the volcano has been quiet since. But the Villarrica eruption is important because it's one of the few cases where a volcano's sound was being monitored right before the eruption. And scientists actually observed a shift in Villarrica's sound on March.
And then at one of the leading universities in the South. Now let me tell you how my story begins. I grew up in rural Virginia, literally dirt poor. I dropped out of school in the 8th grade and had 3 children by the time I'm 20. I consider myself to be a reasonably modest person.
And then you put it on the tillering tree with a string, draw it down, and then you remove bits that are stiff. You leave alone bits where it's bending a lot. And then when you finish that, you add your horn knocks. They help the string sit on the bow. And then you want to season it to protect it against the elements.
Water to dissolve the salt. Then boil the water to leave the salt behind. This works because salt and water evaporate at different temperatures and pressures. In the case of supercritical fluids, we can dissolve a substance, then lower the pressure to turn the supercritical fluids into gas. This causes previously dissolved particles of the substance
share in the coming weeks, but then we're going to be stepping back for a while. You'll still find me on social media, and I'm planning on putting out new videos on this channel every now and then. But I'm going to be devoting more of my time to thinking more slowly about what art history and art education could and should look like in 2020 and beyond. I'm looking forward to
Then social media has a variety of other effects. It just makes everything much more explosive.
I'm here this afternoon with Jonathan Haidt, the Thomas Cooley Professor of Ethical Leadership at New York University's Stern School of Business. John, thanks for joining us.
My pleasure, Rob.
There's so much we could talk about, but being an economic institute with many...
And then different combinations of those letters will obviously create words. And then combinations of words will create sentences, combination of sentences will create paragraphs. When you're beeping out each letter, dots take up 1 beat, and then dashes take up 3 of those beats. Now the reason that tempo matters is because obviously when you get to different words,
occur, and then created the political opening for Hamas to send rockets not just across the border, but all through the country. Israelis hunkering down in their bomb shelters, even the airport in Tel Aviv ceasing operations while the rockets are firing. So as a consequence, politically,
like North America, Asia, Africa, and then Australia. Like it's a country, but it's basically its own continent. This isolation resulted in around 90% of the wildlife in Australia being wholly unique to the continent. It doesn't exist anywhere else. And it stayed this way for a very long time until...
Write them down and then choose to start on one. Just take one action on one. And I'll tell you, if I've learned anything in the last year and a half, it is that taking action creates, even if you don't know if that's the right action. Because here's the deal. It's like if you're, let's say you're a runner, right?
Have functioned, then that's an enormous vote of confidence. But if the pandemic is seen as selfish and fractious, it makes all those other issues much harder to deal with. I'm Edward Carr, The Economist Deputy Editor. I hope you've enjoyed this film. If you want to read more of our COVID coverage, please click on the link opposite. And keep an eye out for
how you use it, then let's talk you through it. Here are the answers to some common Zwift questions and some of the key features. To ride on Zwift, you need an account. So head over to Zwift.com to get set up. Now you can start with a free trial, and then after that, you will pay a monthly subscription. And then in order to be able to actually ride, all you need is
agree, then you get more violence, you get an outbreak. So it's a bit of a rolling back and forth as opposed to suddenly there's just no more military engagement. But I would be really surprised if in another week we see this level of military conflict and of deaths on the ground, primarily in Gaza. I'd say by the end of the weekend,
And then we can continue with the next step of making our lemonade. Okay, I'll see you in a little bit after this has done its resting. Alright, my lovelies, it's been a few hours since I combined my sugar and zest together, and as you can see here, a lot of the water has come out of the zest.
Greeks without putting holes in the Trojan line. And then there's dealing with the thorny center space. Let's consider the Greeks first. To connect any Greek clumps, you'll have to mess with the nice, straight Trojan lines. If you try to do that anywhere in the center of these arms, you'll create new
Britain, and they spoke French, and then the English won, and so they took back English language and they said, ha, we're going to speak English in Parliament. Now it's 1363, and English is the language of Britain. So if the English hadn't won the 100 Years' War, I would probably be giving this lesson.
The language already, and words of French and Latin and Greek origin, that's another 60% of the English text, and you can already start to make out what is on the written page, and you've just learnt about 180 words. In the traditional way of learning a language, you start with the verb
DC bus voltage, and then uses pulse width modulation in the output section to produce a variable voltage, variable frequency output to the motor. So you can find more details on that in our last video. Today we're going to talk about harmonic distortion and how it's affected by the switching frequency of the pulse width modulation.
And then you finally get to the end of the tunnel and catch your breath, only to find that there's another tunnel right in front of you. Could you imagine how exhausting that would get? It'd end up being the worst car game ever. But oftentimes, this is what women expect to do during the pushing stage of labor, and unfortunately...
So how did it feel to make this prediction and then have the world essentially not listen and not prepare?
Well, there's no good feeling that comes on something like this saying, I told you so. If anything kills over 10 million people in the next few decades, it's most likely to be a highly infectious virus.
Then we realized that was just going to be impossible. So what we've done instead is we have just put quite a lot of it together. We've guessed this is about 1 million. That's about right.
A million. I think there's about 1 million particles there.
So
give or take 1 million.
Yeah, so we're running with quite a big window of error. But you will definitely see sparks as it rains down.
Then carries those vibrations into the cochlea, transforming waves of air pressure into waves of cochlear fluid. Here, our perception of sound begins to take form. The waves of fluid move the basilar membrane, a tissue lined with tens of thousands of hair cells.
What do you need to do, and then build a plan around that.
And we've gotten a lot of great plans back. We're going through them now. They're being implemented now. And I think that you will see that IFAS, as a result of this, will be able to make some significant changes in how we look at the issues of diversity and inclusion.
Indigenous people, then reused and modified by others later on. Around the turn of the 19th century, it seems the relationship between the swamp's community and the outside world changed. Lumber and manufacturing companies began encroaching on the swamp's interior. They brought thousands of free and
to college. And then there's also a sense that it's, college isn't purely a job training tool, that it helps develop people as humans. Isn't it plausible that that's a reason that people care about going?
I think the main thing that we can do is, first of all, look at attendance in college. About 40% of the students are not there. Well, the students who are there, if you just go and look at their faces, they generally seem.
Someone once made a movie about life across all of time and then pressed play. In ancient Greece, around the 7th century BC, the notion began to emerge that it was fundamental laws of nature, not the gods, that decided the events of our daily lives. He went back home to begin the dissections. Freud spent several months in Trieste, and it's thought he worked his way through as many as 400 eels during that time. The gory task seems to have gotten to him too, because he sounded on the verge of losing his marbles in one letter to a friend, where he
a love song, am I right? And then there's first-hand experience, because there will come a time when we find ourselves in a relationship and we have to sink or swim. With good communication, you'll swim, but we're taking it a step further with this video by understanding.
Come here in summer, and we were here sort of 2 years ago in summer. Then there's lots of boating and things like that. You can go out on a 1-hour boat tour, and it'll take you up and down the river to the various attractions. Really, really nice.
Put the country and then you search it that way. So I put in the Philippines, and these were all the films that had.
So I'm here. What are we watching?
Chico al Vente.
No,
I can't remember.
More money, and then my life will be sorted, and then I'll be happier. But if you're anything like me and you enjoy reading pop psychology books and listening to interviews with celebrities who are rich but miserable, then you'll know that this relationship between money and happiness is complicated. So the thing we're going to investigate in this video is, does money actually buy happiness?
And if people are determined enough to try and stay, then we should give them every opportunity. We should have things like broadband should be available everywhere. The fact that there are broadband deserts in a lot of America that's unnecessary and unforgivable. So I'm not giving advice to people, but we should make how.
And then going in and videotaping and studying their practice. And she found that those teachers, you could find 5 characteristics which were important that they all had. So first and foremost, they were very good at classroom management, organizing the classroom. Second thing is differentiation. So the ability to differentiate instruction. So if you have a high school classroom where you have
I've got nothing in the center at all, and then the outside's really, really blurry.
There's about 2 to 3 waves in every set.
Yeah.
And they're coming through probably every 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it sounds like that's just breaking on the shore.
Yeah.
And then you can hear the ones breaking out the back. From as far back as I can remember, there's always been.
And then lower your pitch down until your voice starts to creak. It may help if you start to sort of run out of air a little bit. Now I'm Elma Fudd. So what is uptalk or upspeak? It's going up at the end of a sentence.
Others, and in that context, then each mark could take on a form of like characteristic or agency. On its own, it almost had no meaning. When you take something out of its context, it becomes meaningless in a way, and it takes its meaning by its context with the other marks. And so these early paintings were just this investigation of like building this language.
Life then cursed them
as Gilgamesh dealt the final blow. Back home in Uruk, the goddess Ishtar took a romantic interest in Gilgamesh. Knowing she tended to lose interest and curse her former flames, Gilgamesh refused her advances. So Ishtar
to just submit in the hope that the stress and anxiety will then go away, that the sources of the stress and anxiety will then go away. And one thing that's so important, Kate Pickett and Richard Wilkinson really developed this, is they've shown, so as inequality grows, depression and anxiety grow. They've shown this is very robust.
Then you should consider this video's sponsor, Squarespace. They provide you a way to quickly put together a stunning website. Tons of beautiful templates to get you started, and they're totally customizable, so whether you've got art to show, a garage band to promote, or a small business to run, Squarespace has an awesome design for you. Plus, they've got 24/7.
And then he proceeds to plant all of the foliage in the water and around the banks. And this amazing, large, encrusted painting called The Irises was purchased by the curator of modern art at the time, the Art Institute, Catherine Koo. She saw the connection between
slice, and then we're going to count that as one of our votes and determine the winner as well. Okay, is everyone ready? Why am I wasting so much time?
Yes. By the way, this is like the closest I've gotten to a dinner party in almost a year.
I know.
Right? Look at this.
By the way, I love, this is what we dreamed about with this wall. You should see behind there. It looks like AI. It looks like a Steven Spielberg movie.
Subscribed, well then your next video would likely get a lot of views from those subscribers. So YouTube would take that popular video and share it with more people. And so you'd get more subscribers in a positive feedback loop. But soon YouTube realized that this did not create the best experience for the viewer. They discovered that showing people only videos
and then you'll see that new metric right in front of you called returning viewers, which will break down how many of your viewers within the selected date range are returning, which is like the number of people who watched one of your videos and then came back and watched another video later, versus how many people are new viewers, which shows how many of your viewers watched the video for the very
sentences, and then even more years for them to be able to form that vocabulary and those phrases and sentences into their own genuine, authentic ideas.
Right.
That they can then put out to the world, and the world goes, I understand what you're saying, right? That is a lifelong process.
Let's call this idea observation.
And then they leaned forward and said, how'd you make it up? Because they were adult nurses, and there were no pediatric nurses in this department overnight, and you make it up differently for children and adults. He said, look, just go and look it up, will you? I'm busy. So they did. They went
and be able to walk into a conventional store in the virtual world, then we've missed the point entirely. Virtual reality will give us the ability to change the definition of an online store. How many of you are Drake fans? Any Drake fans in the audience? A few of you, yeah? So if instead of buying the new Drake album on iTunes, you may be able to
so we stay involved with them in their life. Then we see other things beginning to happen. Maybe there's some health problems or financial problems. So they start not having enough money for rent or for their car payment or for food. And so we're not going to pay for.
And then would grow resentful of them being dependent. Looking back on that scenario, in my younger years, I would have never thought that I was the codependent one, but I was. I grew frustrated with those dynamics in my relationships. I learned to refine my self-esteem and better manage my abandonment issues, and with time, I no longer felt the need to be in the company of dependent people in order
content, please press the subscribe button, and then the little bell will tell you every time I post a new video. And I have lots of really, really great content coming your way soon, all about scaling and growing your brand. So definitely press the button.
Laws. And then for global companies, it becomes more complex as they deal with an international patchwork of requirements and standards and potential liability if they don't get it right. Right now, we are losing the race to a more secure network.
go to File and then say Open Incognito Window and Google yourself. Why incognito? Because it means there's no cookies there. It's as if I was looking as somebody who's not looked for you before. I'm going to see exactly, you will see exactly what somebody else would see who's never searched for you. Put your name in, then maybe put your
U.S. stomp dance traditions. And then where are we heading?
Well, we're also going to look at the Cheyenne Sun Dance, and we'll discuss newer religious movements among Native peoples, like Pietism and the Ghost Dance, the revitalization efforts. And then we have to discuss Native Christianity.
Plants then consume these carbohydrates in a reverse process called respiration, converting them to energy and releasing carbon back into the atmosphere. In trees, however, a large portion of that carbon isn't released and instead is stored as newly formed wood tissue. During their lifetimes,
but then I realized, why don't I just make music and sound the focus of the show? And so it can be completely accessible to everyone, and I hope that would open up the door to the universe to people that currently didn't have access.
According to Matt, Jupiter's 4 largest moons also have the groove. Part of the show demonstrates what it sounds like when Io
about the job. Then you head to the kitchen and you get yourself a glass of water, you get your food out of the fridge and you're preparing your lunch, and you proceed to go sit down at a table and start eating your lunch. And then a work colleague comes up to you and says, hey, how about that new job coming up? Geez, that's a good one. I bet you a lot of people are going to go for that. Then this triggers a thought in your mind.
Face, but that's just going to smudge everywhere, and then you're going to have a hard time knowing where to take it off. Especially if you've worked so hard on creating a beautiful base full of contour and foundation, you're not going to want to wipe that off. So be patient. Let the mascara dry, then use a spoolie that's used for the brow. Simply
employable. And then finally, I have this wonderful opportunity. It's very exciting that I teach a class in literature, and in this class we read novels, we read short stories, and what's exciting about this is that when we talk about fiction, we're able to dispense with what we
do, and then we spend the rest of the day beating ourselves up. It's amazing. Actually, it sucks, doesn't it? So how do you stop procrastinating? Oh, simple. Just nail yourself to a chair. That's what you do. You tell yourself no booze until you get it done. That works. No, it doesn't. The reason why these things don't work.
Learning from that, but then again, she's there alone with the kids. So how do we figure that out? We came up with a number 4. That number works for us. You need to come up with your own number. Number 3. This is an important for Leslie and I. How many days per week or per month are you going to have just the 2 of you? Just the 2 of you. You hear a couple
and like all of that kind of thing. But then when I was 3, kind of everything started to change. And I read my child protection files recently that kind of talk about, from that age, about me going from happy and bubbly to dull and lacking emotion.
But before then, when I was about 12 and 13, I was really crazy about walking in the hills, in the Waitakere Hills. And so with a couple of my mates, as it were, I would catch the Saturday train to...
If someone says they need support, then they need it. Not having a service that says, no, you're not actually mad enough at the moment. And I think probably one of the areas that we are developing and need to extend further is peer support, because nobody gets it more than somebody who's been there. Ooh.
Then I bet it has to do with the dirt in the new spot. Oh, yeah, the dirt itself can definitely make a difference. While we might think that all dirt is the same, it's not. Oh, you're right, Squeaks. I should say not all soil is the same, since that's what it's...
There's one head at the back here, staring at me, and then another head at the front here. Now, the form of this helmet is really interesting because its closest parallels do not actually come from England. They come from a part of eastern Sweden known as Uppland, which is kind of up to the northeast of Stockholm. There's a place there,
where you go, okay, I can just regroup here, and then you're off and running again for the rest of the excerpt. Yeah. So it's very dramatic, and it can get away from you very easily. But usually within the context of the performance, it's like you're riding a horse. You're just
plan for us over the next few months that we will then proceed to work on over the course of the next year. That time frame allows us the opportunity to continue to consult about the issues and to engage all of you in the work that we'll be doing. This is an opportunity.
My research suggests that we actually have to tackle poverty itself, and then education can then play a role. So I think one way to tackle the problem is to enact policies that reduce those specific stresses of poverty.
And then comment below, which archetype are you? Which one do you resonate with the most? Thanks so much for spending time with me in this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time.
And then proceeded to deliver their bombs on target. Liaoning uses ski ramp to assist aircraft takeoffs. The U.S. Navy uses a more efficient steam-powered catapult system to launch aircraft. Ski jump aircraft carriers have limitations regarding how much ordnance can be loaded.
And then things like GST and the Electricity Authority levy. And then we charge you a separate fee as Flick for looking after you as your retailer. The price of two parts of your bill can be different depending on the time of day or the day of the week or even the season. The first part is the generation component. That's the bit we call the spot price.
Pushing their tools to the limit and then asking for more. I've brought my students at Brooklyn College to the early conversations about augmented. And during these brutal, challenging times, the free Nomad software has given myself and my students a light lab to continue to work and play in.
Do it from anywhere in the classroom, from our classroom rug, from behind my desk, from inside his classroom locker, which turned out to be his favorite place. Jamal's least favorite subject was writing, and he never wanted to read what he had written out loud in class. But we were still making progress. One day I decided.
Then you might consider a version of disagreement time travel, asking your counterpart to articulate what kind of neighborhood, country, world, community they want a year from now, a decade from now. It is very
not for what it was then, but for what it is now. All of this research has really just helped me figure out that the Eyes of Texas is a lot bigger than me. I have fully acknowledged the history, and I cannot wait to fully acknowledge it after reading.
Then they have to learn how to have the conversations. Then they have to make mistakes and learn how to deal with those mistakes in those conversations. We're at the very beginning. We're just now telling people, oh, by the way, here's some information you need to know to make these decisions. If we refuse to confront the fact that blackface minstrelsy was a thing, and a thing that existed to...
And then it has this life where it's existing in popular culture and in movies and in film. One of the moments that is probably most impactful for me is Barbara Smith Conrad in the 2000 commencement singing The Eyes of Texas. If you've seen the documentary, the When I Rise documentary, you understand Barbara Smith Conrad's story.
Then he tried to salvage the situation by saying, "Don't worry, you're still my bro. Black guys are just different to black girls." My name is Amonge Eletu Simoto. I'm a 17-year-old Xhosa girl from Johannesburg, South Africa.
And then, of course, you just have the physical infrastructure. People say that the Stars is like a little city, and it's not just any city, it's a beautiful city. And so you look at our physical infrastructure on our different campuses, our regional campuses as well. You think of Stamford and Hartford and Avery Point and
evolved, lost, then evolved their current body shape and lifestyle again. It's a wild world out there, hundreds of millions of years in the making, and zoology can give us the tools to make sense of it all. I'll see you next episode. Thanks for watching this episode of Crash Course Zoology, which was produced
into all the nooks and crannies and wipe it, and then polish it with a soft cloth. Pudding cloths must be soaked, rinsed and scalded and then dried completely.
But then again, there was probably no King Arthur there either.
My sweetheart, come along.
But then he departed from the data himself, claiming human ingenuity would always find alternatives to compensate for diminishing resources. If that seems overly optimistic to you, well, you're not alone. Ehrlich and other experts found Simon's claims preposterous. In June 1980,
materials needed and then explore ideas to design our own mosaics. Next, we'll create a scale drawing in full colour. We'll learn how to make the glue and choose our materials. Afterwards, I'll explain to you how to cut the tesserae and harmoniously lay our tile pieces and build our mosaic.
As the ones I've mentioned, then comment downstairs. And also in the video description is the link to my Goodreads, Becky J. Brown. I am determined to read more books this year, and if I read half of the books that are in front of me, I will be proud of myself. I'd like to do some reviews of these books as I go along, but I'm not sure whether...
Then the conversation goes to their upcoming Christmas party. They're so happy that the tough financial times are behind them. Nora makes sure that their friend, Dr. Rank, will be coming to the party. Then there's a knock at the door, and Helmer retreats to his office. A woman named Miss
see something so far away, and then the heart lets us see what's so close. Okay, breathe in. When the whole body, every part is working together, we call that health. But when everybody's doing their part in the great body, every single person contributing to the whole so that we all
and then they will swing that stinger forward and inflict a sting, inject that venom, and that's how they neutralize their prey. And they do get bigger than this, and a larger giant desert hairy will even take things like small rodents. Now there are three very distinct scorpion species that are here in the Southwest. The giant desert hairy, which is the largest.
Then computer scientists can use the updated datasets to adjust the program's parameters and improve its accuracy. This hands-on approach is called supervised learning. Now let's say these doctors want to design another algorithm to recommend treatment plans, since these plans will be implemented in stages, and they may change depending on...
Then, in 150 AD, the Greek mathematician and astronomer Ptolemy systematically mapped the Earth on a grid and placed locations on the grid according to coordinates, so maps could be checked against others and replicated. Ptolemy built his grid out of lines we still use today, 180 lines.
Then, heat the tuna generates swimming and hunting warms the blood. In most fishes, this heat would be lost back out into the ocean through the gills. But in the Atlantic bluefin, a mechanism called counter-current exchange traps the heat. Cold blood on its way to the large swimming. Since then, we've developed a more nuanced view of how to treat depression and of what causes it. Not everyone with depression responds to SSRIs like Prozac. Some respond better to drugs that act on other neurotransmitters, or don't respond to medication at all. For many, a combination. Then, once every 2 minutes, he rang a bell. At that point, anyone who could come to him and tell him the color of their mask would be admitted. Here's what happened. 4 logicians got in at the first bell. Some number of logicians, all in red masks, got in at the second.
and then shooting it back out with a loud pop. These pops are no more dangerous than a sea lion's stench, but they are effective at scaring off would-be predators. Meanwhile, the flatulence of beaded lacewing larvae are silent and deadly. Their farts contain a class of chemicals.
And then you set it equal to the other number, the number that's left, the one in the middle, 10,000. Okay, so you have an exponential version of it now. All you need to do is figure out what x makes this true.
Of steam. This steam then turns the blades of a turbine to generate electricity. Finally, the remaining cooled water and condensed steam are injected back into the ground to create an open loop that provides electricity without losing water. However, we don't have to drill this deep.
Divide by 2, that's 8, and then 4, 2, and 1. Now 1 is odd, so we multiply by 3 and add 1, which equals 4. But 4 goes to 2 goes to 1, so we're in a loop, and the lowest number is 1. Now the conjecture is this: every positive integer, if
False. But if it's false, then the statement is true. By referring to itself directly, this statement creates an unresolvable paradox. So if it's not true and it's not false, what is it? This question might seem like a silly thought experiment, but in the early 20th century, it led Austrian logician Kurt Gödel.
Then microbes consume the carbon and some nutrients, while excess molecules of nitrogen, sulfur, calcium, and more are left behind in the soil. As insects and worms eat more of the apple, they expose more surface area for these microbial enzymes to oxidize and mineralize. Even the excretions they leave behind are mined.
You could then bid everything you have left on the third gold hexagon, and he'd have to match you to block. So, if you could bid 51 on the third gold, you'd go into silver with a 51 to 48 advantage, which you know you can win. Solving for X reveals that in order to...
So what then is a migraine? What's happening in the brain to cause it? To trace a migraine's anatomy, we have to begin in the days and hours leading up to a migraine, when people often identify warning signs ranging from fatigue or mood changes to bursts of yawning, sleep disruption, nausea, light. Then you enter REM sleep, which lasts about 10 to 20 minutes in a nap. In REM, the brain becomes more active, more like your brain activity while awake. The end of REM signals the completion of a sleep cycle. Okay, but will a nap make you feel better? Well, that depends on
migrants. Then, in the fall of 1913, the moment finally came. A telegraph signal from President Woodrow Wilson triggered a dike explosion, flooding the Culebra Cut and joining the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Today, nearly 14,000 vessels travel. Then the machine operator begins sending ultrasound beams into the body. The waves pass through liquids like urine, blood, and amniotic fluid without creating any echoes. But when a wave encounters a solid structure, it bounces back. This echo is rendered as a dot on the imaging screen. These materials then feed the creatures below that don't migrate. This ensures that some of the carbon from the atmosphere is locked away in the ocean for hundreds of years to come. That's why this process is known as the biological carbon pump. Without it, there'd be much more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere.
Just keep back 12 nice slices, and then the rest of it, get into the bowl. Next up, raisins. Now that could be any dried fruit. Then 6 beautiful, large, free-range eggs. We're now going to go in with 250 grams of self-raising flour. And then, to give it a really nice cream.
I'm really stuck. I can't fix what happened back then. And so I'm less flexible about thinking maybe it's something I should change.
middle, and then you have a grate that you cook on top of. And the charcoal that goes into these stoves in order to provide meals is equivalent to about 14% of the income that households earn every week. So this is a large amount of the energy that they're currently consuming. And so we think that by helping us understand how they make decisions.
Then the US promised to rebuild the country and turn it into a democracy. It worked with the UN to set up an Afghan government and army, and invited Mujahideen leaders to run the local governments. Then they gave the government billions of dollars to build roads, bridges, hospitals, and utilities in the cities and rural.
I'm going to put glue dots on the back and then hand me the piece. Sure. So just to get back to the basics, why do telescopes have mirrors?
So mirrors are essentially light buckets. So the size of a mirror is really important because if you think about sitting a bucket outside when it's raining,
then there are two choices on what to say next. One, I get it, or two, I don't get it. Could you explain more after the meeting?
The other day, you and I were recording a podcast, and I said HR serves 3 masters, and you waved the purple flag. I knew what I had done wrong. Why was I using a slavery metaphor?
Adhere onto. And then, of course, we have to feed the cells something. So we put them in a liquid medium that provides all the nutrients that these cells need to grow and divide. Carbohydrates, amino acids, growth factors, and more. Lastly, the cells on the scaffold in the medium all grow within a bioreactor.
Group, and then with dozens of other Fortune 500 organizations. And I have to tell you, something amazing happened to work during the tragedy of COVID-19, especially those first weeks and months. If you remember, all the low-value work disappeared. It didn't matter what your job technically was.
And then, if you don't have access to good healthcare and fitness options and work multiple jobs, you don't have time to exercise anyway. That's like tying your hands behind your back, pushing you into a pool, and yelling at you to swim.
There was a whole subculture of pasteurization activists back then. Maybe the most unlikely one was a department store magnate named Nathan Strauss, who got obsessed with the pasteurization cause, and he funded all these milk depots all around New York City where pasteurized milk was sold at cost to low-income residents.
Then you will learn how to strengthen your influence with calibrated questioning techniques. Finally, you will learn how to create epiphanies in order to get to the agreement or to get the agreement to come to you. During our time together, there will be interactive practice scenarios with a community of other fellow.
Then there's a chance that the opposite might happen. And the demon was invoked in order to make sense of the statistical nature of the laws of thermodynamics. So he's a tiny little being who is atomic size, and he can manipulate atoms. And if he's
and then compare that with, for instance, the breadth of the skull, perhaps here at this point as well. And you can compare and contrast this with this other skull, then we're looking at the same thing across these different species. So this is a way we can quantify the overall anatomy of these animals. That kind of information allows us to start
Then once you've got to the point where you want to take a print, the ink is rubbed into the hollow area that you've cut out. And then it's about taking all the excess ink off. The paper is pressed.
From then on, Echo could no longer enrapture listeners with her stories. She could only repeat the last words another said. As her conversations became dull and her company undesirable, Echo grew dispirited. One day, while Echo was drifting through the woods, she spotted a young air and then expelling that air as quickly as possible. While most of this air actually bypasses the inner machinery, it still contributes to a huge portion of the engine's thrust. But the air that does enter the engine's core gets compressed by a series of tightly packed blades. That compressed air then enters the combustion
for a film, and from that then I got into performance design, so I chose to do a BA at Central St Martin's College of Art and Design, and then I applied for an MA in experimental animation at the Royal College of Art, and I completed that last year. When I applied for my MA, I had no idea how I was going to do it, so I moved back to my family home.
They're then kept in saltwater tanks and shipped live. They need to be kept cool and moist, as well as get enough oxygen to survive the journey, all of which increases the cost to distribute them. A commercial lobster farm could help reduce costs, but it's very difficult to successfully farm American or European lobsters. Out of 50,000 eggs, only 2 lobsters typically survive.
To coaching or service providing, then this video is for you. So I've been in the industry for a decade now. I've built and scaled 2 7-figure businesses myself. I've toured the world.
Then, in 1774, he embarked on a translation of the Torah, designed to teach German through biblical study. Mendelssohn also boldly argued for Jewish rights in the public sphere. In 1775, he successfully petitioned against the expulsion of Swiss German Jews. 2 years later, when needy Jews in Dresden, Germany were also
level, then the additional retouching you're doing on the image is informed by the look, and you're going to make different decisions during your post-processing.
We're going to be doing things that have really never been done before in a high fidelity and high integrity way.
If you can.
Then we have the long exposure light on our subject, and lastly we have the long exposure light in our environment. I'm going to pull out my favorite images from each of those, and I'm going to take you through a step-by-step process of exactly what I'm going to be doing in Lightroom, then what I'm going to be doing in Photoshop at each and every stage, so that we actually get Anastasia. They covered the bones in sulfuric acid and then set them on fire. When they discovered that this did not completely destroy the evidence, they decided to move along and bury the rest of the bodies elsewhere. This is why the 2 children had been separated from the rest of their family. As for Anna Anderson, she was dead years before the truth of her identity was revealed. It turns out that she was a Polish
More science content? Then you'll want to check out PBS's new show, Animal IQ. Hosted by Trace Dominguez and Dr. Natalia Borrego, Animal IQ features deep dives on animal minds to find out just how smart the animal kingdom really is. We know that humans are clever, but can you find your friends in a crowd as well as a baby penguin?
The bird can then hang out uncovered in the fridge for 24 hours. Now, one of the advantages of wet brine is that it gives you very, very moist meat, but most of that moisture just ends up being salty water. It also doesn't really penetrate very deeply into the meat, 2 problems that we can fix in one go. I've got 1 cup of concentrated turkey stock that I've made by boiling down about 2 quarts of turkey stock. And then we're going to start toasting 1/3 cup of peanuts, fishing those out and leaving the oil in the pot so we can toast a whole bunch of other stuff. 1/3 cup of raw almonds, 1/4 cup of pepitas or pumpkin seeds, 1/4 cup of black raisins, and 10 to 12 saltines with a couple of cinnamon sticks. It's at this point you're going to realize you forgot to tell the audience what you're making, and that is food processor. Then we're adding 16 ounces or 2 packages of cream cheese for creaminess and spreadability, a few dashes to a few glugs of your favorite hot sauce, depending on how spicy you want your balls, the greens of 2 finely chopped scallions, and to give your balls a little more funky cheesiness, about 2 ounces of finely grated Parmesan, a big old pinch of kosher salt, and a few twists of freshly ground black pepper, and the Then in a separate bowl, we're combining 2/3 cup of milk warmed to 80 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit with 2 large eggs, 55 grams of granulated sugar, and 2 teaspoons of kosher salt, optionally adding 1 teaspoon of vanilla paste if you're making a sweet babka. Add that to the stand mixer along with 140 grams of unsalted butter at room temperature, and set about kneading with a dough hook for 6 to 8 minutes once every.
Then they get to work on that job for the tarweeds. Bigger caterpillars put up a fight. The little ones, they'll try to make themselves scarce, dangling down on a line of.
Then starting on the thicker side of the breast, we're cutting the breast in half widthwise, opening it up like a book. Then if we get the chicken nice and thin, it's going to cook faster, retain more moisture, and be less stringy. So we're covering the chicken breast with plastic wrap and pounding flat using a meat mallet or other heavy flat thing. Next up, we're dredging the chicken in some lightly seasoned flour.
If it's too soft, then it'll like squish out. And we're gonna do this with a paddle. And I didn't explain what this was. I'm making the butter pliable. What that means is that you can do it with the paddle, where you're not actually doing, the machine is, or you can do it with a wooden stick, a rolling pin.
They're gonna braise and then they're gonna break apart like string cheese, like string beef. Good Lord, is this dry aged?
No.
Oh my God, it's got some funk on it.
No, you stay still, I come to it.
All right, so first thing I'm gonna do is trim off all this damn fat. Nobody wants
just right. And then typically when I'm eating an Italian beef, I won't get cheese on it, but I'm thinking that making this calzone might be kind of soupy in there, the way that I have it designed. So a little provolone to hopefully try to cut that a little bit, make it easier, make it neater, make it nicer. And then I'm thinking, this is the ace up the sleeve, and hopefully Andrew can't hear me.
oil, and then, Jesus Andy, is that 2 pounds of beef? Maybe do like 1 pound of beef, which, true to its name, we're gonna chop and press down onto the flat top or cast iron pan. Once you got a little chopped up, we're gonna add about a ½ cup of chopped onion, continue hacking everything up with a spatula over high heat, and then the secret ingredient, about 1 teaspoon or a generous shake of adobo seasoning. Then we're quenching these with just enough water to cover, adding 4 or 5 cloves of garlic and half a small onion roughly chopped. Then we're covering, bringing to a boil, and simmering for 15 minutes before pureeing in a high-powered blender, with just enough cooking liquid to make it thick but still pourable. After a few hours, once the beef is out the oven and it shows no resistance when stabbed with a paring knife, we're going to retrieve it
3 minutes, and then these come straight out of the hot water and into an ice bath, both to stop the cooking process and to shock them into a chewier, bouncier texture. Once the dumplings are cool, they come out onto a tray lined with parchment paper to dry for a little bit. And it's very important that these are separated into 2 different battalions. Browning, and then these come out, reset with a little bit more oil, and in goes the bell peppers. So these cook down a bit, and then I add in a little bit of garlic with a little bit more sesame oil. If you add in the garlic too early, it burns, and we don't want that. So after a couple seconds of working the wok, the mushrooms go back in. Mix them around, cook them around for a little bit, and then we can finally put some
Then Sarah Jessica Parker's character, Meredith, that was her name, Meredith. She strikes me as the mushroom wiping type. That is, painstakingly and carefully brushing the dirt off the mushrooms one at a time rather than washing them. You know, the unnecessarily fussy way. So once we've painstakingly polished our mushrooms, we're cleaning the countertop and dumping them right back out for slicing. It's of mayonnaise. Then rinse and repeat with each remaining layer. Bacon bits, mayo, shredded carrots, mayo, purple cabbage, mayo, Funyuns, mayo, gummy bears, mayo, and of course potato chips. And there you have it, the pride of the Erickson family and the state of Minnesota, the 7-layer salad. And sure, it looks beautiful, but how does it taste? Well, you gotta dig down deep to make sure that you're... And then I'm going to turn those croutons into stuffing. Hi, what do you got there? What is that?
Dates.
Why are you opening a box of dates?
Because I want to eat them.
Do you want to record your dating reel?
Like an acting reel?
Who calls it a dating reel, Brad?
Don't they have, wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, like video dating, but I don't think they ever called.
Then add your rice into the pot and you toast the rice. That pre-gelatinizes, pre-cooks the exterior of the rice and prevents it from getting mushy later during the cooking process. We'll see. Next, hot or cold stock. Most people say you need to use hot stock. Some people say it doesn't matter. We'll find out.
Then we're dumping the rice into a hangiri, or in my case, just a rimmed baking sheet with parchment paper, and seasoning with 2 teaspoons of seasoned rice vinegar. Now, there's a specific method for cutting and flipping the rice to cool it off, one that I do not know, so I think that makes me just about as qualified as the typical sushi chef in 1985 Chicago. Now, once we've found the appropriate fan here, that's not going to be it. Let's see if we can mix it all together and then eat it. I'm going to start by dicing my half a spare onion, and then I've got a couple cloves of old garlic, which can sometimes run a little bitter. The solution is to take out the germ, the little green sprouty guy that you sometimes see growing in the center of a clove of garlic. Once you've exorcised that demon, you can chop or crush as usual. Back to the pan. Then in this too little oil, we're going to toast, you guessed it, not enough Sichuan peppercorns, about a 1/4 cup. We're toasting those for 1 to 3 minutes until they slightly darken and are fragrant, and once again straining out the oil, which by now has not only reduced by more than half, but is thoroughly bitter. We're adding that back to the pan and frying the chicken in it. Now there should be more like 2 cups of oil in this pan right now. Then we're scooping all the squash flesh out into a bowl. Then it looks like they were just cursorily mashed together, so that's what I'm going to do with a potato masher. And then the beef was thinly sliced from what looked like a larger roast. So I'm going to slice up this nice boiled room temperature unseasoned beef, plate it up next to my squash that I can't seem to color correct properly, and let's give this a try. Then these guys are headed back onto the skillet where they're going to cook for 2 to 3 minutes per side over medium-low heat, until the cheese is melted through and all you want to do in this world is eat them. Plate them up and serve them just as they are, maybe with a little sprinkle of kosher salt. Now you don't have to slowly tear them in half, but I'm a YouTuber, it's in my contract. Then all there's left to do is dig into your delicious, crunchy, cheesy, corny snack.
2. Not responding. Then call 911 and notify those nearby of the situation. 3. If you're suspecting an overdose, administer naloxone to knock these opioids off their receptors. This will restore consciousness and breathing, and oxygen can once again.
They exhausted the soil's nutrients and then clear another field. They most likely grew beans, squash, maize, and sweet potatoes. Their diet was likely supplemented with
The researchers then create millions upon millions of the most successful antibodies and use those as the basis for therapies. This powerful new tool can also find and optimize.
Ask a question and then just give it up to the universe, let it go, and then you'll be amazed at when that answer comes back to you. You've probably had this experience where you're thinking of, who is that artist that sang this song and you couldn't remember, and then you just forgot about it, and like the next night you thought, oh my gosh, it's Prince. Prince sang that song. It just comes to you. That's because
school, then that's what is absolutely most important, or in your case might be work or whatever else is going on in your life. Your priorities should be dictated by your energy and what it is that you're really feeling. And sometimes with dating, you go through ebbs and flows, and that's perfectly normal.
They collected souvenirs and then they displayed them. That whole aesthetic does have this oppressive but overwhelming feeling. No empty space is allowed.
The walls are made with an insect-infused paint called lac.
These insects produce a resin.
Clocks. Uranium-238, for example, decays into thorium, and then protactinium, and then 12 more decays, until it ends up as lead-206, which is stable. The rate of this decay is consistent and can be measured. It takes 4.5 billion years for half of a sample of U-238 to decay.
The whole community would then hold a cleansing ceremony, and the perpetrator would compensate the victim with a small token, so both sides could be reconciled and move forwards from what had happened. In many ways, the environment an outbreak creates is like war. Like war, outbreaks can tear apart communities and families, leaving them with anger, fear, resentment. And then epidemiologist John Snow decided to break the handle off. Both methods kept people away from the source of the outbreak. And 2, if the outbreak is caused by a disease that is transmitted person to person, which we call a contagious disease, then ending the outbreak involves limiting transmission between people. That happens when infected people go on
addition step. And then to finish it off, water is removed in a step called, as you might guess, dehydration. The overall process of 2 carbonyls coming together with loss of water is called aldol condensation. In this episode, we're only going to join 2 identical aldehydes or ketones. It's possible to join 2 different carbonyl
fusion, which is when a cultural trait develops in a center and then moves outward. Though the Middle East and North Africa wasn't the only site of significant diffusion. By 1402 CE, what we now call Korea and China became places of great cultural mixing, especially along the trade routes between present-day India, Tibet, China, and Korea. At that time, there was a Korean map called the Ganmi,
and then interest was put out for a full-size, life-size bronze statue of her that would represent her at the age that she was when she was in Memphis, which would put her in her late 20s. And she was here for a period of around 10 years, not quite that. So
then rejoined at the other end of the battery as a new molecule with lower energy. How do the two lakes store and release energy? First, one is 300 meters higher than the other. Electricity powers pumps that move billions of liters of water from the lower lake to the higher one.
Proteins, then they tend to have a lower environmental impact than producing meat in the traditional way.
Greenhouse gases could be reduced by as much as 70% if everyone was to switch to a vegan diet. But that really does seem impossible. Just 5% of
and then at some point in the conversation, you transition to a different topic. I was out to breakfast and coffee with a friend the other day, and for a few minutes, we followed this pattern. We talked about some of his writing projects that he's been working on, and then we talked about his new job. A few minutes later, we talked about some of my writing projects. We did jump around a little bit.
So they can sense your behavior, and then from there you can ask them. Will that necessarily work every time? No. Will it drastically change your conversion? Yes. In theory, it should. If you're going over using the TED formula that I talk about, and that again is talked about.
Concerns about those facts, and then you end it by asking for their perspective. So you might start with something like, hey, I've noticed in the last couple of meetings that you didn't ask questions to so-and-so. I'm just a little bit worried that they might feel a little left out considering the fact that they've just joined the team and they're still trying to find their way.
I'll say a sentence and then I'll ask you a question. Ready? She was confused whilst watching the movie. She was confused whilst watching the movie. Based on her feeling, how would we describe the movie? We would describe the movie as confused.
You can have beans and then much later have rice. Our bodies store amino acids in the intracellular fluid and in our tissues that our body is constantly breaking down and rebuilding again based upon whatever it needs at any given moment. The old Jim Bro adage,
want to share, and then click on Share to Instagram Stories. Tip number 3 is to create an audiogram. An audiogram is an animated image with a soundbite from your podcast. So the idea is to entice listeners, pique their curiosity, and encourage them to listen more by listening to the full episode.
And then I went home and I was like, oh, you're not so bad.
I am meeting Michelle Obama, and I am so excited to be in conversation with her. Hi, I'm Kat. Nice to meet you. Was there anything about the process of writing that was unexpected?
I loved my process because I love.
Since then, we've come together to foster economic development, to promote health, especially for women and children, and to advance the work that brings you here today, the entrepreneurship that creates jobs and opportunity. Since the first summit I hosted in Washington, we've made real progress, training thousands of aspiring
Years, we could then show the efficacy of that vaccine. Life isn't static. You've got climate change, insecticide resistance, resistance to anti-malarial drugs. The challenge is always evolving, and the role really of RARE is to keep up with that, stay ahead of
and then upload all that data into global databases in real time, where we can compare them to other viruses being sequenced all over the world. We are adding both to local and global knowledge.
Message that was influenced by your message to them, which could then cause a paradox loop. The authors say that more work is needed to verify that this is ruled out, but in general, this looks like a lifeline for causality. All this theoretical stuff is good and fun, but what does experiment have to say?
Water. And then when it rains or the tides come into the wetlands, these eggs hatch, and out of these eggs hatch these worm-like larvae that swim around in the water. Maybe you've seen them in puddles or your pot plant sources, or maybe as I did as a child, if you're a bit slow to clean your backyard swimming pool, when the warmer weather arrives, all of a sudden you can see these mosquitoes swimming around.
then you received some of the newly minted digital dollars that were created to support our economy. No taxpayers were involved in that process. It was all done using nothing more than a computer keyboard.
And then it means changing the physical setup of our offices, resetting expectations around work culture, and updating healthcare policies. So first, awareness. Since we learn virtually nothing about menopause in school, in the news, in pop culture, it's impossible to expect that even the most.
Since then, electric vehicles have vastly improved in cost, performance, efficiency, and availability. They can accelerate much faster than gas-powered sports cars, and while some models still have a high upfront cost, they reliably save their drivers money in the long run. As
lovers and empower, then ultimately destroy any who had it in their possession. Andvari's curse set a vicious cycle in motion that would consume many lives and inspire some of the most influential works of the 19th and 20th centuries.
And then thinking about how this varies spatially and how it also varies across race and ethnicity in the United States as well. So stratification economics really comes into play where we think about privilege and we think about how there might be different group dynamics and group identity.
Then, which of these domains were involved in those events? Here's an example. Let's say I feel the most fulfilled when I visit my family on vacation and we just sit around and talk. 3 domains that covers is family, spirituality, and leisure.
The Mitchell Hamlin's a great school for them. But the school I was out in at Golden Gate prior to this, that was a regional school that really drew people from in the Northern California region. And so it's really thinking about where is the school and also what area do you want to practice, and does that school kind of specialize in that area?
Or my then 4-month-old lay next to me in his rocker while I rocked him with the tip of my toe. Moments before I had been physically, verbally, and mentally abused by my then partner, and I
along the backbone, and then you save that backbone to make stock. But what I noticed in the street food videos I watched, the chicken is actually cut along the breastbone, which I thought was interesting. I've never done that before. So with some strong shears, we're just going to cut right down here. Oh, it's actually very easy to cut. Cut from the corner off, and then we're going to fill the inside of the toilet paper with the mycelia grains up to the very top. We're going to draw up the plastic bag and then take the rubber bands that are provided and seal it at the top, and make sure you secure it above the filter patch. It's important that the mushrooms can still breathe. So now we're going to take our to a boil, put it in the refrigerator, and then you unmold it, and voila, you've got this crystal clear jelly with a pear wedge inside it. I really want this to work, but in case it doesn't, I'm going to be making a version with agar, depending on what you call it. It's a natural thickener as well. It creates a gel. It's made from sea.
A virus that since then has killed almost 500,000 people in the US and over 2 million people globally. So today we're checking back in with some of those experts and asking, what do we know now that we didn't know then? And how is that information going to help us in the coming months or years?
For the then Minister of Education, Margaret Thatcher, he proposed a clear line between basic research to be funded by the state and applied research to be funded by private sector for-profit customers. But is this clear line legitimate?
Information and then sending that information up to the brain, which results in a hearing loss. Outer hair cells primarily determine how loud sound needs to be before you can hear it. Your outer hair cell function is largely indicated by the X's and the O's on an audiogram. Generally speaking, the lower these markings are on the graph, the less
Then we'll add some water and a little vinegar or wine and simmer gently over the fire to release the colour and make a paste. We then pour the liquid into a cloth or a mesh and we strain the liquid through it to make a fine dye. And finally,
Then let them use us well, else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so.
Thou knowest the mask of night is on my face, else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou...
Then the cowboy was rigged and lifted securely onto the horse. Even after the horse and rider were joined, there was still a gap between the two portions, due to the sculpture's design. If left uncovered, the gap could allow rain or snow to seep inside and potentially rust the piece. So, a conservator filled the gap with a...
Participants could earn $15 for lying, and then an additional $5 for doing something ethical. In one condition, they combined both the ethical and unethical money in a single envelope. In the other, they kept the money from each source separate.
What we found out is that when we pooled money together,
how is she going to get it? And what comes from that is then the physicality. I never make a decision and go, okay, I'm going to shake or tremble. But what happened is Lady M would use her hands a lot, and that just came from having nothing to do. Like there was a lot of it listening and having this energy that needed to be used up, but not having
whole art that I guess people used to see in the museums back then. So he created his own imaginary world and made art from the beauty of everyday life, everyday moments, and the nature all around us. Now,
movement, and then a little bit of mixing up of the two, and we'll see how they come out. Quick gear breakdown here. We've got the Sony a7S III camera, 35mm Sony FE f1.8 lens on it. I have a Hoya variable ND filter with a UU Rig 77mm swing attachment thingy.
Don't eat, and then you have a smaller window of time that you do eat. So this is known as your fasting window and your eating window. Now, ordinarily, we see a lot of 16-hour fast and 8-hour eating windows, but you can push it however you'd like to. You can do more of an 18-hour versus 6-hour. You can do a 20-hour fast and a 4-hour eating window. The choice,
which then goes through a rigorous process of checks by other scientists. However, there isn't always enough information to draw the right conclusions. Take, for example, Sir Francis Bacon, who noticed that the coastlines of West Africa and Eastern South America looked like they were symmetrical. He believed that nature was
which converts that energy to heat and then electricity. These mirrors still create a dangerous temperature shift for local wildlife, but they have less potential to transform the landscape. And since it takes time for the materials being heated to cool off, these plants often continue producing electricity past
in that. So what is, and they're seeing patients? Sure. So what's the difference then between a psychologist and a counselor?
So a psychologist can be a counselor. A social worker can be a counselor. That basically means you're seeing patients for psychotherapy. Understood. Right? So we're kind of splitting hairs with the words, but the important thing is they're all providing
And then last but not least, let's talk about 4 ways that you can add a little bit more of this logic so that your ideal clients or customers can back up the decision that they already made on the emotional side. Because that's how we do that. We pay attention with our emotion, with what our subconscious filters in as relevant to us. And then at the end,
free. There's those that say yes, then there's those that say no, and there's sort of like nothing in between. So what's my thinking? Should you ever speak for free? Well, my answer is yes, no, maybe. Okay, so I'm putting the cat amongst the pigeons because I'm not being precise. Let me tell you why. So, yes.
Get that all mashed up, add more milk if it's too thick, then in goes all of those green onions. I don't know if it's traditional to use this much for a couple of portions, but I love it. I want it to be like Colcannon, but with onions instead of cabbage. The heat of the potatoes will cook these a bit, knock back some of the pungency, but they'll still be a little crunchy, which I love. It serves as the green vegetable of the meal. and stir those every now and then until they are crisp as you want them. Okay, lettuce. Caesar salad is traditionally made with romaine lettuce. If you had a big, fresh one, that'd be enough for 4 dinners. This is a small, not terribly fresh one, so I bought a second. When they're not fresh, you have to discard the wilted outer leaves. Hey, lettuce is dirty. The leaves grow up through the
cardiac and smooth, so then if you find intercalated discs, you know it's cardiac muscle. Next up is epithelial tissue, a tissue type that makes up most of our skin and the borders between different organs. Now, there are a lot of different types of epithelial tissue that might seem overwhelming, but there are 2 things you need to pay attention to: the shape of the cells.
19-year-olds, and then I'm like, oh my God, they're children, right? And so in this show, they share these raw moments as a family, you know, especially as the girls, they cry over the pressure that they feel. And they just deal with a lot of hate and trolls online. And I will be honest, I personally, even as an adult,
surgeons then use this information to perform targeted surgeries. These various treatments help doctors manage the majority of seizure cases, allowing most people with seizures to live healthy and comfortable lives. But the underlying pathology of many seizures remains elusive.
Oh, the water leaves the bread, hardens, then just before it turns to carbon, the fitness, the crispness, the witness to hope. Toast, let you and I elope. Let us raise a toast to toast and welcome butter to its host. One grill, one people, one
of environments. But then things start to change. Let's go to the thought bubble. Both countries experience declines in their mortality rates, but for quite different reasons. Hankistan's economy begins to industrialize, and soon, on average, people are working more economically productive jobs and getting a little richer. Hankistan invests this new money in better sewer systems and trash collection.
Carry only tiny, fine-grained sediments. Then, as it transitions into the middle course, the stream energy picks up as the stream gradient becomes steeper. Here, the rock changes from sandstone to a plateau of igneous and metamorphic rock, which allows for dramatic erosion. As it moves, the water is applying force to the channel's bottom and sides, breaking off and picking up any particle.
2, where n is an integer, then the compound is aromatic. For example, let's say n equals 1. So 4 times 1 plus 2 equals 6 pi electrons. Benzene has 6 pi electrons and it's aromatic. And if n equals 2, we get 4 times 2 plus 2 equals 10 pi electrons. That works carboxylic acids, which can then be stored as energy or used for cell repair and growth. Ester hydrolysis of fats is also a key reaction in soap making, such as the ester groups in animal fats and vegetable oils, which are both made up of triglycerides. This ester hydrolysis reaction can also be called a saponification reaction when we're using a
and then to find out what those genes are and what they do. And there are reasons for optimism there, because remember that many of the genes that actually encode for the worm are the same genes that encode for humans. And in fact, some of the genes that control aging in worms are present in humans, and we've shown that those equivalent genes control aging in many other organisms.
To start with, and it's like, oh, what? You know, and then making a real commitment to having a library that looks like it's alive.
One of the things we're always interested in is if you go into a school and a school was really thriving as a reading community, what would you see and what would you hear and what would you feel in that school?
May. Since then, we've heard from Epic CEO Tim Sweeney, Apple CEO Tim Cook, Apple executives Phil Schiller and Craig Federighi, representatives from Microsoft and NVIDIA, and over a dozen other witnesses, talking about everything from Apple's accounting methods to the definition of a metaverse. So let's get into it.
Trip, and then we decided, well, we're not going to go on the trip. And then the time of the trip came around, and I see on social media that they went on that trip, and they went on that trip with another family. And I could feel myself getting so angry about this. And I was like, are you kidding me? They went on this trip with this other family, didn't even tell us about it, didn't communicate about it.
Near to it, and then you can make it beep to try and find it. It uses Apple's Find My network, which means that any iPhone will be able to locate this thing, but only you can actually see its location because all that information is end-to-end encrypted. Not even Apple can see it. Plus, Apple has done some other things to help prevent unwanted tracking.
in these clothes and then go home in these clothes tomorrow? And he was drunk and he was being a jerk in that moment. And he looked at her and says, sucks to be out of the loop. And I was like, dude, that's not cool. And anyway, we got her a toothbrush, we got her some pajamas to wear, but it made the rest of that night awkward. They were pissed. Then you've got to start valuing yourself more. So how do you do that? Well, there are 4 habits, 4 practices that when you practice these habits, if there's any chance that he will change, then he will. And if he doesn't step up, then he will step out so the right guy can step in.
Way. You have to tap into it and then tap another button, and it doesn't always work. It's kind of annoying. And it doesn't always mirror the notifications I've cleared on my phone already, so a lot of times I'm seeing the same thing twice. You can't do much with those notifications either. OnePlus only supports canned replies in 5 apps: WhatsApp, Line, Discord, Telegram, and Facebook Messenger.
Great time. And then it's kind of getting late in the day, and I say, you know what? Instead of heading home, why don't we stay at this hotel? And she was like, well, that would be cool, but I don't have any of my stuff. And I said, don't worry about it. I actually packed your stuff while you were doing breakfast, and I have it in the trunk. Right in every moment that I'm not going to be enough, I'm not going to be worthy, I'm not going to be loved. And you do not want that kind of person in your life. So, is the person you're with emotionally healthy enough to admit when they've made a mistake and say they're sorry? Number 2 is he can talk about his deeper emotions, specifically sadness. There's him, and then there's the relationship as this third being, this third entity, if you will. And imagine that that relationship has an account, almost like a love bank account, where in that bank account, the only thing that can get deposited in that bank account are actions of love. And consider this idea. Love.
Then later in the evening when you're relaxed and, at home doing your thing, just try to write a list of the vocabulary that you learned today. Try to do that from memory. And then on your 6-day English Habits Starter Plan, write your intention for tomorrow. And this is, I will read Christina's story at the time and at the place. And then
serious problem on their hands, and by then it was way too late. The last battle in Philip's conquest of Greece was fought at Chaeronea, and it's a fantastic example of just how clever and innovative Philip was. On the defending side, Athens held the left, while Thebes and their famous sacred band held the right. Philip's strategy was predicated on the astute assessment that the Athenians are.
And then they need to practice it, just like anything else. To become a good tennis player, to become a good dancer, practice, practice, practice. So how do we become good at concentrating? We start by understanding the mind.
Details and then one final pass to check for mistakes and little special tweaks. We could easily keep making more passes through a video, but the more time we work on this video, the less time we have to work on our other ideas. Big picture, Socratica friends. Remind yourself that perfection.
And then people can pull a slider from 0 to 100. In one study, they asked Americans to rate a bunch of groups. When they rated their fellow Americans, they tended to say that they were highly evolved. Same for when they rated Australian, Japanese, French, and Swiss people. But ask them to rate Mexican immigrants, Arabs.
Then break those apart and see what products can result. We'll soon have to do something similar, going from sums to products and back to sums. But now we know, when A made his first statement, he must have been holding either 5 or 6. B has access to the same information.
I did have my BCG at school.
That's a no then. And action.
As me or David Williams?
No one wants to see David Williams again.
Okay. There is no scientific evidence to say that the vaccine is any less effective in people from ethnic and minority backgrounds. So let's all try and support our community
in something, then you can really delve into it with postgraduate study. Not only do you get to work with all this really cool equipment, but you also get to contribute to the field.
Oxford just feels like quite an inspiring place to be. It's really beautiful. You kind of walk through the streets or come into the museum here.
Then we have a very kind of large, bulbous, protruding nose. It's kind of like the blunt snout of a jaguar. And the jaguar, if you think about the jaguar in the forest and the roar of the jaguar, it's like the roar of thunder. Then, protruding from the
But then he began threatening to exile her and kill the Mamalik, making wild accusations about them. The Mamalik had served Shajar al-Durr's husband before her and seen her capable rule so far. They thought she would make a better ruler than the unpredictable prince and conspired with her to assassinate him.
Normal counseling and then these 3 practices layered on top. And after the 6 weeks, what they found was the group that wrote the gratitude letter, just one a week, had a much higher improvement level in their mental health over the group that journaled and over the group that didn't do anything other than just have the counseling. And that was just one
and child, and then this wonderful African piece of a mother and child. And the contrast between specifically where the child is positioned.
I think it's where the child is positioned, which is on the back of the African mother, and the child in the Italian pieces is actually in the front.
Right.
And there's a significant focus, I think, on that.
Some ways since then, but there is still a lot of work to be done in that area. Growing up Muslim, it was an identity that instilled a sense of pride. As I've grown over the years, my faith has become deeply spiritual in thought and a grounding for me in real life.
On this channel, and I can't believe I haven't talked about it since then. I bet none of you guys watched that video, so I thought I would kind of redo that video and then add just new knowledge and experience about investing in stocks and crypto, just learning to grow your money and being financially savvy. Let's start with the basics. I want to recap why you should consider.
And then there's these lips. Oh, hello, gorgeous. The vine grows heart-shaped leaves, but don't be fooled. The plant produces poisonous compounds that could cause kidney cancer if you ate it. But
then you can keep staring up at that blue sky, because that's it. Once you have your why and you have your initiative, you need your 2 L's, your low and your lu. We're already super familiar with your low. That's the life that's over with. That's the back against the wall. What has your back against the wall? Or when do you remember a time when your back was? So that you can then approach your biggest task of the day, or the big event you have to do, or the big meeting, or the big presentation, or the big project, or whatever it is that needs your most focused attention for the rest of the day. By the way, doesn't have to be work related. Being a parent, maybe just getting that clarity out of your mind and being able to say, okay, now I'm spending time with my
But if you bite it and you die, then it's poisonous. Now, that's not always how things work in real life, but it covers the basic difference between poison and venom. Both are toxic weapons used by living things. What separates the two is their method of delivery. Poisons take effect when the victim inhales
out there, then I think you're doing a disservice to them. And I think your question is inherently disrespectful because it's putting the onus on that person to educate you from your place of privilege. The second challenge that I have with this question of how can I respectfully ask a person of color about their lived experience is because it's
house and then the publishing house goes out of business or stops paying royalties. If any of these things happen to you, how do you unpublish your book and then republish it after? If you're wondering how you unpublish a book, then this video is for you. Hey there, I'm Julie the Book Broad from Book Launchers. We're your professional self-publishing team helping
received, and the speaker can then adjust their message. So if you're in a conversation, feedback signals to you that you can either keep moving forward in the conversation or that you may need to modify your message. I was just listening to an interview with the comedian Jerry Seinfeld, and he says the only feedback that really matters for a stand
great. Then we're going to start our virtual team meetings with a virtual high five in which we all give and share recognition. Does my team need some time to learn about each other as individuals outside of work? Well, we host a Quarantales party in which we virtually come together with a topic. Maybe it's something you've learned to cook during the pandemic.
And then the goals that I am working to achieve, I basically just Bart Simpson style, write them as many times as I can across the page and then move on to the next one as I go down. The priming, the goals, the affirmations, the morning pages, this is like the core amount of time that I put toward mindfulness, and it helps me so much to feel balanced every
a little bit and then boom, they are just trying to get at it. Have you ever kissed with a guy who's a sprinter? Leave a comment right there below. If you find that you're always the sprinter, just jumping on a guy, trying to make things happen, slow it down a little bit. Let him come to you. Let him also create a little bit of space, because you want to build a little bit of that connection and that
which apps you actually need and then uninstall them. I like to do this on PC by heading to Add or Remove Programs, then filter by install date. If you scroll down, you may find some long lost, no longer needed gems. Next, let's get into the corners for all that digital dust we've accumulated.
Since then, some have argued that Kush's history has been overlooked by generations of European and American scholars, who promoted the idea that Egypt was part of the origin of Western civilization, while Kush, as an African culture, was excluded. Today, there's still much to learn about.
Movie, it's great. Oh.
And then blank. Bio, Lashana Lynch. Where were you born?
Oh, question one. London.
I'm trying to give this a go, right?
West London.
West London.
Next.
Whereabouts in West London?
Shepherd's Bush.
No, really?
Yeah.
That's quite a lot of bio.
It's my whole life story, guys.
Yeah, the Lashana Lynch
shoes.
Verbs lessons on my channel, then this is going to be really good revision. But if you haven't watched them yet, then it'll be a really good opportunity to test what you know. The quiz is divided into two sections. We'll start with some of the easier verbs, and by easier I mean high intermediate level verbs, and then we
look at the left of Poussin's painting there, we find basically an analogous figure. So the invitation for you in coming to the exhibition is to look at these things together and to make the connections as Poussin himself did. Now, as I said, Poussin is not
this one, and this would have then been set into plasterwork or wooden compartments within the room itself. And that's something I've really tried to evoke here in the National Gallery. You can see I'm not hanging this picture flush to the wall. It's tilted to really give visitors a sense of this picture towering above you, to give you a sense of you having to look at this painting from
angle, and then he can move that towards a painting, but it's as if the painting, we only get to the two-dimensional painting having had this 2- and 3-dimensional exploration beforehand.
Two things are really important. Once you've got an armature, which is hugely important, that holds everything together. So that's the skeleton.
If you'd like to know more about the collection, then go here. And if you want to watch more about conservation, here. And we hope to see you again in a few months' time.
To life. The brothers then came before the lords disguised as two disheveled children and began to dance and perform miracles. For their final trick, Ixbalanque pretended to kill Hunahpu, then resurrect him. The lords were so delighted that they demanded the same trick be performed on them. Corner, and you can then place the upper level like this. You've barely snapped the last energy cell into place when you hear the ringleader announcing your act. You're pretty sure you've also noticed enough clues to solve the mystery. Who sabotaged you? Then at night, when air temperatures plummet, the spines act as an insulating layer, keeping the cactus from cooling down too much. These functions are just as important, if not more, than defending against predators. From Cuba to Mexico and as far south as Brazil and Peru, melon cacti
What causes the vast amounts of emissions from beef then? By far the largest share of beef emissions consists of methane released directly by the animals. While CO2 hangs around for centuries, methane only stays in the atmosphere for decades. But in these short periods, it is very powerful.
Particles, then the newly adjacent pairs, and so on, to reach this final set. If you map them back to the original circle, standing to the immediate left of those final matter particles, or the immediate right of final antiparticles, means you'll reach this endgame state and survive. Then it selects one member of the antivirus squad, this'll be you, and brings them into the mainframe. It tells them which disk it corrupted, allows the agent to switch a single disk on or off, then immediately de-reses the agent. Your squad can make an all-out attack.
And then you simply get your incredible white sauce and pour it over. Oh my Lord, it's going to be so good. Take the spoon and just push it to the edge. And then the rest of this oregano, we can just sprinkle on top. So this goes back in the oven now, still at 180 degrees Celsius, 350 Fahrenheit, but we're going to put it in the middle of the oven for about half an hour.
Ago, and they can help us understand what life was like way back then. From those clues, we know that trilobites lived on Earth millions and millions of years ago, even before dinosaurs lived. That's a long time. You're right, Squeaks. It's hard to think about all the time that's passed
without having to raise and then butcher animals, like lab-grown meat, also known as cultured meat or cellular agriculture. With this technology, you could make things like protein mixes and chicken nuggets, and this isn't just a potential dream for the future. Some of these things are already hitting the shelves. Firstly, let's talk about milk.
Then there are animals that completely throw a wrench into this neat 2-chromosome system. One of them is the platypus, because of course. On top of being semi-aquatic, egg-laying mammals of action, platypuses have 10 sex chromosomes, 10 X's for females, and 5 pairs of X's and Y.
The researchers then compared both muscle size and the types of muscle fibers in the different groups. They saw that without a healthy gut microbiome, the mouse's muscles just couldn't adapt to the training. The researchers wanted to know about 3 main types of muscle fibers. Type 1, also called slow twitch fibers, which have lots of energy-making mitochondria in them to help with endurance until they reach the surface, and then they sink back down. That process is called convection, and that's what astronomers believe is the source of the difference between the sun's rotation rates. But when you plug numbers from actual observations of the sun into previous models based on the principles of physics, they create a sun where the poles rotate faster than the equator.
Which then naturally cools into a stagnant lid. To start plate tectonics, you also need enough force to break open that lid and keep the planet's crust moving. So in general, it's thought that the more stress a planet is under, the easier it is to crack open a stagnant lid, as well as keep elements moving between the mantle and the surface.
First and the second time around, and then compare the better of the 2 recordings with the TED Talk that you watched and analyzed. Given how you wrote your own talk, the content will be different, but the point is to focus on the delivery of the speech.
Like that, and then you might sing something or play something, stu-da-do-da-do-do, stwee-da-ba-do-do, and then you might simulate that phrase. You might stick it in, you might put it in. So why not imitate? Learn how to imitate other people. Learn how to imitate how they dress, how they...
The next day, then when thin clouds appear on the horizon, giving you faint hope, you beg with all of your belief to make it happen. And when it does happen, it is the most epic experience of low to high, combining the triple joys of snow and freedom and getting out of something that you totally...
layers. And then I think you should have 4 fun tops. Stuff you're excited to wear, stuff that warms your heart when you look at it in your wardrobe. And a lot of the time these can be dressed up or down, maybe just worn with jeans on a weekend, or maybe paired with some heels on an evening. It's worth saying as well, I've structured this guide to be quite specific to women's wear, but hopefully if you wear more androgynous clothes or men's
and then kept it among wealthy countries while poorer ones suffered. Against this backdrop, isn't talking about optimism like discussing pagers or horse-drawn carriages? Isn't optimism obsolete, backwards, and naive, given all we've been through? Shouldn't it be replaced with a more up-to-date cognitive technology?
At the first suggestion of Venus, by then we're near exhausted. Evening means sleep, and surely it's better to renew ourselves than die of all that openness. But die we will, innocent or no, of how night spills above our garden, a twin glittering there for each of us. Die.
Then you'll want to use some simple algebra to move this constant over so you have x alone. And your two solutions will be x equals 5/2 plus or minus.
And then there are four-year colleges which come in a variety of flavors. If a college is a liberal arts college, it's going to be focused on offering a robust undergraduate education in, well, the liberal arts, the social and natural sciences, the humanities, and arts. Class sizes tend to be smaller, there aren't a lot of teaching assistants, and the teachers themselves tend to dedicate their time to teach.
Then all the rest of the column below it would also fall. In other words, because your enemies can make 9, they can make 15, 21, 27, and so on by adding the clown's 6-meter machines. So right away, this eliminates 6, 9, and 20, and
then when that wave came and we couldn't see him, I definitely thought he'd gone.
It's hard to imagine Liz's agony at that moment. She'd already lost one son, Sean, in a car accident 17 years ago.
And then it was determined, well, we have to go forward with it. Even Bernie Frank said, it's worse if you don't. And I said, I need names. I need numbers. I need names. We provided many more than our 120. They provided far fewer than theirs, even half of what they were supposed to provide.
And tell you what you want to hear, then you get a lot of bad information, and you miss a lot of relevant and good information, and you end up making mistakes. And the way this invasion has gone so far, it's been nothing.
And then we are going to use the adhesive technique to remove as many of those spines as we possibly can. Ah! Yeah, man, that is bad. That is really bad. Oh man, it is getting intense. Ah! Oh.
And then we're gonna try to get another tongue on the snake just to secure it so the snake starts wriggling around, doesn't put any of us in danger. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna safely secure the snake, and we're gonna go from there. We're just gonna have to be really agile. These snakes are really unpredictable, super defensive, so we just gotta be on high alert, because this is top tier, the most dangerous snake in the country here.
Okay. Except then, in this case, we immediately get the Spanish Inquisition. So, yes, art and literature, but also the prosecution of 150,000 and execution of thousands of Jews and Moors in the name of Christian orthodoxy, which is the opposite of being good to each other. What this meant for theater was that plague. We'll take a look at the Harlem Renaissance more broadly and then explore the playwrights and theater companies it birthed. Lights up. The Harlem Renaissance roughly spanned the 1920s, spreading out from Harlem and across America.
Against the then world number 1, Roger Federer in Seoul, Korea. He was defeated again by Federer in 2 tiebreaks 2 days later in Kuala Lumpur. Pete, however, was able to win the last match of the series in 2 sets on a fast carpet. On February 18th, 2008,
here and now, and pay attention. But then at the moment your brain becomes disengaged, like when your mind wanders, you activate a group of different brain regions called the default mode network. You're not engaging with the outside world, your brain is at rest, you're not focused on one task. You may think this
And then last night, you saw all your friends gathering, you saw everyone dressed nice, and you realized you were still alive to see this. It's like getting a preview to your funeral. In our line of work, context is everything. And me and John...
You went to college, and then you later got your master's, and you had really fantastic training. If you weren't having art in your school day, how did you then move on to?
I had been in the military. I'd been in Japan. I'd been trained as a pilot. I had other plans.
A wonderful artist. If you have, then please subscribe to my channel. And if you do, please don't forget to click the little black bell, because that will tell you when my latest videos are released. If you want to support the making of these videos, then please check which is down here. Once you've clicked the subtitles button, then it will automatically generate subtitles in English, and it will follow my words exactly. If you want to translate it, click the settings button here. Once you've clicked the settings button,
but then something goes wrong, because it's not Sonic. The startup screen turns dark. The river surrounding Sonic looks like it's filled with blood. The logo reads Sega 666, and Sonic stares back at you with a twisted grin, his eyes pitch black and leaking blood. You've encountered the twisted alternate. The offender was placed in the Kang, then placed inside the cage. The Kang was then attached to the top of the cage. His feet couldn't touch the ground, but he wasn't left just hanging there because supports were placed under his feet. This was supposed to be a slow death, so only little by little were the supports removed, and the pressure on his neck would be incremental until...
Then there's a good chance you're probably a people pleaser. Number 3, you agree with everyone. Think back to the last time someone had asked you for your opinion. Did you answer honestly, even when you knew they wouldn't agree or it would go against what other people believed in? Or do you tend to just listen politely to those around you and keep your thoughts? And since then, you felt undeserving of happiness. So you cut yourself off from all these things. And before you know it, you start living in survival mode. You're alive, but not really. Step back, look at the situation. Understand that you have a right to grieve, to be angry, to be hurt. Why not try to crack a joke every now and then? Researchers from Illinois State University and DePaul University found in their study that when you use humor when getting to know an acquaintance at first, that individual has a better chance of liking you more. They even found that engaging in funny tasks may raise romantic attraction. How about a comedy club?
What's up? Until then, you can take a look at this episode of Dark History. Until then, you can take a look at this episode of Dark History. And then a year from now, somebody was really hurt bad. After the incident, the general consensus was that the most sensible option would be to close the ride forever. The editor of Theme Park Insider, Robert Niles, said, quote, "A broken main support beam on a roller coaster is like a broken leg on a racehorse. Sure, you could spend..."
Right? So you stress the first word, then you reduce the middle word, right? The conjunction or the preposition, and then you stress the second word, whereas the second word is usually stressed a bit more. By and large, neat and tidy.
Then the voice of a woman cried out, "Fire! Fire!" Immediately, panic ensued. As the terrified people ran towards the entryway in the darkness, the blaze began to light up the ballroom. The ceiling was engulfed in flames, and burning decor along with plywood pieces were raining down upon everyone. Until then, you can take a look at this episode of Dark History.
Well, I think then you should take over because you met.
Yeah, we met in the cafe at the Royal Opera House in Covent Garden, and I think we were there for the better part of 2 hours because once Alec started to explain what the subject matter was and where she'd got to with it, it was immediately interesting to me. And
explained earlier. And then from the thrift store, let me show you. I don't think you're ready. This little number, wait for it. Come on. Who's that? That's Dr. Alan Grant. And then I just got this top for Lex, and I'm just gonna do high-waisted jeans. That's interesting. I got this, but somebody
possible. So the characters will hit these striking poses, but then, as they hold each pose, they will continue to blink. When they speak, as their text dialogue appears below, their mouths will cycle through a handful of talking shapes. And for certain poses, characters will even have extremely limited, unique animation. Just
framework, with extra pieces then fitted to the outside to create the curved, streamlined shape. But this was both heavy and took up a lot of room inside. Wallace's innovation was to make the structural members follow the curved shape of the fuselage and the wings. This
applications and review them and then vote on those applications to see who would receive funding. As part of the decisions of the board, we gave out over £400,000 worth of funding to different charities, and it felt empowering to know that my voice had helped contribute to that, but it wasn't just my voice.
An enormous data rate, and then we bring all that together and correlate it or combine it, analyze it together as if we're observing with one big telescope all at once. The first picture we took with the EHT, and everyone has seen it, of M87, the black hole, seeing those images for the first time was
anyone to attend. And then we're developing slightly more bespoke projects with heritage organisations, exploring what it is that they want to achieve in terms of their volunteers and their staff, skilling up volunteers, and usually honing in on particular aspects of the heritage that they're working on.
Then, insert a SIM eject tool or paperclip into the hole on the tray, and firmly push it in towards the iPhone until the tray pops open. If you're having difficulty ejecting the SIM tray, reach out to an Apple store for help. Gently pull the tray out and remove the SIM card.
Then you look like you're a bit more dehydrated than usual. So for example, your creatinine level, your pH level in urine, and your urea nitrogen all look as it should if you're a bit more dehydrated. But what's perhaps more interesting is
that are then riveted to an outer shell garment. Since they are made up of those smaller interlocking plates, you can achieve a much more fitted silhouette. It's also so much more flexible. It makes it so that it's a very flexible, comfortable.
And then I can officially call this walking skirt complete.
And then frying it twice in oil, first to cook the potato and then in hotter oil, which causes steam to be created inside the potato slice. The two deep fried halves separate and inflate. And this technique, as you can imagine, is quite finicky because you have to have 2 pots of oil at 2 different temperatures with 2 different burners. And
then think about your needs, your wants, and then how much you save. We've talked about the 50-30-20 rule, which is just a rule of thumb. Try to at least save 20% of your money. And the way that you save 20% is spend no more than 50% on needs, no more than 30% on wants. Now, obviously, if you can save more than 20%
or exploding as rockets tended to do back then. And on February 20th, 1962, an Atlas Mercury rocket launched its first crewed flight. John Glenn orbited the Earth 3 times and got to enjoy about 4 hours of feeling weightless. And lucky for him, he did not get space sick. Additional modified atlases, like the Atlas Agena and Atlas. Then, using some simple geometry, Aristarchus calculated the radius of that circle, the distance from the Earth to the Moon. And despite his imperfect assumptions, the distance he calculated was basically spot on, roughly 30 Earths in length. Aristarchus also used trigonometry to estimate the size of the Moon. There were also other ancient Greek astronomers. A lot of them go on a twisty journey and then end up right here on Earth. And even though they don't come straight from their source to us, instruments have found that there's a big cloud of positrons around Geminga that's about as wide as the Big Dipper we see in the sky. So Geminga continues to be a mystery. Even half a century later, astronomers have not been able to answer one of the
Then, in May, Zhurong broke away and fell to the surface, landing in the Utopia-Planitia Basin. That made China just the 3rd country to complete a soft landing on Mars, after the US and USSR, but the 2nd to have an operational spacecraft, because the Soviets lost communications with theirs soon after landing. Utopia-Planitia is the largest impact basin in Mars.
Optimal, then gender inequality poses an indirect threat to food security. In fact, it's estimated that raising women's agricultural productivity could result in 100 to 150 million fewer people living with hunger. Now that's something you don't hear every day, huh? Not only is gender inequality
on land, because then it gets passed on to the next generation, and there's always respect for your elders. My advice to parents is talk to your children. Teach them, because they're not going to know any different if you don't teach them.
Time, then when you need to talk to them about important things, they're open, they're listening, and they understand.
It's just about then that Salvador Luria, a refugee from Italy, came to MIT.
Salvador Luria, who the next year won the Nobel Prize, was really the heart and soul of the MIT biology department.
Luria had a vision.
But then taking these steps and building on them and exploring where I want to go with them in a much more contemporary sense of movement. The Boucher paintings based off of mythology and having these really classical themes mimics classical ballet in the stories that we tell. They're just
Then, as the bulb dimmed, it would first lower the output of the cooler LEDs, gradually shifting the color temperature down until finally only the warm set was lit. It could then still get a bit dimmer, but that's as warm as it'll get. Lately, they started producing filament-style bulbs with the warm glow effect, which reveal that
around the group, you emphasize what we have in common, and then you say some of our brothers and sisters are being denied equal access, equal opportunity, or equal dignity. That works. That has worked historically in much tougher times and zones, and that works and will work on college campuses. The other way you do it, which is grow.
And then he began establishing arcane bureaucratic rules. You couldn't have out-of-state gravel in your garden. You had to trim the palm trees in exactly the right way. And if you didn't do this, he would fine you. As a result, some of these homeowners began to push back. They began to try to institute a recall.
Then you can explain everything that happened after that. There's a way of talking about human life and entropy, which I think is misguided, which is that we should think about life, literally living, being a biological organism, taking in food and everything, as a fight against increasing entropy. I think that
so exciting, and then pretty soon you forget about it and it breaks. That shiny new object will lose its luster, and you will not have a long-lasting happiness associated with that. And as a matter of fact, it could backfire and make you feel worse.
You enjoy it for the moment, but then because that's all it is a short-lived thing, it
then my ability to execute it is going to be way better. The second idea, if you really want to build belief, it's got to be personal with people. When we acquired a company called PricewaterhouseCoopers Consulting, a huge consulting firm, into IBM, at the time, there'd been probably 5
and then landing in an impossible position, inches away from things, and it was just dead on.
Most aerial shots focus on a single point or subject, and this ability is dramatically optimized with Spotlight Pro, which stays focused on a selected subject as you manually control flight.
And what drives people, and then how to navigate that in a way that calms people down, makes people make decisions.
Gunmen burst into the Chase Manhattan Bank in Park Slope this morning, and ever since, negotiators have been trying to get them to give up.
Hostage negotiators used a bullhorn to try and...
Then, they can use that knowledge to recognize sentiment, summarize, translate, and generate responses or recommendations based on the analyzed data. And yes, ChatGPT wrote that last line. You've got to do that in videos like this. This is an amazing ability, but that's because it's read a lot of stuff.
And since then, lawyers have been gathering evidence in 4 separate criminal investigations. They are trying to figure out if Trump broke the law, and if he did, what to do about it. To understand these 4 different cases, you need to know a little bit about how
I was able to take a once-weekly injection, and then all of a sudden, the pounds just dropped off. I was like, this is wild to me.
These drugs aren't without side effects, the most common being nausea and gastrointestinal effects like diarrhea. Mila initially stopped taking Ozempic because of a side effect that gave her heart palpitations. But she's back on it now, and so far, so...
First, you have that interesting fact about martial arts, then he takes it to a larger historical context, which everyone kind of understands, and then, most importantly, he shows you how it applies to your life. 2 main points here. First is that windy nature of his speech, which keeps people on their toes and interested. Now, you may have experienced someone who does this
in the city, where they can go on to then intern and work in the private sector, the public sector, in the United Nations system. Really, whatever you want is possible here at NYU and in the city.
New York City is the best place to study international relations because it understands that it's more than just about politics. It's about all the different concentrations that are connected to it, whether it's business, academia.
Pointing towards the heavens, the one true reality. And then, subsequently, since the Renaissance, for the last 500 years or more, we've been living in a materialistic age where we see man is the measure of all things, and we've
different types of information, and then how classical gates are different and similar to quantum gates. So that's why I really love this textbook. It has a completely different introduction than most quantum computing books. And before he gets into, some of the harder stuff, he starts out at a place where he knows that all of his readers will be.
Before Martin Luther King will win the Nobel Prize, and it's Coretta Scott King who then sees that they now have a different responsibility to the world and begins to urge her husband to come out against the war in Vietnam. A reporter will ask Martin Luther King, "Did you educate her?" And King will say, "No, she educated me."
To learn more about the American Revolution, then check out our book, The American Revolution, a captivating guide to the American Revolutionary War and the United States of America's struggle for independence from Great Britain. It's available as an ebook, paperback, and audiobook. Also, grab your free Mythology Bundle ebook for free.
Now, historically, rockets have been used once, and then that's it. But if you think about it, would you ever build an airplane, fly it once, and then throw it away? No, that's ridiculous, because the cost of each flight would be way too high, and you wouldn't have very many flights, right? So let's put this in.
Not good. That costs the firm money and then lowers their profit. Another form of legal risk is criminal legal risk. When there's a hack, usually some aspects of the criminal code is influenced and implicated. And that means you're going to be dealing with the FBI or other
And then also just be very honest. My promise, and I made a promise that I would stay. So that's that.
I don't want to put like a pressure on anyone's situation, but no one.
But also partly because I then work with security services to intercept their communication or to prevent terrorist attacks from happening if I do see something being plotted. I actually initially started looking into jihadist terrorism when ISIS was at the height of its power, but then I saw that there was a strong backlash from the far right side.
Then the logical conclusion is that we must get out of the way, make permitting easier, and allow it to be built. It is time for us to build. Thank you very much.
Back out through the door. To somebody who speaks Chinese standing outside this room, it might seem like the person inside the room speaks Chinese. But we know they do not. Because no knowledge of Chinese is required to follow the instructions, performance on this task does not show that you know Chinese.
Then sure, right now, the species would be okay. We still have about 25,000 polar bears spread across the Arctic, split into 19 different populations in Canada, Russia, Norway, Greenland, and Alaska. But obviously, we can't pause time. The world is warming, and the Arctic is warming fast.
Challenges, then you likely face even greater barriers to getting moving. My career as an exercise physiologist began not at a sports club or a mainstream gym as I anticipated, but at a mental health facility in a ward that specialised in treating people with post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. Now, the benefits of physical activity on our health are well known.
Coal and oil to power their machines, first in Europe and then in the US, it sent this new flow of CO2 into the air, one that the plants and oceans couldn't keep up with. About 45% of those emissions stay in the atmosphere, trapping heat and setting us up for an escalating array of climate disasters. So
different ways. And then I'm going to show you how to install them properly, put a false drawer front on there, and then put your handles on in the center every single time. So I'm building a new workbench and I need to install drawers in here in multiple places. I'm going to show you 3 ways to make drawers. And we're going to do good, better, and best as far as these 3 type drawers go. I'm not doing dovetails, I'm not there.
Then use that transcript and practice it along with it. This really is such a powerful tool. And if you just spent a few minutes every few days, just however much time that you have, and really kind of dive into this and do this as part of your daily practice, you're going to get some incredible
thought, and then we know the script and how we're going to act.
Our early experiences in our family system and directly around money have a profound impact on our beliefs around money, and our beliefs around money predict our financial outcomes. If you grew up poor, money is something that's scary. Not having money is scary. The problem is,
then as a transfer student, I decided to come over to Perth to gain a different experience. So the most valuable skills I have learned in the course is how to express ourselves as an entrepreneur in future.
I was part of an extracurricular activity where I mentored 2 groups of entrepreneur students.
Money, and then actually kicked the 2 of us off. We went and we did a stage reading in New York for it. Willem Dafoe was there, Chloe Sevigny was there, and Bret Easton Ellis was there, and then we got the money, yay! But what our agents forgot to do, our agents at the time, forgot to do was to include us in the package, and so we raised.
And then the next step here is to have someone take your picture for you. So let's go ahead and get that set up. So once you have your background and you're ready to take your photo, you want to go into your phone, hit the camera button, and choose photo, or some phones might have portrait mode. You can use that as well, but either one will work. And then you want to make sure that you're using the outside camera.
Was a problem. Even then, the first doctor my mom took me to told her I couldn't have ADHD because I had done well in elementary school. Thankfully, my mom told that doctor, "Thanks for your opinion, I'd like to see a specialist." And I was diagnosed with ADHD. And thankfully, she was willing to try stimulant medication to see if it helped, which it did, a lot. But even after that, it felt
What's your name? And then I'm going to kill you right in front of her.
Before its release in 2006, Mission Impossible 3 went through several directors before actor and producer Tom Cruise reached out to J.J. Abrams to direct. Having just finished watching the first 2 seasons of Abrams' television series Alias, Cruise believed the creator was capable of taking the
And then again, heard about Marlborough sounds, you know, my whole life, but then to come here, I kind of felt that same thing. Whole nother country, you know, going through the sounds, you have mountains down both sides, really beautiful country.
It's actually a collection of
and sell it through it
from start to finish.
Start to finish. My hopes for the next generation coming through, particularly Rangatahi Māori, having access to opportunity and having access to do things that anyone in this country, if not the world, can do. That's something that I think is really important.
Is advisable, and then how to proceed. For the antiphonary, we could tell how it had been constructed from physical evidence we found while examining it.
I was the lead conservator in treating this volume. The volume was originally constructed in a similar way to other volumes from its time period, so we were not reconstructing.
It moves to the bloodstream, then squeezes through a special blood vessel and enters a lymph node. Lymph nodes filter fluid and proteins from surrounding tissues. The T cell scans around, looking for pieces of virus or bacterial proteins. Nearby, a virus has infected the skin.
But yeah, and then the key really is to be able to ride the laughs. But equally, I know this from the League of Gentlemen when we did our live show. There was one absolute guaranteed belter, and one night there was nothing, and the three of us literally physically.
Sparta undoubtedly felt some time pressure to wrap things up before then. Second was Spartan ally Corinth's extensive links with the broader Mediterranean world, through former colonies ranging from the Bosphorus to Syracuse in Sicily. Syracuse.
Since we can digitize, we can then through bandwidth connect that to our ability to process it and store it, and then learn from it, share with it, and act on it. That cycle is now going faster and faster, and it's touching everything. That is a technology supercycle.
Law. Then, the panel for South Carolina's Commission on Lawyer Conduct held a hearing on Nadiri's handling of Jay's case. Nadiri didn't participate. Jay testified that he didn't think Pacific contacted his lender at all. Jay felt like he was the victim of a scam. The panel recommended debarring Nadiri.
If a person's negligent conduct causes another harm, then the person may be liable for damages in a negligence action. But what if the injured party's own negligence also contributes to the harm? In Burleson versus RSR Group Florida Incorporated, we explore contributory negligence as a defense to.
From June of 2010 to March of 2012, and then again from August of 2013 to July of 2014, Rita Rose Capili worked as a sales associate at a Finish Line store in California. Prior to her second stint at Finish Line, Capili was asked as part of her application to sign an agreement to arbitrate any and all future.
It can be dried and then heated so that it puffs up. It can be added to soups. It can be eaten as a sweet confection filled with sweetened red bean paste, or in this case, ice cream. So many different ways to eat mochi. It's particularly popular around the new year.
Pull some of my colors. I do this, and then I can reuse it. I'm gonna swipe here, see if I can, a little bit too wet right now. So you see my brush was a little bit more wet, and I wasn't able to get some of that dry brushing that I wanted. So if you want to have more texture in your painting, I like to use white kind of as a thickener, and then
object that catches that light, and then a shadow on that object away from the light. Now that gets a little bit more complex when we have an object, our light source, our shadow away from the light, and a surface that's going to be obscured by the object in front of it. And so for the purpose
on June 18th, and then it was never seen again. Hamilton, along with everyone else on board, was lost forever. He was 55 years old. Check out one of our newest videos right here. Plus, even more grunge videos about historical mysteries are coming soon. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell so you don't miss a single one.
Sometimes it is good to take a break and then come back fresh. When I came back to start sculpting again, I felt like I didn't do a good enough job with the primary forms, and I felt like the sculpture was becoming a little bit thicker than what I wanted. Usually, I'll try to sculpt very thin so that I can slowly build out the forms with little pieces of clay.
Living in this land, then called Canaan, as a people. Wherever you start the story, Judaism pivoted on this Zionist triangle. In the land, the people fulfill God's vision. It's a package deal: religion, nation, homeland. Cutting Israel out of Judaism is like trying to
bad weird, good weird, but it just feels a bit odd. And then the final question was, what have you cooked since moving in? A very important question. I couldn't sleep a couple of days after we moved in, so I got up at 4 a.m. and made hot cross buns. Don't ask me why, I just did. And also last night I made lasagna, which was nice.
Created 4.6 billion years ago with the rest of the solar system. It then went through a series of catastrophes and changes that eventually led to the world we have today. It was only about 5,500 years ago that writing was invented in Mesopotamia. According to scholars, the book of Genesis was probably written around 3,500 years ago. This means the story itself could have changed, or mistakes might have been made.
Editing it, but then not losing heart when you're editing something that you're trying to be really loose and flowing with. As someone who's done many speeches and live events in the past, confidence isn't something I tend to struggle with. But when it comes to my ability to, work on actual writing and sharing it with the world, it's a bit harder.
Digital, and then blending in the psychology and human behavior. So in this intersection of building a brand online and doing it in a psychology-driven way allowed me to combine these different, semi-related, but a little bit different intersection of my.
I'm not quite sure why he says this, but he then says, if I saw the girl again a few times, I would surely get crazy again. I am aware of that and fear it like fire. Maybe something got lost in translation, but it seems like Einstein is telling his current
good seal, and then basically that's what it looks like when you're wearing it. So they are pretty big when it comes to an earplug, but it reminds me of a simple earplug that you would use if you want to go shooting at the range. I do find them to be very comfortable. I can wear them for several hours without having any comfort issues, and they are relatively inexpensive at only $7.
Way to say, hey, I don't want a relationship, then we listen to those words. A man's actions always speak louder than words, except for when he says those specific words that he doesn't want a relationship. And I know that she knows this intellectually. I know she knows this, but she's really struggling to let him go emotionally. So in this.
Then when she came back to Scotland on Francois's death, bringing with her an awful lot of jewels, caskets, clothing. Some of the descriptions of her arriving back in Scotland are quite remarkable in the detail, and it's thought that this casket was one of those. So this is what
then the One RS is going to deliver great results. To give you the actual video specs of the One RS, if you're shooting with a 4K boost lens, you can shoot anywhere from 1920 by 1080 from 24 up to 200 frames per second, all the way up to 6016 by 2560, aka.
Then you're going to want to check out my video up here. And make sure you like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff, so that the algorithm knows just how delicious this video is. Okay, until next time. Bye.
And immediately became a stay-at-home wife and then a mom. Tina feels like her life is always about soccer games and homework. So this is the backdrop here. So she and her husband are watching television, and her sister is on the news because she just got promoted to CFO of a tech company. Tina's husband
You then need to light a fire under the tank. In this case, we're using a mini tea light candle. Very quickly, the pop-pop boat starts to make this popping sound and it whizzes around in the water. Now, according to the common explanation, the tank remains full of water until it reaches boiling point, and then you get this.
And then for the processional route around London. The robe represents both tradition and modernity in its design. It was made by the firm of Eden Ravenscroft, robe makers to British monarchs, since the reign of King George III in the 18th century. The modern elements really come into
Yarika developed it, and then Danny retold it with his children. And my true love's here. Being on location for a majority of your film is a lot of hard work because you've got elements to deal with. But I never looked at anything as a challenge. I said to a lot of people, it'll be a gift.
Then from the left menu, select Content. Click Filter, then Visibility, then select Unlisted and click Apply. Then you can sort by date in reverse chronological order and see what videos were uploaded before January 1st, 2017. For a helpful shortcut, we've also included a link in the description.
And I saw a comedy play that my mum took me to, and I turned around to her and was like, I want to be an actor. And she, having been an actor and not had the greatest experience of it, was like, no, you don't want to do that. And I didn't really think about it again for a long time, and then they were auditioning people to play David Copperfield for the BBC, more as like a self-esteem
thing. Then he doused the tissue in silver nitrate, which visibly accumulated in nerve cells. Known as the black reaction, Golgi's method finally allowed researchers to see the entire cell body of what would later be named the neuron. The stain even highlighted the fibrous branches that shot off.
Cookie. Place your bowl on the scale and then you press tare, and that zeroes it out so that it doesn't take into account the weight of the bowl. I'm going to start measuring till I get about 255. So I have 255 grams of chocolate. Can you imagine if I tried to figure out
terrestrial contact then is to critically assess the vantage point from which we begin our imaginings. But more importantly, understanding how we imagine the non-human is critical in a time of global ecological.
Then, sadly, my dad died a couple of years later. And I had told my dad I was going to be an engineer, and then I just got stubborn about it. That was it. I've never had any other job except thinking about life beyond Earth. Over my career,
research and then help them make an empathy map that you can use across the team as a single source of truth as the project progresses. This to say, if all that doesn't work, sometimes FOMO, fear of missing out, can work in your favor. Find a team or organization, or even another possible. Then they're going to focus on building features and delivering at a high velocity. They're not going to focus on whether or not those features actually provide value to the people using them. And then we end up with bloated software that's loaded with shiny things that nobody ever uses. Or worse.
That vibration then stretches out, connects to other people, and they not only love and accept themselves better, but they then return that love and acceptance for you. It's this beautiful secret power for radiating your light in greater degrees, and men will say, wow, there's just something about her. She feels so natural.
Then the entry may be subject to recall bias, as participants may not remember the exact details of the event they're supposed to be reporting on. Diary study participants might also selectively report certain things and neglect to mention other items, and they may experience fatigue or boredom with reporting over longer periods of time.
And then each factor in turn contributing equally to the overall maturity of an organization.
These factors and sub-factors can be used to identify the UX maturity profile for a given company. Use them to assess your organization's maturity, determine weaknesses, and develop a plan for improvement.
and then encountering a checkbox that reads, "Don't not sell my information." This language, which uses a double negative, is intentionally confusing. The page hopes users will make a mistake and opt into selling their personal information, and that benefits the company. For another example, let's think of manipulinks.
Then photographing the check, submitting the check, and finally confirming the deposit. Use a different color sticky note to map out the steps and visually differentiate them from the activities. Details sit at the third level of the story map and describe the more granular interactions that are necessary for users to complete the step above. Then you can give the context to that number. That crowd of people is the amount of people who use our app each month, and we're the team on the field. And if we don't do a good job, they're going to remember that, and we may not get another chance at redemption. So we need to make sure that we're bringing our A game by giving people a tangible image to visualize.
Criteria, and then determining a scoring scale for each criterion. Once you have a forced rank, collaboratively plot the top themes to the closest time horizons, now or next. Themes with lower scores should be assigned to later time horizons, future or future plus plus. Loosely
picture. Then of course you'll go straight to the correct menu item when you want it. Easy. Yes, easy for you. But all experience shows that many of the real users will try another menu item first and be lost in the wrong part of the IA for
then surely most adults will be able to as well. And the more people that understand your text, the less likely they will be to abandon, make errors, and erroneous clicks. And conversely, the more likely they will be able to get their goals accomplished. Simple language or plain language benefits all users.
The same generational pattern then repeats for the quarks. There are two heavier versions of the down quark that we call the strange and bottom quarks, and two heavier versions of the up quark called charm and top. And then there are also two more neutrinos. We become a little bit unimaginative in our naming and call the full collection.
The question is, why then is assertive communication the best approach for you? Well, it's the best approach because in contrast, if you are aggressive or passive aggressive, people will be distracted by how you express yourself and they won't be able to hear what's really beneath it. You're giving them two jobs, essentially. You're asking, and the conversation can start to feel off, demanding, confusing, dissatisfying, and that increases the work that's required to manage the conversational difficulty and get things back on track, if possible. If you struggle day to day with conversations, then use these 4 maxims as a checklist for self-assessment. My whole
place, and then directly go to their preferred book retailer to buy your book. And in case you're wondering the status of your book on a certain platform, Draft2Digital's got your back. They keep you updated with notifications and emails so you'll know every time your book goes live on a platform and its status there. Oh, that reminds me. Do you want notifications from me every time a new video goes up live? Then hit that thumbs up button. Then carrying through significant events of their life. Now, usually these are about a person, but sometimes they can be about an event. Into Thin Air by John Krakauer details the event of a bone-chilling Mount Everest climb where 8 people died. Like Anne Frank's book, that one haunts me. His description of the
prompt, and then I'm going to share my answers for the prompt. You can choose to listen, maybe it'll help you with your answer to the prompt, or you can just skip to the prompts yourself. Here's the first prompt. How would you live your life if you stopped caring about what others thought of you? I love this prompt because it reveals your truest
and is quenched first with lye and then sulfuric acid. This discomfort is accomplished with venom that's packed with a pain-causing peptide called melatonin and flesh-softening enzymes that disperse the venom. These enzymes may also cause allergic reactions, and transporting and then storing the captured carbon can be expensive. To solve these problems, one company has found a way to store captured CO2 permanently in the concrete itself. Other innovators are tinkering with the fundamental chemistry of concrete. Some are investing
years now.
So, if Democrats get to stick with this arrangement, then what?
One of the big things they've said they'll do is codify Roe v. Wade into federal law, and that would mean a national protection for access to abortion, paid family leave, subsidies for childcare, universal pre-K, the PRO Act, which protects people.
Allows for that, then it's a poorly crafted decriminalization law.
Will, it sounds like you want Washington, D.C. People can possess marijuana, they can grow marijuana, but there's no regulated commercial market for people to obtain marijuana. And that's why we have unregulated shops gifting marijuana products, selling unregulated.
4 million votes. Then he lost again in 1994 and again in 1998. His base was growing, but not yet enough for him to win a presidential election. During much of this time, Brazil was experiencing an economic crisis. At one point, inflation was so out of control.
I do pieces of the sky and then the trees.
She's scanning common elements of each painting using this machine, an optical profilometer. This tool could help us figure out if certain elements of these paintings were done by different hands. Basically, it shoots this little dot of light onto the surface of the painting and measures the distance the light traveled when it bounces.
And the unused water can then be sent to the cities or left in reservoirs.
Can fallowing hay and alfalfa in the Colorado River Basin solve the current 2022 year drought crisis? The answer is yes.
There's a long-term agreement like this in place between the water district that serves
first in Southeast Asia and then in Geneva. I had assumed that a career in international human rights law would keep me far from home, closer to the conflicts and problems in other parts of the world. But the actions of the Australian government would soon see me return home to challenge the implementation of Australia's offshore processing policy for refugees, which recommenced in 2000.
Stronger, and then it's focused onto a single point. So what do you do with a laser this big? Well, right now, scientists are using it to study the secret inner lives of planets.
It started in 2nd grade when I was younger.
The best part is then you can get back amongst it, reassured that you're engaging in safe sex with whoever consensually takes your fancy. And remember, I'll be watching. Not really. But I will be looking at the data to help fight the good fight against STIs.
That is then vaporized and used to turn a turbine to generate electricity. Meanwhile, the clean water extracted is funneled back into the ground where the Earth's magma reheats it once again.
And that fluid is recycled. So there are no emissions of any gases to the atmosphere.
And then every actor has at least one lavalier microphone hidden somewhere on them.
These shrinking mics have given actors the flexibility to be more naturalistic in their performances. They no longer need to project so that their words reach the mic. They can speak softly knowing that the tiny mic hidden on their body will pick up what they're saying.
And my personal
the idea of entering a tight space and then exploding into an open one. These columns are what make the expansion possible in this room. Wright called these dendriform columns. That means tree-shaped, and he said that each part had a calyx, stem.
Elections since then, multiple judges have ruled that missing date should not mean a ballot gets thrown out. But just weeks before the last day to vote in 2022, a group of Republican politicians sued to try to get a different ruling. And it worked.
The candidate at the top of the ticket for Republicans, the gubernatorial candidate, Doug Mastriano.
For winter and then hatch out in the spring, and the whole system starts all over again.
If you see an egg mass, scraping it into a bag with alcohol effectively kills it.
But yeah, the scraping, the stomping, no flamethrowers. When we zoom out from just spotted lanternfly, we live in a world with potential.
And then you start getting into construction, and the planning of the building is completely different because you're planning so much of the building ahead of time, digital, right? Planning and designing.
The biggest design impact might be the BIM, which takes design and places it at the top of the construction process. The BIM is a building.
Since the 1940s, when Qatar discovered huge reserves of oil and then gas, it's been one of the richest countries on earth. 70% of the government's revenue comes from oil and gas exports. Thanks to all that wealth, Qatar has gone through a remarkable transformation. The capital, Doha,
and close enough to those amenities that allowed then people to step in, since the housing that was available was completely not sufficient.
So farmers started selling small slices of their agricultural land to the migrants.
And a lot of people had to build for themselves with little money, so together, so entire families would grow vertical.
But then there's that evidence Gaurav mentioned. Videos showing what zoologists call stereotypies. Repetitive behaviors like hair pulling, tongue flicking, bobbing, and swaying that indicate understimulation and stress. All of this left me with a couple questions. What are zoos doing for humans?
College, and then I realized I was making all of my papers about the banjo anyway. My name is Jake Blunt. I am a performer and scholar of traditional Black folk music. I live in Providence, Rhode Island.
It was then that the monarchy collapsed and gave way to the Islamic Republic that rules today. But that neutrality that allowed the regime to come to power was also one of its biggest weaknesses.
The revolutionaries did not trust the army, which was supposed to be loyal to the Shah, but stabbed him in the back. The best strategy.
First, the University of Virginia, and then UCLA. I can't wait to move to Madison and to lead UW-Madison, not only one of the nation's very best public universities, but a school that combines research excellence, access to a first-rate education, and care for students like no other.
Then place it in the proper area once an item is selected. Action buttons can be drawn as simple rectangles. Write the label name inside each box. This is a good way to test whether or not users understand them. For mega menus, list the item on a sheet of
paper. And then last but not least, UX versus usability. Usability is a quality indicator of a user experience. It's concerned with the functional part of a system or product. It's how easily you can use an interactive system. The degree of which products are easy to learn, effective, then validating with your team and stakeholders after that initial pass. Your goal isn't to try to design for every scenario, but focus on 1 to 3 manageable and realistic scenarios. This gives you a good balance of making sure that everyone feels heard while also being realistic about solving for scenarios that are the most. Then, as you design that area of the experience or consider adding more to it, ask yourself, how much does this increase the ability for the user to achieve that prioritized goal? While any additional components may not actually decrease the user's ability to complete the task, if it
I could capture, and then I forgot about it until months later I saw some articles on the internet pop up about white rainbows. These ones are much more defined than mine, but clearly a thing. These are beautiful.
Line tube and then collects here in this gigantic bucket. You can even hook up a vacuum pump to speed up the collection process and pull more sap out of the tree. Biology break. All plants use photosynthesis to produce glucose, which they then convert to sucrose, table sugar. But they're not producing it for us. They metabolize it for energy, they turn some of it into cellulose to grow.
And you can then go back and look at your notes and even call the other person back later if you feel like you're not absolutely sure about what you talked about in that conversation. And then have a plan for when you're going to actually pick up the phone. This is my actually remember the expressions and then maybe use them in your real life. I've got a worksheet to help you to do all of that. It's free, so you may as well go and get it. And it's over at christinarubafe.com/worksheets. And you can watch this video, use the worksheet.
and then it comes back up. And so its orbit, sometimes it's spinning straight up and sometimes it's spinning sideways. Mars is currently tilted at about 25 degrees, which is 2 degrees more than Earth. But we have evidence that it has tilted from between 0 and 60 degrees. And it's a chaotic cycle. It kind of randomly tilts. Then there are instances like the Bullet Cluster, where 2 galaxies ran into each other, and some of the mass collided and stayed there, like you'd expect in a crash, and some mass passed right through like a ghost and didn't interact. And the weirdest evidence for dark matter is that some galaxies don't have it at all. Seems kind of counterintuitive, but if dark matter was a quirk of the...
And then they'll understand. Hope this helps. I'll see you on the next video.
If everything fits in, I can then fit the dome down. Okay, before I install the dome, I need to install the mylar tube on the back of it. So I just basically pull the tube over the outer flashing of the back side of the dome, and then with the silver tape, tape it down. Make sure it's all well stuck down. Make sure
scene, and then we'll spend the rest of the lecture trying to figure out how that scene makes sense. So here's the scene to imagine. It's December of 1933. A Polish border guard is at work, but he's not at work protecting the border. He's at work carrying someone, leading.
Well then, have I got the solution for you, the TV Guardian. This amazing device attaches to any ordinary television set and transforms that foul-mouthed boob tube into a proper G-rated gentleman. Mostly. How does it work? State-of-the-art technology, of course.
But a lot of people made a big mistake by calling him boring back then. Regardless, Pete's being remembered for being so good at tennis, and his greatness could never be forgotten. Just in case you were wondering, what gave Pete the will to propel himself to the top of the game? He mentioned it in his autobiography, saying, "I was born to play tennis." If you enjoyed this video, you'd...
And then we might stumble upon others trying to do the same thing. It's likely that the competition of life also takes place on faraway planets, so it's logical to assume that an alien civilization that came to dominate their planet would be in some regards similar to us. But if they're
8 inches, 9 inches in that range. And then lastly, we've got some major damage, like what we showed over here. And this is just going to need to have a whole section replaced. So those are the 4 types we're going to cover. And with those 4 types, we're going to show you the best and quickest way to handle each of those. And then I've put chapters.
And pharmaceutical companies then turned those into drugs. The thing is, for a long time, we didn't know why those drugs worked, until scientists figured out that disease happens when the molecular machines that keep your body going, your proteins, start misbehaving.
She excavates a tunnel and a side chamber, then plugs the entrance, sealing herself in. There, she regurgitates the fungus. This pile of puke will form the bedrock of her kingdom. Over the following weeks, in between laying eggs and consuming the infertile ones,
and then 2 teaspoons of ground ginger, okay? Then 75 grams of muscovado sugar. The zest of 1 orange, normal size orange, and the smell is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'll take a knife and just slice this in half.
And then at the end, of course, I'll take questions, and those questions can be about any subject matter that you like to ask. As you know, I've had a lot of people tell my story. I had a great movie director write a film about my life. I had a great Broadway musical team make a Tony Award-winning Broadway musical about my life. I had a popular television show on TV, White Collar, for 4
Then Vice President Al Gore ran against Texas Governor George W. Bush, the son of former President George H.W. Bush. Both were high-profile figures with opposing political views. The campaign season was tense. That tension all came to a head on election night, leading to one of the most unusual outcomes
United States. Since then, concerns have continued to grow inside and out. Domestically, Turkey is again a profoundly illiberal state. The media is heavily controlled, human rights abuses are rife, there are serious worries about the democratic system, the economy is in a mess, and there have been...
Then you might want to use this is. This is Lucy. On the telephone, I would normally say, "Hi, this is Lucy speaking," or "This is Lucy." Next, let's talk about location, where you're from and where you're living. There are many variations of this. I'm going to start with the most basic and move on to slightly more complicated.
Getting hurt and then they come back and blame you. This has not been framed as...
So the police feel victimized somewhat by this?
Well, police often quickly turn the lens about, I'm victimized. It's if I take guns, where am I going to store them? What, someone's going to sue me for...
Where am I going to store them?
No, I mean, these are some of the
the Voting Rights Act. And then at that same time, while that was going on, we had the Trayvon Martin case. And so it was this strange kind of juxtaposition of this attack on voting rights and this modern day Emmett Till. And I said, I need to take action. You were obviously an outspoken Black woman, an organizer, an activist at a time.
Handcuffed them and then pushed them up against a wall, all the while asking them, "What drugs do you have? What drugs do you have?" Kenny had no drugs. He told the officers this many times, but each statement of no drugs only seemed to provoke more force and make the officers more upset. As Kenny...
Well, those pockets, they're then redlined by the federal government beginning in the late 1930s. Once an area is redlined, this means that there is no bank in the country that will give you a conventional mortgage if you attempt to purchase in that area. Pretty much your only option to buy in a redlined community is predatory lending. So if you're Black in the first...
So what happens if nothing changes by then? Is it back to cat food?
Thankfully, the whole system doesn't crumble once the trust fund runs out of money. That's because the system is still primarily pay as you go, and current taxes will be able to take care of most of the benefits. Retirees would continue to get benefits, but
are they able to then pursue disability benefits? And the answer is, of course. Most people that were getting, especially the $600 a week surplus for unemployment benefits, actually were probably getting more money in unemployment benefits than they would get in Social Security.
Do have, and then use how many ever years of zeros it takes to get the total up to 35. Then they add up the inflated earnings from those 35 years, and they divide the sum by the number of months in 35 years, which is 420. Now what this does is it takes your historical earnings, puts them into today's dollars.
And then when I entered business school just right after undergraduate, again, I was kind of surprised how many of the women weren't going after the finance jobs that men were going after coming out of business school. Then it, for the first time, really started to be on my mind about the difference between men and women, even in the college and business school.
Out of theater. Now, the doctrine has evolved since then, right? And now, you know, during the Iraq and Afghanistan war, you were perfectly free to distribute pamphlets saying you didn't think there should be a draft. So our standards of what's acceptable and our standards of what should be tolerated.
This account is consistent then with the rising economic payoff to schooling during this period. Therefore, the increase in income inequality is partly attributable to the gap in earnings between college-educated and less-educated workers. By this account, income inequality is all about the market doing what it inevitably does.
People who are retired, and then also for pre-retirees. You may have already heard that there's going to be a COLA adjustment or a cost of living adjustment that's going to increase your benefit by 8.7% per year. So just to give you a couple numbers, if you had the
change and then still investing in new fossil fuel infrastructure.
Of course, it'd be pretty hypocritical of us to knock talking about climate change, but what we really need is to replace fossil fuels with renewables everywhere we can. And according to this report, that is more doable now than ever before. The cost of solar, wind, and batteries have plummeted in the last 20 years. And as a result,
making headlines.
Well then, why are you talking about it now then?
Well, because 3 bodies of evidence have recently given unique insight into how we've been lied to and how we're still being misled today. There's now abundant evidence that fossil fuel companies knew about climate change.
If you create a tax system that taxes the rich efficiently, then I'll be happy to give it away.
I think it would be an awful idea. What we're really talking about is not a wealth tax, but a punishment tax of some kind.
They are complicated to administer and haven't raised much revenue.
The thing it can do that no other tax on wealth can do is to reduce wealth inequality at the very top.
Bubbles that burst in 2008? We avoided another Great Depression then, only because the government pumped enough money into the economy to maintain demand. And the Fed kept interest rates near zero. And then came the pandemic. The Fed has had to keep interest rates near zero, and the
enough to get involved. Americans watched as Japan invaded Manchuria in 1931. Then they watched as Germany occupied the Rhineland in 1936. Then Austria in 1937. Then Czechoslovakia in 1938. They watched as Italy took over Ethiopia in 1936. And all these developments troubled Americans, but to our isolationist tendencies, we stuck.
It had a relationship with what was then its empire and has become the Commonwealth. Secondly, it had to balance a relationship with the English-speaking world, and by that he meant the United States, but also what were then called the White Dominions, places like Canada and Australia, for example. And it also had to...
And then we reached the top 10. Number 10 being Maryland, Delaware 9, Wisconsin 8, Minnesota 7, New Hampshire 6, Vermont 5, Virginia 4, New Jersey number 3, Connecticut number 2, and the number 1 state in the United States when it comes to education in this ranking chart is Massachusetts. Great job, man.
And then at the factory, your shirt is spun, sewn, and packaged with the help of steel machinery and plastic materials. In an ideal world, the factory and storage warehouses will also be cooled and heated to keep workers at a comfortable temperature. Finally, when it's ready, the t-shirt will be shipped to your door via cargo ship, plane, or truck, and with all... and watch more YouTube, and then eventually go to sleep. Electricity won this MVP status thanks to its versatility as an energy carrier. As tiny particles called electrons flow within conductive materials, think copper, aluminum, gold, or really any metal, they push energy from one place to another. And then there goes your plans for movie night, and potentially your TV. Thanks, Thought Bubble. The key here is that there's a crucial difference between electricity capacity and electricity generation in a given area. In a hypothetical world with unlimited space, you might be able to install enough solar panels or wind turbines to supply the
then shifted from the left to right and back again. And who is allowed to vote has transformed this map over the last 231 years. Here's how the US has voted in every presidential election since 1789. 13 years after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, George Washington is elected the first president of the Union.
With movies, then we will have created machines that are, conscious potentially in the same way that human beings are. So it's very like that kind of dream of creating life, and that in itself is a very old dream. It goes back to the ancient Greeks. The Greeks had myths about the blacksmith to the gods.
And ultimately trying to avoid the adverse consequences that are associated with really risky behaviors. It's really rooted in the fact that we have to accept that humans in general take risks, and humans in general have to do some risk mitigation in their lives. And it shouldn't be any different with people who are substance users or people who have been homeless.
Vote, then how are you going to then, once you're in office, turn around and make deals with the other side to make good policy?
Democracy is a frail and precious organism, and so it is a living thing that must constantly be tended to and cared for. It is precious.
You'll then have an opportunity to select 2 elective modules, and these elective modules will be determined by what stream you choose. But don't worry, you don't have to choose your stream before you apply. We'll support you with these choices, and you make your stream choice in November.
I think the key strength of our
If you've lied or embellished the truth, then it will be fairly obvious. Keep open the course web pages you're interested in as you start writing your personal statement. It'll help you focus on the course that you're applying to. Finally, what should you do once you think you're finished? Make sure you pass your personal
in effect, something she can just double tap, like, and then that be the end of it. Providing direction means being incredibly thoughtful about the questions that you ask her, what you make comments on, and the things that you share. You want to make sure that whether you're starting a conversation or carrying it, you leave things open-ended in your responses. It gives her the chance to really process what you're saying.
Click your agree to the terms and conditions, and then fantastic, there we go. So we've created ourselves a brand new app, Postman PKCE app, and good to go. Right, so what we're going to do after that is we will have this tutorial here available up on our GitHub and on the developer section.
So we got on a big plane, and then on a way smaller plane, and then after that we got in a car, and then when the car got stuck in the snow we got in an ATV, and finally we reached the village and the school, and that's when we got to meet the coolest, most inspiring group of students that we've ever had the privilege of working with. And after a lot of time spent talking with the students, researching their questions,
you have O, and then it's followed by a consonant or maybe two. Consonants are sounds where there's something blocking the air. So like p, t, k, those are consonant sounds. So if you have O, then a consonant or two, and then E, typically it's going to be pronounced as O. So for
on it, so then I can describe things in the physical world in a better way, in a more convenient way. Right? So I can impose a grid, like for example, lines on a chalkboard. If I want to make a grid so that I can better describe some, planets that are doing something with arrows, I don't know what that was. I just decided to draw it in the moment's notice. But that grid is there to help me with my
If our galaxy can support life, then other galaxies should be able to as well. The cosmos is very large, and the really incredible part is that we continue to learn new things about it. Every time we believe we've figured out a solution to an issue,
researchers then sift out everything aside from DNA by blending the sample up and using enzymes that break down cellular proteins and release DNA, which they purify. The result is a soup of all the DNA in the sample. Scientists then apply the polymerase.
But then, nothing in this region can compete with this apex predator. These alligators easily devour the birds, turtles, and small fish living in what's known today as Everglades National Park. But despite ruling the swamp for millennia, the last 500 years have brought deadly new predators that challenge.
Buffet, I want to pile my plate with absolutely everything, and then when I start eating I realize I've taken way too much. An example, sorry, I really can't finish this, my eyes were bigger than my stomach. The next phrase, and this one might surprise you, is doggy bag. Doggy bag, and this is a bag or a box you get from a restaurant to take home.
Believed that at Ravensbrück, Greza, then 18 years old, also served as an assistant nurse during the experiments and was exposed to atrocities which might have had a damaging impact on her personality, turning her into a violent sadist. When she came home in 1943 and told her family that she was supervising the prisoners working inside the and raped in front of him. Kossior then admitted that he was a Polish spy. Another so-called enemy of the people was a former head of the Komsomol, the Young Communist League, Alexander Kosarev. However, Rodos was unable to force a confession out of Kosarev, who demanded an honest, authoritative commission be created that will.
If you enjoy it, then it will motivate you to keep watching and studying. Step 2, shadowing. When you're watching, note down 2 to 3 lines that you enjoyed. Then listen to the character saying them. Try to imitate their pronunciation and rhythm to improve your speaking skills.
Then check out this video's sponsor, odoo.com. Just answer a few simple questions, select your favorite theme, and then Odoo's powerful software builds the core website for you. Then you simply go to any block and change it. Want to add an image? Just select the image block and drag it to where you want it.
So then the question is, how do we 10x this? It was the first time in my career I was working with a partner, Travis Kalanick, who is the founder of Uber, who thought in an exponential way.
The question then becomes, why is the gap there? Why was it there before? Why is it there now? And there are a number of things that could be causing the gender pay gap. And the one that's most commonly cited is discrimination, is that women are paid less for doing the same work as men. And that clearly used to be a relatively large factor in the past. It's one of the reasons why we have
guidance of the heart and then discern the way forward with the head. And when we do, our lives become one of a quest. Quest is when I can ask a question of my head. What direction should I go? Do I want to get married? Where do I want to travel? And then receive guidance through the knowing of the MRI. And then at a great distance in another building, the patient to be healed in the second MRI. As the healer started to do his or her traditional work, a predictable pattern came up on the fMRI, tracking blood flow, the healing pattern. But what is remarkable is that with
focus first on your lower abdomen, then your ribs, then your chest. On the exhale, do the same in reverse. Sitting or lying in a comfortable position with one hand on your heart and one hand on your belly can keep your focus on your breath and sensations of the body. Another technique is for
as Diana, and then he rapes her, she becomes pregnant, and of course they're not supposed to be having sex, they're supposed to be virgins.
With men.
Exactly. Yeah. And so we have this moment here, and it really gives me that kind of mean girl vibe when you look at this.
This will then drive improved living standards, reduce poverty and sustain high quality public services, all part of a well-being economy. The third defining mission of the government that I lead is community, prioritising our public services. Each and every single.
And then the second thing that stood out to me are these pressed carbon wheels. Look at that. They call them the F3 slipstreams. I don't know if there's going to be a fight for the copyright on that name with Rhoda and the slipstream wheels they make, but the F3 slipstreams, these are 22s, big wheels, right? Well, not that big of a vehicle, but they're
sort of beginner. Then you've got B2, which to me is sort of the launching point. And then somewhere in between those two is the sort of B1 genuine intermediate level. In Canada, for whatever reason, they came up with 12 levels. They call it the Canadian language benchmarks, on the theory that you can tie a particular job to level.
And then Israel made a huge strategic mistake. Desperate to get rid of Hamas, the IDF deported all known members to southern Lebanon. And that's where they met Hezbollah, another terrorist group sworn to Israel's destruction. Hezbollah, which had been created and trained by the Iranians, taught Hamas everything they'd learned from the Iranian Revolutionary.
If you're thinking about pre-ordering, then once again, the links are in the description, and if not, I'll continue to keep making YouTube videos just like I always have for you to continue enjoying. Thanks for taking some time to watch this quick announcement, and I hope that you enjoy my writing as much as my videos. I'll be revealing a lot more details about the book in the.
So that's the consistent sound, and then I listen for a different sound. And that's how I know that's where I need to inject my syringe. I will be using the syringe to inject some diluted glue underneath that area that I just tapped that sounded a bit.
And then modify them to fit the sprint goal. For the prototype's design, use components and patterns that already exist in your experience or your design system to gain some efficiencies and to ensure the prototype is as realistic as possible. On the final day, observe the user testing and encourage all design sprints.
And then at some point in the relationship, it's like they put their feet on the brakes, right? Like stalls out, and they're not letting the relationship progress or get deeper. They're pulling back. And so it ends up wasting our time. Wouldn't it be great if somebody showed up in a relationship and they had like a sign that they were wearing that said like, no.
So they carefully excavated round and lifted it, and then in the laboratories, the other side was excavated down through the silty layers and revealed this bit. This is the key. It's the boss. And the boss shows that this was a shield, because you don't need a boss on a lid.
And then in the front of the boat is the cocoa plant. And I put that as a kind of a wry comment because Sloane is somehow credited for inventing a hot chocolate drink, which isn't necessarily the case. But I just wanted to make a comment about it.
In some ways, you do all that first, then you marry. And so marriage has become more like the capstone. Increasingly, marriage is a signal of everything that has led up to the ceremony, rather than the beginning of a journey. It's as much the end of a journey to a position where people.
We did some pilots in that year, and then we did a transition to Canvas, and we started calling it Carmen Canvas at that point in 2016 and 2017. We call it Carmen Canvas because there are so many people who know about it from other places that we couldn't avoid the fact that it was Canvas.
Do some drills. And then, if you need a little encouragement or a challenge, our Special Operations Fitness program contains sprints and shuttle runs, some track work, some hill workouts and drills, 2 bike workouts, some cross-training opportunities, and 6 ruck marches for time. Believe me.
They clamp onto you with their huge jaws, and then they sting. Over and over. Rude.
For example, imagine you want to start a new business, and then that business you're trying to take off, trying to build, it doesn't work. Now you're going to justify and say, oh, you know, that course didn't work. Oh, you know, yeah, I told you it's not going to work. And now you justify in regards to why it doesn't work, and that's the very reason.
You know, this ill-begotten wealth in the most extravagant way. And then, but there's another picture, right?
The National Portrait Gallery of Louis Celeste Lassen.
It's absolutely crazy that these two people with such different lives, such different experiences, yet so intimately linked, and they would end up, their likenesses would end up.
From our understanding of how the writing system connects to sound and then to meaning, a magic thing that mankind didn't have for most of history. Now, the educators were not content with the simple view of reading, this sort of magic self-educating process, and so they came up with additional.
Beta squared its tails. If this is a fair coin, then the probabilities are the same. Both alpha squared and beta squared need to equal a half, so alpha and beta are the square root of a half. Our fair quantum coin wave function looks like this. If we're committed to the coefficient.
Unfortunately, the engineers then changed their minds. The Challenger was launched and exploded.
If you frame academics as something that you really care about and you really want to learn, then you're actually going to put in the work. But if you just frame it as something that you have to do in order to play a sport.
To try, you're gonna get hacked. And then I'll end with the most secure way. Like you're invisible, they can't touch you. You're Edward Snowden. Snowden level security. Kind of a cool name for a company, actually. Dibs. Before we go to number 1 and I'll let you loose, you gotta know, the dark web isn't all bad. It was actually created with good intentions to give people anonymity and a platform for free expression. And
then everything else that follows from them must definitely be true. He had perfected the gold standard for rigorous mathematical proof that all modern math relies on. Euclid used this method when he published his 13-book series called The Elements, in which he proved 465.
And then suddenly it was age-restricted and demonetized. But I think it's a really good video, so we're reposting it with the offending section removed. It's a reminder that you can't always count on YouTube monetization. So if you want to support these videos, please consider purchasing Snadums if you want some.
working. So people get excited about that, and then they go out and tell to the world, oh, we've created a wormhole in a quantum computer. Overemphasizing the wormhole, which probably don't exist, the theory being used of that, which probably is wrong, and the utility of quantum computers, which is not.
But then what about the next group of people? I'm already working out. Am I doing enough? What is enough? And for that group of people, we looked at the effects of exercise more than you're exercising now for the next 3 months. And what we found was every additional drop.
Or they want to marry them and then spend their money on the next person. They say all these emotional things. You're wonderful, you're beautiful, you're the best thing that ever happened to me. And high conflict politicians say, you're wonderful, we agree with each other, we're the best thing for each other. When in fact, it's all
change their preferences and change their set points that will then cascade into complex, highly integrated interactions, almost like a telescope or a periscope for peering into another space to which we normally do not have access. So this is the opportunity before us. If we were able to communicate to a set of cells exactly what it is that we want them to build.
Of peer, the person who says one thing, then does another, or acts as if they're really angry, but when you ask them how they're doing, they say, I'm just fine. Bill Lumbergh, the character from Office Space, for example.
We have sort of a problem here. Yeah, you apparently didn't put one of the new cover sheets on your TP.
Single glass syndrome, but by then what you've got is a collection of conjoined twins. And it might be 2, and it might be 3, and it might be half a dozen. And so the question of how many selves are in a particular embryo is actually unclear at the beginning. You don't know that because what it is this kind of ocean of potentiality. And so
opportunities for yourself, well, then you can't get an opportunity that you don't create, I would say. And the more you do it, the easier it becomes, the more comfortable you'll feel doing it, the better you'll do it. And then it becomes fun. And like I said, can really create some new
century. Then in the 9th century, yet another group of people came along, the Vikings. First they raided, then they invaded, and they defeated the English kingdoms until just one remained, Wessex, the wealthy kingdom under the control of Alfred the Great. Alfred was nearly
some cosmology. But then culture changes, the sounds change, nobody's thinking that way anymore. But you've got these labels that stick to things. And next thing you know, the table is a girl. And you can handle it. The baby can handle it, the toddler can handle it. By the time you're a teenager, you start to realize your language.
Some commodities and then a little bit of tips. So it is a multi-asset portfolio, and it's meant to be a satellite position to kind of hedge some of the duration and technology risk that's very prevalent in 60-40 portfolios, along with nominal bond exposures, on the fixed income side.
Next, John Davi on why.
So why he was not represented and then represented, this is something we still ponder.
Absolutely, and we'll see these themes repeated and repeated through the exhibition as we evolve from this early symbolic representation of the Buddha through until the fully realized human form.
This exhibition, Tree and Serpent, could indeed have been.
And then particularly because it's nighttime, you have to allude to it, so the way shadows work. But this comes, and then you sort of feel like that shadow's going that way, but the light's coming from that candle, and then there's another light source coming from here somewhere.
And that gives you that depth of field, doesn't it?
Exactly, and it is just that, it's the depth of field. And, as a
under paint, but then you pretty much go straight onto the canvas with what you want to convey. You work wet in wet, so you don't wait for the paint to dry. You let paints flow into each other with brush strokes that sort of blend. That's sort of what I would call drawing with paint. And one of the mysteries about Frans Hals is that we don't have any drawings. None have survived.
Then in the 1980s, and this is something in which I was deeply involved, came the idea of making models by starting with simple computational rules and just letting them run. So, can one predict what will happen? No. There's what I call computational irreducibility, in which, in effect, the passage of time
and then frantically Googling afterwards, what the hell does EBITDA mean, that they'll know. Second reason why these 5 oil executives possibly handled Emily this way. They wanted to parse out from her how much they knew, how much she knew about the business.
Everything. Live the questions now. Then perhaps someday, far in the future, you will gradually, without even noticing it, live your way into the answers. Like us, Rilke was a...
Then make your best guess and just give it a try. Then go back to your manager and say, I'm working on X, and I'm not quite sure of what to do next. I've taken X steps and spoken to so-and-so, and I understand this part, but I'm still unclear about this other part. What do you think about this approach? No, I'm not suggesting that you fake it.
In Arles, and then we're going to head to Saint Remy, where then he painted 142 works of art, including Starry Night. Many of you have been asking me to take you to where he painted these beautiful paintings, and so I'm going to do just that.
Is there like an officer has to like use a verbal warning, then use something else, and da-da-da? There are a lot of places where there actually isn't a continuum. It's sort of like just use force, and you're like, well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense. We also mapped to look at, can you shoot in moving cars? What we find is that like when you look at the data, the police would have you believe that they respond, that they're always responding.
And then you need to be able to communicate that. And you communicate your destination with a story. Now, if I want to motivate people, and that's not the right way to think about it, you know, because you shouldn't want to motivate people. That's management idiot speak.
He then woke up back in his body in his hospital bed. Tried to tell this to the first nurse who walked into his room. She got very upset and left the room in a hurry. It turned out that this nurse of his, Anita, had taken the weekend off to celebrate her birthday, and her parents had surprised her with the gift of a red MGB for her 20th.
And then picking his favorite out of those. And so one thing that I'll tell my composition students is banish the eraser and have lots of paper. Never make it that you are treading over, like treating your other ideas like sandcastles that get washed away by the sea, but rather preserve everything so you have the...
If you're stuck with them, then you wind up not doing your job either, and the whole group collapses and descends into a kind of, you know, anarchy, a kind of awfulness in which everyone is mean to each other. But if you allow people the capacity to leave the group, to say, you know, I don't want to hang out with you anymore, I don't want to be connected with you anymore, I don't want to be your friend anymore.
The airplane flies an arc and then goes around again and flies another one. So the astronauts train by doing this over and over and over again. One of the really amazing applications of this was in the movie Apollo 13. If you look very carefully, it's a very realistic depiction of astronauts floating around in the weightlessness of space. And that's because they really were weightless.
And so it's seduction and then attacking somebody over there. You know, it's us against that person or those people. And people, everyone's familiar with this in families, workplace, community. There's people you can realize, oh yeah, they're doing that. They're seducing this person and attacking.
Breadwinner and a provider, then the danger is that they feel benched as a result, and that they get benched by societies, benched by families. And when 4 in 10 children are born outside marriage, and most children to less educated parents are born outside marriage, then we have to reinvent what it means to be a father. Because right now...
And then there are reasonable concerns about, will we be able to control it? The Oxford philosopher Nick Bostrom has a fable about a group of sparrows who think that it would be terrific if they had an owl to help them with some labor tasks. Owls are much bigger and stronger.
That, then you tend to be a better strategic thinker. The world changes so quickly, and yet people don't revisit their worldview nearly as quickly as the world changes. Any analytic view will become wrong over time. And strategic thinking, I think, at its base, is an effort East. And then when the Russians invade Ukraine, it's focusing on Europe too. But no one's spending real time on the Palestinians. The Gulf states, who had been providing so much money for humanitarian support for Palestinians living in the West Bank and particularly Gaza as well.
Israel then proceeded to sit around and not actually invade Gaza. Murmurs in the press began about what might be taking so long, apparently under the impression that offensives begin and end immediately. Sound familiar? But this was not actually
Then we should care about genetic inequality, because it is one of the major sources of inequality in this country. My name is Paige Harden. I'm a professor of psychology at the University of Texas at Austin, and I recently wrote a book called The Genetic Lottery: Why DNA Matters for Social Equality.
Behavior, and then trying to get other people to follow suit. So let's just think about what it might mean to change our own behavior on, say, social media. So one question we encourage people to ask themselves is the following. When you're about to type into Twitter or post on Facebook,
And then you plant different flowers in that garden. And you can look and say, well, the differences between them and these plants' heights is about the seeds that I planted. They all have the perfect environmental conditions. The differences between them are genetic. Now imagine another garden and it is neglected. So the challenge then is, how do we identify genetic differences between people, even genetic differences that might have a relationship to outcomes we care about socially? So something like intelligence or education or impulsivity, without using them or interpreting them.
And then you can move on to the next thing. And that's when there isn't that sense of reveling. You know, the digital future I imagined looked more like Rick Linklater's movie Slacker, where, oh, because I have the
farming community and then the founding of cities and city-states. And each of these epochs is associated with mentalities. So hunter-gatherers tended to be nomadic, and if you're essentially journeying through a landscape, what you don't do is carry heavy instruments.
The difference between what we did then and what we plan on doing this time is we plan on returning to stay. I'm Robert Kirby, former astronaut. I'm currently the Senior Vice President for Space Capture for Maxar. And I just can't wait until somebody puts a boot print on Mars.
Bowl, then cover it with plastic wrap and place a few ice cubes on top. In this experiment, the hot water is water that has been heated by the sun, and the wrap with the ice cubes is the cool atmosphere. Molecules in the hot water rise in the form of water vapor. Once they hit the cool atmosphere, which is our plastic wrap, you can see the molecules condense on the underside of the wrap into drops of liquid water.
And then chopping them into bite-sized pieces. If you work in a house like this, then you'll know that the game season starts on August the 12th, the glorious 12th, some people call it.
Then we tried to find reports that were a little bit more recent, and on Google Scholar, we found a 2012 paper about the origins of the Yambohibi. It covered everything from the geochemistry to plate tectonics to microscopic images of its rocks, and it included rock samples taken right next to the crater village.
And then went on to get my master's degree in criminology in 2002, and then my master's in business administration in 2006. I also had the pleasure of teaching here at Fresno State in 2005. I taught Crim 120, which is juvenile delinquency. So I was a little bit of a delinquent myself growing up, so that class was pretty easy for me to teach.
And then Amazon Essentials Slim Fit in 7 inches, Bonobos Slim Fit in 7 inches, and then Ash and Erie's Slim Fit. So these are all 7-inch shorts, but you can see that the actual cut varies a lot from one brand to the next. And finally, let's look at some 5-inch Slim Fit shorts from
1958, and then to the KU Museum of Anthropology in 1979. After the Museum of Anthropology closed, portions of the collections transferred to the Spencer Museum of Art, and in 2007, these moccasins were finally reunited. The displacement of these moccasins and their
And so then you deliver the first point, then you deliver the second one. Just make sure that you don't give away the secrets at the beginning of the video, because then they won't stick around and really gain the whole value and the whole understanding. The bulk of this video is you answering their question, and you're giving them value. You're giving away your secrets, your expertise.
That got stopped, and then bring us up to where we are today.
Right. I mean, there's actually been a movement for a national health insurance for more than 100 years now in the United States, and David Barton-Smith writes beautifully about this. The movement keeps compromising, just as it did in 2010 under the Affordable Care Act. But there didn't used to be.
Often they're assessed, and then they don't realize when they get into the professional world, the working world, or even social environment that the language is not so rigid, and there's a lot more flexibility with the language in the real world.
I think you raised a few very good.
Attacking, then your only mission is to take out that terror group. And then the third thing which the administration is thinking about is what comes after. And so that's a very tricky situation, but somehow it can't be the US-led, it can't be Israel-led, obviously, but somehow somebody has to organize, probably an Arab-led,
And that then gets us to the fourth element, which is the element of prediction. Now that I have these personalized models, it's so powerful because I can now get predictions or recommendations that are tailored to me as an individual and that are tailored to my dynamically evolving state.
And then some really close states, and then Florida. Maybe you know the story.
One of the closest elections in American history.
Florida, too close to call.
In Florida, Bush clinging to a 1/30th of 1% lead. This is a wild, woolly, and weird situation.
George W. Bush won Florida that year by 500.
And then that was the time when I had to go back to playing like the really low-level events, and I didn't know how I was going to pay my bills. I told my coach, like, there were times like, hey, I can't pay you, or I can't pay for training this week, or can you pay for your flight? And then, you know, I got you when we get to the slam and like when we get to the bigger tournament.
Building, and will then construct new buildings to house them, at which point they will propose a project to demolish Evans.
Which sounds to me like they're going to tear it down. The reason for all of this is a study that showed that its seismic rating against earthquakes is poor.
So why is there no talk about tearing down this building?
Was your first thought, well, does that mean they don't have a digestive system? Because a lot of times when we think about digestion in mammals, whether it be a platypus or a human, we tend to think about just the stomach. In fact, maybe that's most of all we think about with the word digestion. But we shouldn't, because
so we then did a whole host of different research projects, working with different organisations. So we had NHS trusts that we were working with, a police force, with the TUC, the Trade Union Congress, who wanted to up their knowledge and support and engagement.
I really wanted equality for all.
It's easier to create an abstract 2D design and then shape it into a 3D form. There are 4 rules that any flat foldable crease pattern must obey. First, the crease pattern must be two-colorable, meaning the areas between creases can be filled with 2 colors.
Then think again, because a Roman was definitely indulging in them first. In fact, Roman attitudes to health, fitness, and wellness aren't all that different from today's. They were just less reliant on protein shakes.
Then, in the real world, an engineer would build a prototype of the solution and test a bunch of prototypes before actually using it. And if the solution didn't work, they'd go back to the drawing board. Engineers are not quitters. And there's something else engineers do during the process that we haven't talked about yet, and that's defining variables. Excellent. So
Then you want to choose an adequately sized pill capsule, open it up, and gently just push down over this fragment here, and it will lift it up in the bristles. Pop it into the gelatin capsule and pop that lid back on. So these are great because they will allow access to this.
That the one God presents himself as the Father, and then he comes to earth as the Son, and then he comes to earth at Pentecost as the Spirit. And so the modalist view would understand, yes, there is Father, Son, and Spirit, but they're actually expressions of the same one person.
Because if Schweitzer was correct, then Bob Rex was actually a female. And not just a female, but one that had been pregnant when she died. While many had suspected that theropod dinosaurs like T-Rex produced medullary bone, just like their avian descendants, no one had ever found it before.
Around the world since then, but they are still simple, single cells. The Precambrian record consists of these, then a few weird Ediacaran experiments, and then suddenly all the animals. And those ragged Scottish microfossils were just bad examples of an underwhelming fossil record consigned to a footnote.
And his disciples are in awe. It's like, well, who then can be saved? He said, with man, it's impossible, but with God, it's possible, right? So we realize that wealth is dangerous. At the same time, wealth is a blessing, right? Wealth is something that we can receive. Riches, money that we have is.
Then she bores in, rotating her head and using her snout as a drill. She chows down as she goes. When her antennae start to get in the way, no problem. She just tucks half of each one into these side channels.
All in all then, this study makes clear that protecting the rainforest and fighting climate change doesn't mean sacrificing development. It can go hand in hand with building the Brazilian economy. As the executive director of World Resources Institute Brazil puts it,
and then learning about the kinds of situations that throw you off, that may make you want to smoke. And so it learns about these things, and then it comes back to you later and reminds you, remember why you're quitting. This is for your family, or this is for your relationships, or this is to take care of your body. And then it gives you
concepts that can then be used to understand specific situations. Math is the best example of this form of epistemology. It starts with a set of axioms, and from that foundation builds an entire system of knowledge. Within a system like this, a general rule like the Pythagorean theorem will hold true for every individual.
And then we'll take those, we'll mix them into water, and that's going to form what kind of looks like a protein shake, essentially.
Okay.
And then we're going to feed that into a cotton candy machine. So in the same way that, in a cotton candy machine, you're going to take sugar, you're going to melt it into some sort of like spinning reservoir, and then spin out a fiber. That's essentially what we're doing, but with these plant proteins, and that we can then
them as brainy or cerebral. And so if we have this opportunity, then we become kind of a Target or a Walmart where we're servicing everybody. But we can quickly realize that might cut into operating margins in a few other places in which it's difficult to be everything to everybody. Really what it comes down to for SVOD services is being more judicious with
video games. I keep thinking about how back then, from time to time, you would discover a developer studio that managed to establish something of an unconditional trust in you as a player, or consumer even. Now, brand loyalty is something that certainly still exists and has pretty much grown out of proportion in the past.
And their history are front and center would also then require that we are honest about the violence that belies every part of the myth of American exceptionalism. Welcome to Backspace, where we tell you how the story is told in the headlines, and then we think about how we can tell it a little differently.
And then we're going to go ahead and make sure our mask dries and test it out. After your mask is dry, you're going to want to hold it up to your face and just kind of breathe a little bit of hot air, just into the mask lens itself, and look for hot spots or just foggy spots in the mask itself. If you missed any areas, you'll see a little bit of fog show up still, but overall, if the mask has been scrubbed properly, there shouldn't be any
The rabbit at the top, you push it in and up and then drop it down without having the top fall out. So that's very careful measurements that will get us there. But for now, all you need to know is that the door basically goes from this inside edge to this inside edge, and then the height is going to be from the inside of this groove down to the bottom of this groove. That's our maximum door.
But also how this then developed into an invitation to produce a performance in the gallery. So just firstly on Nicolas Poussin, it was interesting when we first started speaking, we were very much drawn to this painting because of the connections that we saw in your practice. So thinking about
there, then try to embed and learn that content before you speak. At least try to come off script as much as you can. If you end up reading it, then it's going to become more monotonal and less variety of tone and pitch. And that's going to be less engaging for your audience.
I'm going to break up with them and say, if you're not clear, then I'm done. But you actually want to give them some time to get clear because what you have is so special. The first step is to make a clear agreement on the amount of time the break is going to last. Part of what's so anxiety-ridden is the ambiguity of not knowing.
And then implementing it so that youth can learn in the community and it can continue to be passed forward.
But the truth tells us so much more about our society both then and now. First, let's take a look at what tuberculosis is from a more modern perspective. It's an infectious disease caused by bacteria that can most commonly be found in the lungs. It can infect any other part of the body as well. However, the lungs seem to be the most common place that we start to see
that we can then send to the CDC for future research. Symptoms you should be on the lookout for when it comes to AFM is difficulty moving the eyes or drooping eyelids, facial droop or weakness, difficulty with swallowing or slurred speech, or sudden arm or leg weakness. When doctors obtain samples from their patients, they automatically request
of those things to their patients, then their patients might not realize that that is the best place for them to go to receive treatment. Now, I do, as you guys know, a lot of promotion of my Hearing Up Provider Network. My Hearing Up Provider Network is a network of hearing care professionals who are committed to following comprehensive audiologic best practices in a person's.
But he would have had to have placed the camera, gone back, and then started walking towards the camera in order to film that. And look at the cadence here. Notice how quickly it changes. It's like a second or two, changes again, changes again, changes again. So it's a lot of work that he's put into this.
Then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. Jonathan, with his great skill as a warrior, knocking them down, and as they fall to the ground, he steps forward, and the armor bearer then steps behind him and finishes the enemy off. All the difficulty and challenge, these two, and they get to 18, 19, 20.
Then I create the space for change to be able to occur. Having compassion for yourself is about creating that space to love the imperfect version of yourself while you're working on being the person that you ultimately want to be.
Then I know that I can't say yes to going to a movie with a girlfriend, or my one son can't go to a sleepover. The assistive technology that has helped me the most is talk to text. I often find that my brain is working way faster.
And then we apply it to the darkened areas with very gentle brush strokes. This process is repeated until the lead white discoloration is converted, until the darkening no longer disfigures the artwork. Because the solution is applied in gentle strokes, it's important to assess what you've done. You have to wait, you have to give it a bit of time. You need to let.
Then I recommend you watch the original video link in the card and the description. But the basic principle is you use a vibrating metal plate to create a two-dimensional version of a standing wave. I've talked about standing waves on this channel before, but here's another example. If I jiggle this rubber tube at just the right frequency, in other words, one of the resonating frequencies, then I get a standing wave.
And then on that, he would individualize the flesh tone of that sitter.
It is so exciting to see William Rescumer, the preparatory drawing that Holbein made.
Sat on the hips and then let the fabric fall down. By the 1780s, instead of having a very wide silhouette, it was more fashionable to have a large posterior, and this was usually created using a padded bum roll. They're padded with cork or horsehair, so it would have been quite a soft seat. Fashion
original, and then that started the cycle over the next 300 years. Infrared reflectography and X-radiography helped us to work out what was overpaint and safe to remove, and what was part of the original composition. The waist is slightly further down.
And also finding open spaces in his drawing. Lines that are interrupted. Opened up at the edges. Let's now follow the edge of this drawing.
Of China, we then take these anchors and explore the unfamiliar territory. Unfortunately, we use anchors when we don't need to. Take a moment to pause and look at these two questions. Is the height of the tallest redwood tree more or less than 1,200 feet? What is your best guess about the height of the tallest redwood?
Any better. And then when I found my way out of stress, that is when I said, I want to be the doctor I wish I had back during that difficult time. Not all stress is created equal. In fact, there are two kinds of stress. There is healthy, productive stress. In scientific terms, we say that that is adaptive stress.
And then 3 years after that, I lost my dad. And then 3 years after that, I lost my mom. So I lost half of my immediate family members before my 30th birthday. I'd hit rock bottom, and then I'd hit rock bottom again, and then I was cemented in rock bottom. Like they took concrete and poured it over.
Which then fuses with another proton to form a helium-3 nucleus, which then fuses with another helium-3 nucleus to form a helium-4 nucleus. But there's a catch. That first step is incredibly rare. Only 1 in 100 septillion collisions between protons results in a deuterium nucleus.
In each match, the human shoots first, then the robot, then the human again, and so on until someone makes the first successful basket and wins. You can remotely adjust the Dunk-O-Matic's probability between opponents. What should that probability be for each opponent so that the human has a 50%?
Mashal, the then chief of Hamas's Politburo in Amman, Jordan. The plan was to poison him in broad daylight to make it appear as though he died of natural causes, avoiding disrupting the good relationship between Israel and Jordan. As Mashal walked with his children and bodyguard, 2 Mossad agents posing as Canadian tourists
then places a thin tube connected to a syringe-like device to remove the pregnancy tissue. Treatment choice is often based on the pregnant person's medical history, timeline, expectations, and personal preferences, and all 3 methods have proven to be safe and effective. However,
as a refugee in France and then the United States, she dedicated herself to understanding how the Nazi regime came to power, and more specifically, how it inspired so many atrocities. A common opinion at the time was that the Third Reich was a historical oddity, a perfect storm of uniquely evil leaders supporting
tongue, which then launches out with the rest of its tongue tissues. From this elastic energy release, the salamander achieves more instantaneous power per kilogram of muscle than any vertebrate on record, affording it whip-quick captures. Certain amphibians have their tongues rooted to the front of their mouths,
which doctors then prescribed to treat syphilis and other ailments. But people also heralded wigs as convenient, since they eliminated the need for daily hair cleaning and styling. In the mid-1600s, the trend amplified under Louis XIII's son, Louis XIV.
space. These phytoplankton then become food for countless microscopic grazers, including copepods and krill, which in turn feed a huge swath of marine life. In this way, these surface dwellers are the base of a food chain supporting countless marine life forms. Was finally revealed, then driven out or avenged with blood. Oedipus hastily opened an investigation. He interrogated Tiresias, a blind prophet, who stayed silent before suggesting that Oedipus himself was the killer. Oedipus denied and deflected the accusation, but it stuck.
Back then, there were few safe driving laws in place, and driving-related deaths and injuries in the US were skyrocketing. Most cars didn't even come with seatbelts. Dr. States knew that a change was needed. Over the next several decades, he conducted research on severe crashes, and even designed and
taken. Then they give your car back with no motor in it. It's just the wheels. You can't move it. You can't drive it. Yeah. We want the whole car.
Today, Aotearoa is 27 years into their settlement process. For some,
if you do not, you can then use your accountability partners to enforce this contract. Okay, so it's one thing to read a book, but another to actually apply it to your life. So I'm going to try and visually represent how I've personally been using this book to build systems around my habits the past few months. After you guys read the book, maybe your approach will be different.
Then they ranked each one on a scale of whatever to totally revolting. In the end, his experiment gathered over 487,000 responses, and there were some pretty clear winners. Babies crying, followed by microphone feedback with vomiting.
I then asked him to sketch y is equal to x cubed minus 2x squared plus x. And in about 1 minute, he produced this. It is interesting to note that Terence hadn't begun to study any calculus at school, but when Clements had arrived at the Tao household and was
and your emotions are then serving as a lens for interpreting the world around you. And the notion that people could be thinking and feeling something that is completely different from what we would think or feel in that context is, frankly, kind of scary. But understanding that people don't necessarily.
Then we moved the kids into the MRI scanner, where they watched again a short clip of the story, and they just sit and think about what the story means to them and push buttons to tell us how strongly emotionally engaged they are with thinking about that story. And then we had the kids come back to.
We then have social. We can find a sense of wonder from the people around us, our families and our friends, or a charismatic speaker could be a social wonder bringer. And then we have cognitive. And cognitive wonder bringers are things like thinking about the nature of a folded universe. You know, something that really gets your.
And then before that, you were in my dream.
Really? What happened?
Essentially, this is our second date. Does your wife know that you're on a date right now?
She does know that.
She does?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And the only reason I'm allowed here is that, you know, she's your #1 fan.
Ooh! Oh my God.
This would be called Big Apili, then Little Apili, Uliofo, Ufae. It's a real mix of tradition and innovation and
It would be possible for an eclipse to move east, then west, then east again. Geometry is weird. Speaking of weird, those weird west-moving eclipses near the poles happen because the Earth's axis of rotation is tilted. So it's possible for the moon's shadow to be moving to the east, but hitting part of the Earth on the nighttime side of the planet. You can get a rough idea by opening up Google Earth and drawing a
suspenders thing, and then also it looks, good. It matches the rest of the chair. So after chatting with the lady for a little while, it became clear that she wasn't looking for a full high-end refinish, right? And I think it's important to ask these questions if you have someone asking you to do this kind of work. Make sure the expectations are set clearly. So in this case, I explained to her that I
sales, and then there's going to be the cost of goods to support those food and beverage sales.
Things like ingredients and staff salaries, rent, electricity, and more.
What's left is a low number, and then of course it has to be taxed after that.
The menu is really their one chance to maximize profits, but it's a delicate balance. Charge too much and people.
And then we took away all the challenging books and writing assignments for the rest of her school years. We'd never do that. We'd never be okay labeling some of the kids reading kids and leaving the rest illiterate. But that's exactly what we do in math. I'm a math learning.
She had to wait on hold. She had to be transferred between departments. And then she had to tell her story again and again. In every single instance, she was asked to provide alternate forms of ID. She then had to explain again and again.
Into an electrical signal that then controls how cells function. And we call these force sensing molecules mechanosensors. So in my research, I've been looking at how these mechanosensors control human health and disease. And one of the things that we've found is that our individual.
Then there are other parts of the brain showing slower growth when exposed to adversity.
But when children are engaged in high numbers of conversational turns, these differences in brain development caused by their background don't seem to matter.
From school, and then turn your attention to the girl directly and say, do you have a minute to chat? I wanted to ask you something over there on the side. If you don't know their daughter, the best way to avoid looking like that creepy weirdo approaching them is to compliment her. Saying something like, sorry to interrupt, my name is XYZ, and I just think your daughter's really pretty. I wanted to know if I can chat with her for a few minutes. Then intelligence, education, and confidence, which is pretty surprising because other traits like ambition, assertiveness, physical attraction, and financial security didn't rank as important to most women. So why is kindness and supportiveness at the very top of the partner selection process for most?
Are still happening. But since then, Ring has at least added the ability for users to opt out. Whether or not this actually keeps your data private though is unclear, and Amazon doesn't have the best track record on this front. But one of the biggest concerns about Ring doorbells has to do with their relationship with law enforcement. Ring offers a free app called Neighbors, which is where
And the whole Teed thing started to fall apart. Toward the end, it was lawsuits and infighting and perpetual battle with nearby residents and local politicians, all culminating in a horrible street brawl involving Koreans in Fort Myers,
which are mopped up by the switched-on dendritic cells. These cells then present the cancer proteins to T cells, stimulating the T cells to attack the cancer. All of these approaches are still being developed and tested. If trials continue to go well, vaccines that boost the
consumers around the world then buy these cheap Chinese products instead of local products. This drives China's competitors out of business. The government also doesn't always enforce basic legal protections for foreign companies operating in China. And even if it did enforce the rules, many find them unfair to outsiders. For instance,
supply side era, but then it got reinforced even by Democrat presidents ever since. But the disparities, I would say, are going to become the number one economic issue heading into the election is going to be on income inequality. So long as, well, we'll see what happens with the pandemic. But to me, that'll be
Painted by Mady Weeby. Then, with a click, the bird and the scene are the same, but you have been transported in time to midsummer. This illusion is achieved by the creation of a matching pair of dioramas, one set straight on from the viewer's perspective and the other on the ceiling. A two-way mirror was placed at a 45-degree angle to the viewer, so when light is shown through it, we see the window.
May actually prevent women from reaching the same heights as men in their careers. Is the answer then to require paternity leave as well, so both genders take time off for child rearing? While paternity leave is also a great idea, forcing new fathers to take time off doesn't make them spend their time parenting. Early data suggests that in fields like academia, men
Examples of policy papers, and then work to compose a professional quality policy paper of your own. This exercise is intended to help you develop analytical and writing skills that are needed for careers in government, NGOs, and the private sector. Here are some step-by-step instructions. First, continue expanding your understanding.
The iridium layer deposits from where the asteroid landed, and then all the dinosaurs got wiped out. So you can see this physical line where there are dinosaurs below the boundary, and then no dinosaur fossils ever found above the boundary.
Please submit it in the comments below, or you can hashtag #KeepAskingWhy. And until then, I am Naomi Brockwell, coming to you from the headquarters in Arlington, Virginia of Learn Liberty, encouraging you to keep asking why.
And how much work goes into making it work, and then also that they are invested in the things that they see that can improve. Now they get to go back and help us improve the system even more.
I think it's so important to recognize that you might be in Cambridge for 3 years, but there's a whole world right next.
Minutes and watch my other video here, and then come right back, because I'm about to tell you why I think one of the most backward parts of our criminal justice system is about to change. In the 1980s, when the drug war was at its peak, lawmakers were constantly trying to one-up each other with increasingly harsh penalties. It was in that hysteria that Congress passed
working, and then only later do countries adopt laws that prohibit child labor. If you want more children to go to school instead of work, donate money to a charity and pay children to go to school, because the reason they're working is that their families are so poor that they need that meager income to survive. The real cure for child labor is adopting.
I say the 1970s because it's then that Chinese economic reforms begin. And from 1979 onwards, the gap in economic living standards between the United States and China begins to narrow. In 1978-79,
then, the government realized that airplanes could be used for delivering mail to other parts of the country. So they started to give out contracts with prize money to those who could build the plane that traveled the fastest, the highest, and the farthest. Airplane technology started to develop
on the environment, the animals, and then at the same time, if we're telling people what not to eat, then we want to show them what to eat.
So we grow a beautiful variety of different heirloom and open pollinated plants to promote biodiversity of plants. So we serve as an education center to educate people on
sort of unsafe handling had caused it to leak, and then that's how how it came. This paper, it wasn't very good. I mean, other scientists have jumped on. It wasn't. It didn't go through peer review. It didn't have time. This research is coming out so quickly. So other scientists leapt on to the paper immediately and said, "This is really."
And then I'm sure, tomorrow I'm heading back in the trenches. In my lab, we sequenced the first COVID-19 genome on the African continent. And then that really was done within 48 hours. And this is revolutionary, coming from Africa and then making this information available for the global health community to see what the virus within Africa looks like. I believe that
onto the streets, first in Tunisia, then in Egypt, then across the region, as far away as Bahrain, in Yemen, and of course in Syria, where matters remain unresolved and it took longer for things to get going. That's the first crucial stage. In Iraq, which in the end, ultimately, I will suggest to you probably was not a revolution.
Every day. And then there's a section to answer, why do you want to build this habit? What will it give you? It's important to know why you want to build a habit so that you have more motivation to keep it going and be consistent with it. And then the next section is just like stacking those ideal habits onto your current morning routine or evening routine or any like weekly
anymore. And then this little voice went off in my head. Wait, you're going to let this one review stop you from writing? That's crazy. That's one opinion. I enjoy finding and supporting new
thing, and then at the end, share that with people. That's really the art of barbecue in a lot of ways. I'm Aaron Franklin, and this is my masterclass.
Economy, then there's also something we need to think about, and that is the problem of public perception. Whatever you do is going to be judged in the court of public opinion. Now, I know what some of you would say. You'd say, well, Craig, we shouldn't worry about what people think. We should just do what's right. Yes, generally so.
Or if you're wanting a diesel, then you can also have a 1.5 litre diesel in the 1D. The Cooper models are our pick of the range though, and the 1.5 litre turbocharged petrol you get in the Cooper offers punchy performance, but the 1.5 litre diesel you get in the Cooper D is also very fuel efficient. And then at the
It's really important to block first, rise, and then twist. Honestly, right there, I was thinking don't screw up. I'm literally terrified right now. I'm already struggling, and you can see I'm rushing. My hands weren't completely placed on the bars. You always have to.
It started in China, of course. Then the epicenter shifted to Italy, which now has over 100,000 cases. Let's bring in other countries too. Here we compare every country on the same timeline, with day 1 being the first day it reported 100 cases. We can see.
So I rotate in and then there you go.
When it comes to working with a choreographer, come in with the approach of being a blank canvas. You're there to be molded. I went through a really difficult time where I started to believe people's words that I wasn't right, I wasn't good enough. It was a way.
Then the responses to those cues, those memories, have become what we would refer to as maladaptive. In this way, we can think of PTSD as being a disorder of maladaptive memory. Now I should stop myself here because I'm talking about
the movie, and then everything else hopefully services that.
Yeah, we like the idea of this parrot. You'd have to set up that he heard a couple of things like from a crime drama, like a couple of lines.
Yeah, or he's just mimicking what he heard.
Ripe. And then just slice it, taste it, and serve it. Recipes are a framework, but the most important thing is the ingredient. Where you find it, how you cook it, and how you will turn it into.
But then a couple of days later, she came to visit me in my office hours and wept. She thought she was immune. She realized that she wasn't. Over the last 10 years, I have literally heard hundreds of these stories.
It then flew itself across the Atlantic, following a series of sequences that had earlier been programmed into what the crew called its mechanical brain. At dawn the following day, the C-54 reached the English coast and executed a perfect landing.
This was a sample from an audiobook called The Glass Cage.
And then they worked together relentlessly for decades until they achieved that extraordinary historic change. I was there to see Nelson Mandela released from prison, and I watched an entire country begin a major transformation. And that
laws.
Yeah, they worship the golden calf.
And so Moses gives some more laws, and then you get more stories of rebellion. Some more laws, rebellion again, some more laws, more rebellion, and you start to see the point.
Right, no matter how many laws, they're just going to continue to rebel.
So at the conclusion of the Torah story, Moses gives this final speech to Israel.
House in Yorkshire, and it was amazing. And I decided to start reading them then. So I read The Philosopher's Stone in November, and I decided that I would reread one each month, and then I also thought that I would start talking about them on my channel, because why not?
It empowers other people of color in a way that may grow uncomfortable for white people, but then it settles. It settles to a better place when all is said and done.
When Trump comes down that escalator, tell me the story of what you're thinking, what his chances are, what it means for the country, what it means for the 17 people.
As the breed was perpetuated and people realized the importance of having an all-around versatile dog to help them with their everyday activities, they became more of a herding and treeing and hog baying expert, and that's really where the dog is today. Because they're a rare breed, they haven't been.
Then God can bless him. So now he's going, I'm not going to let go. I'm worn out. I'm just as tired as you are, but I'm not going to let go. Have you realized yet that the very God that you wrestle with when you go, God, I don't want to do that. I don't want to tithe. I don't want.
I then put him to bed, tucked him in, gave him a kiss on his forehead and said, "Good night, mate," and walked out of his bedroom. As I was walking out of his bedroom, he said, "Dad," I went, "Yes, mate." He went, "Dad, this has been the best day of my life, ever." I hadn't done anything.
About me gushing about how much I love this book, then you can head over to that review and read more. Those are my 15 favourite books of 2019. As I mentioned, they're all linked down below if you would like to go and check them out. Have you read any of these? Would you like to, now you've heard me gush about them in this video? Please let me know in a comment down.
Family. And then let's say a group of brothers and sisters are talking and one says, "Hey, it's Mom's birthday." They're using the title like it's a name.
But it would be clear that they're referring not to any mom, but their mom.
Yes, and the same goes for the biblical authors. They called their God Yahweh, which is the name revealed to Moses, but they also sometimes refer to him.
Evaluate the function that is hidden inside of it, and then it self-destructs.
Yahuwah, but no Israelite ever said Yahuwah. It's simply a visual reminder to say the word Adonai. Now, it gets more interesting.
And then you start to see that word everywhere. That's what happened to me when I noticed that we are moving from passive consumers to creators to highly enabled collaborators. What's happening is the internet is removing the middleman so that anyone from a t-shirt designer to a
to speak as her. And then so the second problem presented itself when in her history to choose. I didn't choose to make her speak at the moment of the painting. It's almost as if that's too powerful, or that Titian has done that work already. Perhaps there's nothing left in that moment to say.
And then Maria starts when a hobby passes her.
Emory makes it really easy to double major in things that are really disparate, so I've always felt really supported in going on two different paths, and I think that being a dance and chemistry major, they're not that different. When you really think about it, they use a lot of the same skills, like
densities. For example, in clouds, yes, you have one layer where there is a cloud, okay, and then a higher layer where you have a jet stream. So at the boundary between these two regions, you start seeing this cloud rolling up. If you look at water waves, the wind will sort of cause it to roll up.
What people are eating, then we can have a better basis for projecting into the future.
Patterns and then these different scales. We'll get what Stephen Johnson calls the long view. We'll get the equivalent of the microscope or the telescope for units of information, for data sets. Who knows what we might learn about ourselves? How might we be able to take that data and use those insights to feed them back into us, right?
Then we move to Epoch 5. Currently living through today, the merger of biology and technology, the extension of our cognition, the outsourcing to our technological tools, the creation of the I-mind, the symbiosis between man and machine that turns us into something far greater, which eventually gets us to
disappears. And then it sort of comes back. And this is what an ionospheric hole is. It's like a chasm in the sky, a big hole where the ionosphere is just absent. The Pioneer Venus orbiter basically measured inside these things, and we saw that there is very little plasma, and there's all this magnetic field. And from that, they sort of said,
I've got some expressions to help you there. And then, of course, there are always times when you actually need to change your mind, make a different decision to the one that you've already made. So we'll get to those as well.
Medea then helped him scatter pieces of the body along the shore, distracting her grieving father while the Argonauts escaped. As Colchis and their pursuers grew smaller on the horizon, a solemn silence fell aboard the Argo. Jason could now return to Thessaly victorious, but his
interview coming up and then you're saying goodbye, it's more common to say, hope your interview goes well, instead of, I hope your interview goes well. It's much more serious. I hope your interview goes well. It's a little more serious when you add the subject. Or you might say, fingers crossed. This is usually accompanied with this.
And then once again, we fix exactly the same as we did the other sheet.
Else, then what should I get out of it? I mean, I don't live in ancient Rome.
Well, in these letters, we see the apostles challenging and transforming every part of their first century culture and life with the good news about King Jesus. And by watching them, we gain wisdom about how that same
to then construct steam trains. And they made a lot of money out of constructing steam trains. But as time went on and innovation started to play out, they realized they couldn't get stuck in steam trains, and so they started making electrical engines for locomotives. In fact, they were one of the leaders in that area when electrical trains first came onto the market. Now,
and then talking about how the film worked as an example of cinematography, but never at the same time. You'd never do that, and definitely not in a way that would posit a film as cinema narratively dissonant.
Now, I love that video, and I love that clip in particular for a couple reasons. First, that video as a whole makes a great point about the
And then I want to be one of the few nonprofits that is completely self-sustained based on the success of the very people we support. I think that would be a great statement. One of the things that allowed me to be a little bit crazy is that I had a very stable home life.
Others for how they exist or how they live their lives, then you 100% without a doubt take everything personally. When I scroll through comment sections on social media, I am saddened by the lack of fulfillment people have to feel in order to comment hurtful things to others. No one is affecting your
build up involved in this, then I would say like Small Angry Planet. There is a threat that you're building towards, but this isn't about the apocalypse. It's set like during the days of the apocalypse, and it's set 20 years after. And both of those are given very equal play. And it's brilliant.
And then someone at the table just said, hang on just a second, our founder is crying. And so we just paused for a minute. And then he came back on and he said, I'm so sorry about that. I've been doing this 25 years.
Numbers here. If you already complete a monthly budget, then this should be pretty easy to calculate. All you do is cut out all of the excess spending from your budget to get to that bare bones number. This is going to help give you a good idea of the minimum amount of money that you need to fire. Of course, you may want more than that to fire, but it's always a good measuring stick to see where you're
to be much longer, and then all of those ideas could be fully fleshed out. At the moment, I just thought these are interesting sparks, but they fizzled out towards the end and ultimately left me feeling a little bit disappointed. It plays with a lot of different forms of literature.
will then happen if they just make that very small step, and I'm stealing here from psychologists like B.J. Fogg at Stanford, you know, tiny habits is the way to do this. All of a sudden, you'll start to spend less on stuff and have more experiences, and then you'll get the magic of the experiences, and the magic of the experiences.
All of his life, and then dips out and abandons their family. So Ox is having to deal with all of that. He ends up befriending a little boy, and throughout the course of the story, he gets involved with werewolves and witches and stuff like that. Each book in the series follows a different main character, and then
combat vets. And hotel owner J.B. Stratford tried to act as a peacemaker as racial slurs and threats filled the air. Then, a gunshot. Return fire. A running gun battle ensued as the black men retreated back home to Greenwood. What followed was a siege. The men who had sought to protect Roland took possession
company and then use them as a shorthand for pretty much everything. Now, this process can take quite a long time, but the steps are really simple. Number 1, get all of your team, even the finance director, into a room with post-its. No groaning. 2, everyone writes down as many adjectives as they can think of to describe your company.
What I didn't know then, what I now know was depression. From the outside looking in, I was this guy living the idyllic life. I had a loving family, a big circle of friends, and a Dublin career just began. So as I said, my Dublin career just began, and it was the middle of 5th year, my 2nd year at Dublin minor football.
Balance, or sorry, the whites, and then blacks are at 100. Now I want you to go up to the plus, and you're going to go create new preset, click check none, select your basic tone options only, as well as process version, give it a name, save it out as dark mode. Now we're choosing this because this goes into step 4. I want to show you how you can.
That's when the DNA replicates. G2, cell grows some more to prepare for dividing, and then M phase, which includes mitosis and cytokinesis. G1, S, and G2 are all part of interphase, so the cell is not dividing during that time. But once it enters M phase,
your behavior, then we need to shine a light on why you're attracting these types of people. If this is you, please have no shame. We have tons of resources on why that could be, so stay tuned till the end of the video. The next thing I would consider doing is having a loving conversation with
see the picture, I'm gonna die. Oh my God, I could be a victim, I could die, I could have this serious illness. I say, these are programs, and there are ways to change the programs. The one I can talk about the most is the one that I use, the one that I've experienced. That was
adjacent edges, and there are D-1 cops, then the robber can always escape through an unguarded edge. The assumption that the graph doesn't have any cycles smaller than 5 eliminates the possibility that a single cop could guard multiple edges. The fact that there are no cycles of length 3 means that a cop who is directly threatening the robber
feel it, believe in it, and then work daily for it.
And ran until he nearly reached the edge on the other side of the field. Then he turned and crossed the field again. Each crossing of the field brought him nearer to the farm. The wind was against him, and he was tacking up against it to the farm, where at the gate his patient mother was awaiting him. He could not run straight against the
find a melody, and then let's start building some cues as mock-ups, and then let's, Damien was cutting some animatics to the mock-ups, which is what he did in some ways for La La Land.
Justin was working on melodies, sort of main theme melodies before we started shooting. In certain cases, he'd sometimes shoot 2 music.
Then one day, I came into the lab ready to start that week's experiments when a postdoc was beaming with a big smile. You see, he was in over the weekend doing the exact same experiments I planned to do. Only he had already shared the results with my boss, and now I was getting called into my boss's office to explain why
And I for sure was more energetic back then to do really random things, to say yes to any opportunity that came my way, to just like work hard and prove myself. And I think it's just part of the cycle of life. You're young, energetic, naive, and you make mistakes, but when you're older, you're tired, you go slower.
Eventually going for a kiss and then moving it from there. If you're not doing that, then you're in the friend zone. Again, I want to be very clear here. If you're not doing the things that pull the attraction triggers, then you're just doing friend zone stuff. If you're not displaying your masculine qualities and you're not using the tension,
then you're gonna feel a lot more confident in a social situation rather than being all self-conscious and embarrassed or awkward. All right, so those were 5 ways to build more confidence in 2019. If you want more ways to build confidence, check out Michelle B's video, which I'll link down below. She's such a gem. I'll see you guys in the next one. Love you so much.
The world's myriad small places. The land economies must involve a creaturely affection and care. Then we must see and respect the inescapable dependence even of our present economy, as of our lives.
Then you can do it again to open a third app underneath that one on the right. And then you can do crazy Samsung stuff, like open popover windows, like real windows, and move them around and resize them, and it's all just kind of a lot. And it's okay, but it's nowhere near as elegant as how multitasking works on an iPad. So all of that is still
then why does the moon get further and further away from the Earth? So the answer to this question is actually related to the answer to the first question. As the moon and the Earth interact through gravity, and the moon slows down the Earth's rotation over time, that means that it's causing Earth to lose energy as the moon itself gains that.
Take action, then it's not worth tracking.
Then, they also voted to support Theresa May's deal, but only if she can deliver changes to the treaty that she has utterly failed to secure in the last 2 years in the next 8 weeks.
The ayes to the right, 317. The noes to the left, 301.
So Tantra's well established by then. We have this idea of the yogic body, but the very first text, a text called the Amrita Siddhi, which we've been working on at SOAS over the last 5 years, it says very specifically that everything that you find in the cosmos is located within the body, okay? But there are...
Then she became my best friend, then she became my girlfriend, and then she became my wife. Happily, she's been my wife now for 52 years. I had very little to do with this. This was a lucky accident. I went off to college, and in my first semester...
Than I. And we actually have to start probing what is meant by nationalism. This isn't a nationalist movement. This is a movement for self-determination. Scottish nationalism, as we understand it, is bound up with that one thing, the right of the Scottish people to make...
The prior step. Then you're going to begin discussing, negotiating where items fell. Ask the team questions like, are the items received equal votes actually equal? Is idea A really as feasible as idea B, even though they got the same number of votes? Do we agree with the items that ended up here?
What about the bags then? Well, these are the Apogee Expedition range, and ironically enough, I didn't need to use their full waterproofness at all up in Scotland, but as you can see, I have done today whilst filming this video. But anyway, there we go. As you can see, I've got a bar bag, that's 9 litres of storage. I've got a litre of...
We're then bombarded with information confirming our views, reinforcing our biases, and making us feel like we belong to something. These are the same tactics we would see terrorist recruiters using on vulnerable youth, albeit in smaller, more localized ways before social media, with the ultimate goal of persuading
So they were responding to that kind of painting. And then they came back to Scotland and they formed their own little group where they would try and produce the equivalent of this French naturalism in a Scottish context. The reason why they were interested in this new naturalistic style of painting was that it was so opposite to what...
And then it will drop back down. So at this stage, it's basically ready to go. Well, if I'm completely honest, this is day 2, this is day 4, and this is year 9. So I've had this for 9 years. So as long as I don't use it all, I'll never run out. So all I'll simply do, for example, after we make our bread.
The tanks are then drained and the oysters are packaged. Lockfine prides itself on its produce's long shelf life. But how does the company ensure that each oyster is fresh?
So what we would do is when we're packing the oysters, we'd pick up 2 oysters and we would tap them together. 2 oysters.
I'm sure soon you will come to a patch of mud. And then what will you do? Why do you take such a risk?
My friend, I think the risk is yours, because my horse could never free the wagon from a patch of mud. I'm very careful to avoid. Well, so, you know, if it's something you want to avoid with, then you want the side swept. And the thing with the side swept is it tricks the eye. It's a little more forgiving to the eye because you don't see that, you know, like features aren't completely perfect, because what looks imperfect.
For the long run, then you might want to buy the MacBook Pro instead, which has for $300 a slightly better battery, and therefore you're going to have slightly better battery life overall throughout the life of the machine. Next, let's talk about the trackpad, which as usual is best in class. I have used so many trackpads over the year, and every time I go to a computer shop, I try out trackpads, and there's just nothing that is as nice as one of these.
The French surrendered in Vietnam, and then again in 1962, giving Algeria its independence. Today, France is the 6th largest economy by nominal GDP, and the 22nd most developed country. Paris is one of the world's most beautiful cities, and you should all go there to try out their cheese, wine, and see how much baguette you can fit up your ass. Hey guys, like our stuff?
Then I heard him read, and he reads with this sort of half smile, and sometimes actually laughs at his own. And it's dark humor, and I realized it's humor and scary at the same time. A little like Beckett, you know. Samuel Beckett's plays are.
TikTok. Let's cover exactly what TikTok is, and then let's explore the app together. So what's TikTok? Well, imagine if Snapchat, Spotify, Vine, and Twitch had a baby. Their baby would be TikTok. Now, if it sounded like I just said Spanglish to you and you're like, what are all those things? Basically what...
2004. But then again, most importantly as well, is in 1921, during the War of Independence, approximately 900 Republican political prisoners were held here too on Spike Island, so it was used as a prison then as well. And the whole prison closed then in 2004.
The right on...
Right then, check these out. What I've got here are 2 objects which might be a bit surprising to you. Maybe objects that you think are a bit unusual, things that you might normally expect to find here in the British Museum. These are actually 2 prop banknotes from an episode of the TV series Doctor Who. They were from the 2006 Christmas special, which was called the
waters, and then they're like, you've got 5 minutes to get this baby out, and I was like, or else what? Like, am I going to explode? You know, what's going to happen? So anyway, I pushed and pushed, and then he apparently he was really quick. It was like 7 pushes and he was out.
Middle of the night dash was absolute stereotype. You know, I've got back pain, and back pain turned into a dash into the hospital.
It developed in the 1930s, and then during the war years, once again the national program came to dominate. It's interesting, after the Second World War, the Labour government tried to get all of the different regions to develop more programming on their own and wanted to see autonomy promoted, both.
Them. And then the next day, we placed them inside an MRI scanner. And we looked at how their emotional brain was reacting. And we focused on one structure in particular. It's called the amygdala. And the amygdala is one of the centerpiece regions for the generation of...
Fiún ó Brulachán is his name, to death. And he was then quite surprised when his overlord banished him and chased him around Ireland and was making a big fuss over the death of this commoner. That's one side of this poet. Another side comes in a poem that he wrote and that is preserved in early...
That, you know, a crossbar would have been reused for a bow drill, for instance, and then reused into something else. And you can see the evidence of that when you look closely at this wonderful sled behind me.
This is an inukshuk. An inukshuk is a place marker in the landscape.
Then I pan-seared it to perfection. Geez, is that our lunch? Enjoy. It's my pleasure to serve you. Yummy! Are you kidding? It's called class. Look it up.
Of those nights. And then during that time period, they gave them a flu shot. And they measured the response to that flu shot. What they discovered is that in those individuals who were sleeping just 4 hours a night, they went on to produce less than 50% of the normal antibody response.
Own data, building their own dashboards, and then we can publish them right across the business. Users of the Tableau server now can actually consume the information directly. It's available at their fingertips, so they can spend the rest of the working day
job. But then thoughts start to go through your head that this is a waste of your time. Maybe you're thinking, my parents didn't go to college, or I have a learning disability. When I went on their website and I looked at the folks in the most senior level roles, I didn't see anyone who represented my race or my gender. There's just no way I'm gonna get this job. So you don't
movement. Then, of course, James Connolly came along in the latter half of the century and would finally use the term socialist republicanism to describe this particularly class-conscious tradition within the Irish Republican movement. Now, sometimes people ask, what kind of socialism did he espouse for socialist republicanism?
A heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss. And lose and start again at the beginning. And never breathe a word about your loss. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your
contrapuntal, recitative, hollow, a blast of close encounters, then a lull so long you think you have imagined it, until it begins again, the same lilt, the same scaling heights, drops.
Then took the other, as just as fair, and having perhaps the better claim, because it was grassy and wanted wear, though as for the passing there, had worn them really about the same.
Sauce. I'm also adding a little bit of parsley and lemon juice and then tossing it around so the sauce emulsifies and becomes nice and creamy and cohesive. You can tell that it's pretty much done when it clings to the bottom of the pan like this. We are of course going to season with kosher salt and freshly ground pepper, and then just to kick the creaminess up to 11, a little dollop of our cashew cream, which is going to give the pasta an almost
sanitizer, touching their face, and then going around and touching you. And exposing yourself to that type of person is really the same thing as having unprotected sex with someone who doesn't believe in condoms. That person is definitely not the person you want to sleep with without the condom. Just the other day, I was out with one of my buddies, and he happened to then they were very unlikely to want to commit. Pretty simple, right? Have you ever been in a relationship like this? Comment below saying, yes, a little too social. And finally, commitment type number 4 is what is known as partner focused, and this was 30% of the sample. This group, as you might imagine, had the strongest relationships in the study, and this really
oil will drain off so they're not cooking in a pool of oil. And then the secret weapon, whole grain mustard. So spread those pretty evenly. Take a second and admire the beauty. 400. Let's onion chuck them. If you want to go fancier than string beans, you can make string braids. Cutting your bean.
complete, such as finding a particular book. Then, choose a non-verbal way of reinforcing that task, such as clapping your hands. Invite the person to come back into the room, and let them try and complete the task, but don't give any instructions. Every time they are on the right track in regards to completing the task, clap your hands louder.
Ad hoc solution methodologies first, and then dive into the kind of the workhorse of our course, at least for solution methodologies. That's Excel Solver. And you'll quickly discover that solving these problems, for the most part, isn't the big deal. The big deal.
Law, but then the legislature repealed the liberalization, but the governor vetoed the repeal.
New York was very reflective of the debate on abortion in the United States at that time. You had some surprising Democrats who were pro-life. I mean, Democratic Party used to be quite pro-life, and there were still dozens.
Doing commissions, and then used time and capital that I would try and amass to do my more, in some ways, personal artwork that involved a lot of collaborative activity with choreographers, dancers, people in theater, and for example, the New York City Department of Parks and Recreation, I co-produced a big...
Then gather accurate data about the true odds of disaster. Sure, some people will have an embarrassed tiff, but 9 times out of 10, they won't. Next time you need to remind someone, imagine rainbows rather than disasters. Lower the stakes and make it easier for yourself to do the right thing.
Representatives of the people. First comes the Declaration, and then comes a form of government to secure the rights identified officially in the Declaration of Independence. So it becomes a background document that I think is important to interpreting what comes later, and that is 2 cracks of government, including our Constitution.
You deserve better, then where are we as a society?
Louis C.K. had promised to listen and learn.
I think a lot of people would have been very happy to forgive him and to use his case as an example of how, as a culture, we can think about atonement.
In the end, he...
Cherubs, if you've ever been to Florence to see the statue of David, then you are well aware of the power of that statue. And you've also hopefully seen that TED Ed animation that I wrote, right? And perhaps you even saw the far less popular video that I made for this channel comparing it to Bernini's statue of David. Well, if you haven't, then you can watch them right after you watch this video.
Keep building, then it looks like either Israel will bomb or the US would, or both. And now maybe that wouldn't have major consequences, but no one can count on that. And even if that doesn't happen, the alternative
for you. Your provider will then initiate Audiogram Direct to begin testing your hearing thresholds between 250 Hz and 6,000 Hz while you're in a quiet room. Now, this Audiogram Direct feature can be beneficial in several different ways. First, as a way to test an individual's hearing who cannot physically make it into
plan, and then you want to say, wow, this is going to be difficult today, but you do it. And if you do it every single day, here's what's going to happen. The power that you gave to those difficult things that you've been procrastinating around, you take your power back. This is how you build power. You say, here are the things I've been avoiding, now I must do them. And then finally, if this episode was valuable to you and you're really ready to multiply your productivity, become an empire maker in your business, live a life that is legendary, and live in such a way that when you die, you make history, then I'd
uniformly thick. Then spread the slices onto a baking sheet, drizzle on a little bit of oil, and use your hands to evenly coat both sides. Sprinkle on a little bit of salt if you'd like, and then bake it in the oven at 350 Fahrenheit or 180 Celsius for about 15 to 20 minutes, stopping to flip it once halfway. And when it nears the end of its cooking time,
and then you have to write something about what you read in the newspaper. So I did. Every day after school, I would come to his room. He'd hand me a Fort Wayne Journal-Gazette. I'd sit down. I'd read the Journal-Gazette. I'd find something to write about. I'd sit at the computer and I'd write.
So please don't forget that part of you, and then that'll ease that hanger-on energy because you'll be more motivated about your own life outside of the relationship, which actually allows the relationship to be more interesting, to be more connected, and to create that mystery which I mentioned earlier. So please, if you...
And then to say, that's great, but like a great athlete, yesterday's championship performance is today's starting point takes a terrifying amount of courage. And that's why so few people are iconic. And so I'm just challenging you with great love and
The teacher then asked the scribe, which of these people was most like a neighbor to the man by the side of the road? And the scribe says, the Samaritan, he showed him mercy. And the teacher says, go and do likewise.
There and then. When it comes to staying in touch and keeping the conversation going, try and use email and social media. Pass on relevant industry-related information whenever you can, and try and respond to anything they've shared with likes and insightful remarks. Also, if you're attending another event, don't be...
And then we reverse engineer it to today, and literally it's a reverse sequencing. I've learned this from some of the people I worked with in Silicon Valley. You start with your future 100 years and you reverse engineer and reverse sequence it to today. So you know exactly what needs to happen, but all I'm suggesting...
And then present their findings in front of an audience. Parents already come to swim meets and dance recitals and musicals. Shouldn't they have a chance to see what their children are learning? If we care about improving the student experience, we need to move away from the drudgery of non-stop practice and learn to punctuate.
And then if you want to get to the next level of world class, you're going to have to break down things, your core beliefs, your muscles, your emotional architecture. Even on the physical side, your muscles need to break down. It's called micro tearing, and the muscle will break down. Then you rest.
We sit down and we think, I don't know where to start. And then we just give up entirely. Or it feels uncomfortable. Having to slow down, especially when you're used to the busy pace of your day, can feel a little bit like a time waster. But really, it's not. We don't have...
Then hit subscribe and the notification bell. This topic is based on a viewer comment from Mark, and I'll read the comment. And this was a comment on a video about why antidepressants cause vivid dreams. And he says, those beautiful and exciting dreams that you guys have aren't the nasty effects of antidepressants. But then you can still have this level of distress, sadness, or dissatisfaction with life that doesn't seem to change even when your depression or mania have passed. In fact, it may be hard to tell if your depression or mania have passed if you're still feeling emotionally unstable.
And we then expose them to those age-specific risks year by year. And we were particularly interested in comparing the risks of spending at least a year in prison for people born between 1945 and 49 who came of age before the growth of the criminal justice.
If you listened to my directions and really gave it a go, then you should have just experienced a very intense amount of emotions. Each of them a little different. Insecurity, disappointment, anger, frustration, pain, inspiration, energy. Each are very powerful, but not necessarily very positive.
Those presentations, watch them. Watch what you like and watch what sticks out like a sore thumb, and then make perfect practice. So thanks for watching. I want you to know that I have so much content for you that I actually had to put it in another video. So make sure to stay tuned, hit the subscribe button, hit the notifications so you're notified when part 2 comes out.
Either one of you, you might consider then stopping. In my case, I breastfed both my children till I think they were about 3.5 years old. And in both cases, one day, they just stopped. There was an expression I learned in La Leche Leagues, when I used to go to La Leche League meetings, and
Golfing on Sundays was very frowned upon back then, but since the coastline was not fertile and only used for sheep grazing, and it was far away from towns and prying eyes, if you wanted to sneak away for a cheeky round of golf on the day of rest, you could get away with it.
Is then taken into the finishing process, which involves steaming, and then is taken into the wash process, which would get rid of any excess ink or any excess chemicals that are on the fabric. The fabric is then dried and is ready then to ship out to customers.
And to understand what makes you tick and what keeps you moving forward, then I'm inviting you to my annual live English event, an event that is totally free, designed to celebrate your English. The live English event is a week filled with activities, exercises, and live training.
Stages. First of all, steeping, when the barley is soaked in water, and then germination, where the barley starts to grow and generate energy, and lastly, kilning, where we halt the growing process. During kilning, we can choose to add peat smoke. This is peat. And depending on how much peat smoke we expose the barley to, we'll
around, and then you have a marble vanity top and bespoke cabinet work underneath.
And 2 mirrors.
And 2 mirrors, I know! Yes!
Ooh, look at the rain.
Then be in the real life and virtual places they are. For example, if you're a videographer and you want to work with mission-driven companies that bring clean water to places where it's scarce, create a video trailer that shows exactly how the power of film moves people to act. 3, when it's time to talk money, understand the real value that you create.
Well, so then what everybody says, well, you're just like retrain and get another job. And so in terms of the economy, that works fine because there will be new jobs created. That's why the change happens, that new things come up. And I don't know what the new thing will be in 10 years. So it'll be something, so there'll be some jobs. But the problem is that the people who long ago learned
and then click done to end the task. When a person is an outlier and not a cheater, they might be a bit harder to identify. Listen to what they say in their video. If you meant to recruit people with a background in industrial engineering, for example, and one participant seems very confused and unfamiliar with the topic, that tells you that maybe this is a person.
I'm certainly going to make a video about why the McGregors were outlawed. That should appear down there. Until then, why not find out about the Battle of Killiecrankie? That'll be there. And if you're ever passing Balkidder, why not come and pay your respects to Scotland's most famous Jacobite.
Then we'll enjoy a candlelit dinner at the Might Be Challenge Gala together. Or maybe we'll have a fascinating discussion about 18th century Scotland. Or maybe we'll just enjoy each other's company. Or maybe we'll be winding down after dessert, finishing a bottle of wine. There's a lull.
Their latent mutant potential, then enslave the superpowered victims who survive the process.
This workshop doesn't make superheroes, we make super slaves. We're going to fit you with a control collar and auction you off to the highest bidder.
This might work as a science experiment, but as a business plan,
and then you just walk on. So this lady came up behind me and says, oh, whatever, and I didn't hear her, so I just went, and then walked away. And what I realised as I was walking away was that she had actually asked me, do you think you'd be able to put my trolley away as well? To which I have laughed in her face.
He then published his version of the Golem of Prague, which became one of the most important golem legends. The late 19th century was the first time the golem became not just a means of labor, but a protector of the Jewish people. Throughout the 19th century, there were multiple cases of blood libel, an anti-Semitic act.
As king, the first one is in 1708, the second one is in 1715. The third and final campaign culminated in the Battle of Glen Shiel, which we see here in this painting. So it's a really tumultuous scene with lots and lots of figures painted by a Dutch artist. And it was actually
along the road there, near the Mullen Diner Burn, and then it grew from there, just along there in the east. And I've played over there at the Armadillo, and there's cranes everywhere. There's an atmosphere of moving forward. Glasgow isn't a ship.
That would represent that idea or concept, then it's less likely that your users would see that design and associate it with that object. There maybe just isn't a visual that's strongly associated with that concept or idea. And of course, you always need to run a usability test with your users.
Then he realized how wise the advice of the rabbi was. They were pleased and celebrated Shabbat together.
Since then, we've conducted 6 large-scale studies on newsletter and marketing email usability. In our most recent research, we found that newsletter recipients are very much aware of that overall feeling they get from a newsletter and the way that content is presented. So recipients strongly favored clean, orderly,
for they will become permanently attached to you. If you manage to attach one to yourself and then refuse to pamper it, it will wreak havoc on your life. Not only that, it will make up for the lost help by stealing the host away as a slave. Oh no. When my mom finally came home, I told her,
every now and then, someone will ask me, by now, haven't users learned how to scroll? Are we safe if we put information below the page fold? The answer is yes. They've learned the mechanics of scrolling and do know that some pages have content.
The stones were then worked into shape using hammer stones and erected using precisely interlocking joints, unseen at any other prehistoric monument. Ramps and counterweights were probably used to tip the upright stones into place, and a platform and levers likely raised the lintels. To fit the upright stones with the horizontal lintel,
someone believing in you, and then you believing in something bigger than yourself, right? Every time I get a chance to meet with a young person, I am making sure that they believe strongly in themselves. I operate as their poverty translator. I listen to their stories and I try to articulate.
And then realize you can't do that anymore. I've had a few wrecks. The more recent one was on Hollywood Boulevard. That place is chaos. That one, I actually lost consciousness. Didn't break anything this time. Bonus. There's a lot of gutsiness with being a sexual scientist that is also characteristic.
And then, if you pull them apart, you have neither science nor art. That's the magic moment.
And then it has inset into it jewels, including emeralds, diamonds, and rubies. It's an incredibly detailed piece. It sits on 4 feet with roaring dragons as if they're appearing from caves around it. And it's created in the style of a fantasy.
And then increasing risks of all sorts of health problems. It's very easy when you're spending a lot of time at home to really increase the amount of treats you're giving. Don't do that. Treats should make up only 10% or less of a pet's diet. Number 10, train your pup. Know that a well-trained dog is a happy dog. And there's a few tips I have for you on that. First, keep the training set.
Step outside wherever you are and take a left. Then another left, and then a right. Doesn't matter where this takes you, just follow a brand new pattern of walking the streets around wherever it is.
People too often count you out. Then, just as you're about to celebrate having made it through, just as you've been looking forward to proms and senior nights, graduation ceremonies, and let's face it, a whole bunch of parties, the world is turned upside down by a global
of counseling class, we had to pick a theory of counseling, read a book about it, and then write a paper based on it. So I decided to go with rational emotive behavior therapy because it is a form of counseling that I'm very interested in. But I decided to give How to Control Your Anxiety Before It Controls You 3 out of 5 stars because while I found a lot of the
can have good, healthy arguments and then come out hugging at the end of it.
Well, what makes me different from the past and present dragons is that first and foremost, I'm a mum and I'm 34. My background, well, I'm in the beer business and the spirits business, so nobody has had that background.
This then picks up every case, giving us a truer representation of the number of infections, and subsequently what share ended with a fatality. Then there's the crude mortality rate. That tells us the risk of dying relative to the whole population. Or, put another way, what portion of the population.
And then thirdly, the notion of real text is important because literature has always been part of what Peter has been on about from its very beginning. And so the notion of putting literature into teachers' hands and the idea of real texts needed for real reading experiences has been a thread right through. And decoding then was being not privileged as it had been in the past and certainly wasn't the main way that reading was taught. And so this was, in a way, the beginning of what's been called the reading wars by Professor Robin Ewing as the focus on phonics shifted from being
effect at all. And what we hope is that looking then at these contrasts will show us more about why person works in this way and why agreement for person works differently from agreement in number. So overall, what we're trying to find out in these very
create more debris, which then increases the chances of another collision, which then creates more debris, and so on and so on. This cascading effect is called Kessler syndrome, and it was illustrated to cataclysmic effect in the film Gravity. Since the beginning of the space age, the ESA estimates
that is 24 still images per second, and then you introduce editing and cutting and cross-cutting across time, across space, yet psychic continuity links the events together and creates a contiguous experience. The human mind has no problem orienting its awareness towards dimensions in which time is no longer linear. Rooms and then started doing art on the caves is the same species that hallucinated starships into existence. Technology is literally psychedelic. It literally is outsourced cognition and how we extend the boundaries of the human mind. The goals of mind expansion, the counterculture 1960s ether.
These surface samples can then be ingested through the pneumatic system, carried with Titan air into the chilled sample lines into the sample collection carousel. One of the carousel sample cups is placed in a pneumatic port. The cup captures the surface material from the cold air stream and transfers it to the chemical laboratory.
Push it to the back burner, and then we'd feel bad about procrastinating until one day, I got this crazy pants phone call from that person we were supposed to do the deal with that made me see exactly why we procrastinated, even if we didn't know it yet.
There's like Q&A, and then it's different. It is untamed in its structure. And so I'm curious from the craft of writing side, did you go in with that intention, or did the book kind of reveal that to you as you were writing it?
It felt to me, writing this book, art.
People loved these workstations and then brought their servers into the companies. And at VMware, we used the same strategy. We had a workstation software. People loved our workstation software. And then when we came out with the server product, we're pretty quick to adopt it. We did amazing.
And then after people look, then they decide, do I want to get engaged? And that is the third wing, engagement. Humans are not set up to understand logic. They're set up to understand stories. In the case of Samir and Vinay, the stories were told not just on the website, which is less emotional, but through video.
If I were you, Miss Diane, I would focus on building your business. Then you can take all the lessons that you learn and you can share it with your teacher and your friends and anyone else in your industry and help lift them up. Diane, that was my A to your Q. Thank you so much for asking. If you've got experience or stories about competing with friends, hippie dude, just pass me that mac and cheese. Now, he'd wait a while and then he'd bring it up again and he'd say, you know, hey Marie, well, what if we got a juicer? And I'd be like, yeah, whatever. I don't think so. Too expensive. So this goes on for a few years until I met my dear friend, Chris Carr. She's the author of several New York Times amazing business, but then you say yes and bite off more than you can chew and start just falling off the wagon in terms of quality and service and customer care. So when you've got all these opportunities coming your way, but you need time and space to plan for your growth, you have to create it. Here are 2 strategies that you can put in place right now that
does, then the end justifies the means.
you know that, then what you need is what I call a filter question. A filter question is a simple question that you ask yourself that helps guide your actions and decisions on a daily basis. Filter question will help you focus all of your time and your attention on the activities that will get you where you want to go the fastest.
Invest, then they're not really sold, obviously. And so that's the real test. And the beautiful thing about trying to find out if somebody will invest is if they won't invest, they will often tell you why if you really mean it, if you ask and mean it.
Supply chains, analyzing those supply chains, and then analyzing the risks, the environmental risks to the supply chains is really critical. So.
And you run into USAID or any of that because they do similar work?
Yes. So in fact, we are just now getting ready to announce a big partnership between the Walmart Family Foundation.
And he got about 4 feet away from me. And then he lowered himself to the ground. So I have my food and he's staring at me. And so I'm kind of not knowing what to do. And I asked Mom, why is he there? Why is he staring? And she said,
then I started, of course, going to data. So I looked up terms on Google search trends. How to had been growing over the years. 3D printing, of course, was a new technology that was starting to grow as a search term. And the maker movement, which I found the most interesting, was a term that didn't even exist before.
And then being able to have the connection with her grandma Michelle and starting to kind of build those things up so that she started to become more comfortable with saying things that she was struggling with because it was very hard for her to articulate. And so being able
a lot of pre-planning, and even then we'd get into an environment where he wasn't able to control it and we would have meltdowns or aggression, and it was time for the whole family to leave. So having a diagnosis and being able to treat it has opened up the world to be able to go outside of the home.
Union, a deeper fiscal union, a deeper political union. And if so, then I think the award today will withstand the test of time, and Europe will consolidate itself as a zone of peace and prosperity.
They use technology and then be able to employ others. I think the issue that we're dealing with right now is the lack of enough opportunities for enough people. We have areas of the country where infrastructure is so poor that you can't actually.
It drops for history to remember. Then I forget. When I, the people, learn to remember. When I, the people, use the lessons of yesterday and no longer forget who robbed me last year, who played me for a fool, then there will be no speaker in all
being is. And then the people who I keep around are people who are like, I caused harm. I learned how to do an apology. I gave you that apology, and I started showing up in different ways. And the people who I don't let be around me are people who are like, I caused harm, and maybe I faked it for a little while and acted like I was doing better, but I continued to cause the harm. And I'm like, I think it's good in community.
And then other things that really helped was putting her into groups where during school and after school programs where she could read with groups with peers, not just peers that were intellectually disabled, but also peers that
pull it back later, get to the edge of the cliff, and then pull back from the edge of the cliff. And I guess a third major point here would be that the proposal that was made would have imposed a tax, if you will, or a haircut on insured depositors in the.
And then the third is that the only way that these protests are going to be diffused are through some type of gesture from Prime Minister Erdogan himself. The Deputy Prime Minister Bülent Arınç has made some conciliatory statements. President Gül, a one-time ally and some believed to be
of which, of course, the United States is one. And then there is always the question of disease. Diseases that emerge in Africa can spread very quickly to the United States. Public.
Yeah. I might summarize, at least in my mind, that I think process learning and process knowledge is going to become more and more important than product knowledge. That could be instantiated in a database. What do we know about the world? What are the facts of the world? And the process learning, how do we accumulate wisdom? How do we build complex systems? How do I learn over the course of a career? How do I
to the site, then I can market whatever it is I end up wanting to market to them for free. And hopefully I can actually teach them some things as well. So I literally did this all on my own. I spent a few months just making content. I was the photographer, the editor, the writer, the CEO, the accountant, everything.
Now, Lisa then gave those hair products to hairdressers. She got their feedback, and then she started to make improvements. So little by little, Lisa kept growing her business until eventually, guess what? Her business was not so little anymore. Fast forward to 2014, and Lisa's company was acquired by L'Oreal. Now look, super ambitious, and then all of a sudden, before you know it, it's like there's no guys, there's no fun, whatever. So I think all of us can relate to that. I know I certainly can. And here's what I suggest for you, Jennifer. When I find that the fun is out of my life, the first thing that I look to, it's gonna sound weird, but like, how much cool music am I listening to? I happen to be
The role of the filmmaker then becomes even more important and more urgent. If you've got that thing that is burning inside you saying, I have to do this. Now we can begin to talk about how you start. I'm Ken Burns, and this is my masterclass.
Then we need to explore more. The ability to accurately keep time in deep space will revolutionize the way that we can explore this universe. And it might just be one of the keys to unlocking some of those secrets that she holds so dear. Thank you.
And then I remembered what it was like for me with HIV. I learned to do it sort of in a trial and error process, but I trusted my science, I trusted my colleagues, I trusted my experience. I learned slowly to always be able to deal with what is unknown, because I could move.
Then I could finally hide away all the noodles and pool cleaning supplies. There it is, super quick and easy. I did this an entire day and I was filming, so if you weren't filming, this would probably just take you a couple of hours. Obviously, you can change the scale of this to fit your space. I just made it so it would fit between these two bushes in this one little area. And if you needed to put heavier.
And then one of my favorite courses in any meal, desserts. Oh, right out of the oven, just like Grandma used to make. One of my first jobs was as a poissonnier, and it was just an extraordinary moment in my life. I got to work with so much fish. There's so much more variety of fish than there is
And then there's also a chance that you might kind of return to your work with some new inspiration or new ways that you can improve the way that you work or that you study. Now, there is an analogy I really love. It's from the book, The 7 Habits of Highly Successful People. And in this particular book, the author mentions that one of the habits of successful people is
and then around the world would happen just from me planning a strip in South Central Los Angeles. Legendary. We are supposed to inspire each other to wake up and realize what's truly important. I wanted to bring your creativity into your space. I want you to know that you have the power to
experience, which then allows us to attune socially. That's the next way we can apply this, is attuning, whether it's in small groups or one-on-one, campaigning, strategy, classrooms, movie theaters, parks, where we can give each other permission to just be.
And then we send up something else, and then something else. And every once in a while, 2 of these things will collide with each other, or one of these things will explode, or even worse, somebody might just happen to destroy one of their satellites on orbit. And this generates many.
If it's devoid of the heart, then it doesn't mean anything. We're going to talk about harmony, melody. More importantly, looking at one's own ability to develop one's own sound.
Think about how something works, then take it apart to test it. Manipulate something and prove some physical principle to yourself. Put the human back in the technology. You'll be surprised at the connections that you make. Thank you.
And then just go ahead and tie it tightly there. There we have our trussed, brined, 2.5, 3-pound roasting chicken, and then we're going to go ahead and put that.
But then I stumbled across this paper that had been written by an Israeli endocrinologist who had suggested Goliath has this really rare medical condition which causes you to lose your eyesight. Why do giants lose? Because they can't see. They're so big and strong.
The problems, then during the course of the novel, I solve them. You don't want the reader to sort of settle back and be really comfortable and like drifting through these pages. You want to grab them by the throat right from the get-go and hurdle them through the next 450 pages. I wanted to get into the weeds with all of you about how I go about my craft. Great characters, how do you come up with?
Then we don't need those intermediaries to verify that I'm paying you and you're receiving the money I pay you. So this is a revolution, and we're at a relatively early stage of the revolution. And like all financial revolutions, it is being accompanied by a bubble, or indeed multiple bubbles.
And then I'll tell you what I did. I have writer's block. I cannot write. Sounds like something that you can do nothing about. That, of course, isn't true. Why don't I take you through the process of plotting a comic? Sandman 19. I can give you how I do it. And
action, then they can become self-sustaining. Without the stubborn optimism, the action doesn't sustain itself. Without the action, the stubborn optimism is just an attitude. The two together can transform an entire issue and change the world. We saw this at multiple other times. We saw it when Rosa Parks refused to get up from the bus.
And then I piece together different things that are helpful for me that I want to share with you. Green screen acting is kind of the purest form of acting because you're inventing both what's outside of you and what's inside of you as an actor. We're going to do a scene where
of a violent city, and that you have to craft those places in a secure indoor environment, perhaps. So libraries, community centers, now coffee shops are serving that function. I find it interesting that coffee shops like Starbucks are serving that function because in places where
And then I had another actor tell me once, he was like, look, every time a camera passes you when you're on set, always look like it's something on your mind. Don't be standing there waiting on your line, you know, thinking about something, you know, either what that character just said or how you feel about the thing that character said, or
dollar and then seek to enforce it. Late night television host John Oliver partnered with a nonprofit group called RIP Medical Debt. And for only $60,000, they purchased $15 million worth of medical debt.
Storm. When it was observed in the 19th century, the Great Red Spot was 40,000 kilometers long and 14,000 kilometers tall. At that point, it could have swallowed 2 or 3 Earths whole. But by the time Voyager 1 flew past in the late 70s, it was almost half the size.
And the 16,000 hair cells then report to the brain how much of each frequency is present. The brain can then compare all the nerve signals and decide what particular tone is being heard. But this doesn't explain everything that I want to explain. Where's the magic? I told you all.
Then came another.
La manada de Manresa.
5 men who had sex with an unconscious 14-year-old were also cleared of rape.
In Spain, the law says that for something to count as rape, there must be violence or intimidation. So really different from the UK, where rape is sex without consent. And if somebody can't
in a movie, then I'll bet you it was inspired by a mollusk. Their slimy sci-fi vibes make them really fun tour guides for a biology museum, and they can teach us about the systems that we all share with a wake-up call. Of all the animal extinctions documented since the 1500s,
sometimes the bladder, sometimes the bowel, sometimes both. Then, assuming the baby does eventually get born and the woman survives, she is incontinent, either of urine or feces or maybe both. Now, in these conditions in rural areas with poor hygiene, there's no way that.
And then, like almost right away, they seemed inevitable. When I was growing up, whether we were stuck in traffic or dealing with a family tragedy, my mother would say, something good is going to happen. We just don't know what it is yet.
Mode, and then the car will work out for itself, believe it or not, what sort of terrain you're on, what ride height you need, all the rest of it.
Right now though, it was speed I needed, and with these tyres on this terrain, I wasn't getting any.
God, I'm buzzed.
They answer. And in this case, a lot of people answered. And in the 2 years I had of reporting on X and Y as part of Gonads, the series on sex and gender I ended up doing for Radiolab, I found out that these 2 chromosomes live in a world that is unexpected, a little unsettling.
But then he said something that I'll never forget. He said, but I want to change, and I want to know what I can do to become a better American. Now, remember, my career is about economic policy, as translated into.
And then again, taking your whole body into the painting, exploring places to be. Perhaps as a wind-tossed bird looking down upon the scene.
Students then go to the virtual world to test their hypotheses and see if they're accurate, much as scientists go to the field in their careers. When students return to their digital journal, they share their observations, claims, reasoning, and evidence. The students' written answers and
respond, impeach the charge, and then go back on the offensive.
I have as much experience as Jack Kennedy did.
Senator, you're no Jack Kennedy.
How? Right there. These are battles of definition.
Each candidate's trying to say, I'm the answer to your question in this election.
Exactly.
It's a performance.
And if you take it seriously, then suddenly his predicament can become funny because he's in a corner. I generally just think difficult circumstances lend themselves to comedy, and it allows it to be both.
And then smash it. That's it.
You must be empathetic. You must try to see yourself through another person's eyes. And I think you have to simply say that one of the things that makes life worth living is giving other people joy. We're Penn and Teller. And
read them and then watch the pilots again and then read the scripts again and then really just start to dissect the pilots. What was the structure? How did they work? How many acts did they use? What were the page counts of each act? Why? If it's a comedy, how many jokes did they have? You know, every last aspect of those things.
Then it will all be part of the joint enterprise. So basically, what I want to leave you with is that in marriage or divorce, people should think about the way that till death.
1988, profits almost tripled from the year before, and then were up another 139% by 1990. In 1993, the company aired a commercial starring Charles Barkley.
I am not a role model. I'm not paid to be a role model.
This sparked controversy.
And then a guaranteed pension for the rest of their lives. For you and me and for our kids, it's probably going to mean something quite different. How is retirement evolving these days?
Well, I think, Neil, I would take it even further. I think our parents' retirement probably looks about as attractive as a 1970s leisure suit to today's kids. Retirement has changed in several ways.
And then dress up for Halloween as the Declaration of Independence. And I love our Raffine story so much because to me it represents all that is good and bad and hard and exhausting about representing the new American dream.
The hardest thing was coming up against that voice that was telling.
Then you're not just relying on fear, but you're actually a person who can do this thing. And if you're competent, then not only can you do this thing, but you can relax while you're doing it. You can look around. You can notice how cool this thing is. This dangerous thing that's happening, I got this. I know how to do this thing. I am not.
And then leaving edges of the fabric frayed. The runway show is very important to me. You can transmit not only ideas about texture and proportion, but also about spirit and emotion. I was brought into Louis Vuitton to shake things up.
And then I also make cheese grits with and without jalapeno peppers. And some people do chili with cornbread, but we do chili with cheese grits because it's just more fat and butter. It makes everything better. The one big meal that we have Christmas.
Decide what you want and then act as if you already had it. And that is to believe that what you imagine is possible for you. So the first step is to imagine what's possible. Second step, to believe. Now here's the third step.
Dictionary says you should pronounce them in received pronunciation, then you are not intelligent, you are not professional, and you are not educated. I never intended to convey or spread that toxic message, but I did convey it, and I need to apologize. I am so...
We have, then the longer each decision takes. And the more decisions we have to make, then the more exhausted our brain gets, and the less it is capable of making good decisions. Which is why this step 2 is about finding ways to reduce your daily decisions. Here are 4 easy examples you can use in your daily lifestyle.
And then use light to control how neurons fire. This can change an animal's behavior, giving us insight into what that neural circuit can do. Want to know how scientists figured this out? Scientists developed optogenetic tools by borrowing knowledge from other basic
point to a cause, and then you need to have the surgical strike to help support whatever that problem is. So City Nature Challenge, I think, should get a commendation from the UN. Has there ever been a global effort on behalf of nature undertaken in this coordinated
style, and then understand the experiences that have helped me become an effective leader?
Love that page.
Triple thumbs up.
You need someone who can push you, that isn't pulling you back. I do not believe in micromanaging. It's important to empower those that are working with you because you are nothing.
Magic virus, and then as Ebola itself. But having identified it, they didn't have the resources to respond. They didn't have enough doctors, they didn't have enough hospital beds, and they didn't have enough information about how to treat Ebola or how to implement infection control. 11 doctors died in Sierra Leone.
The ending. If I know the ending, then I can spend the whole book fooling the reader. I was a really fearful kid, and I was always sure something was lurking in the garage. Now I can remember that feeling of panic, and I can bring it back and try to put.
I try to write a good line, and then another good line, another good line, but no one's a good line machine, so there's a lot of staring involved. Poetry provides us with a history of the human heart. If you trace it back to the oldest poems we can find, the emotions are the same. Underneath it all, we're all after.
I did not know it back then, but during those 8 years that I lived without my family, I had my oxygen mask on and I focused on survival. And during those same 8 years, I had to watch helplessly the pain and hurt that it caused my family to be apart. What airlines don't tell you is that putting your oxygen.
No more story after that than it's a feature.
Spectacle. But every now and then, they produce stunning displays like this. But what is causing such an unusual effect? In this video, we're going to look at a phenomenon known as the twilight effect. We're also going to look at what causes this effect
we have within us. And then the third activator of the seeking system is this concept of the why of the work. Again, this urge within us is to understand the cause and effect of our actions. But so many of us at work don't really ever get to see or feel that final effect.
If Curiosity was to send the same amount of data directly to Earth, it would take around 20 hours. Communicating directly with Earth also uses a lot of power from the spacecraft's batteries, so sending information can only be done for a few hours per day. Curiosity is powered by a radioactive thermoelectric generator.
And then act. And acting on what they tell you will show how serious you take that feedback, and I can't help but feel the company will win in the long run. Why? Because properly equipped employees will be more productive and less stressed. Next, I'd like to ask help from everyone's favorite uncle. That's right, the government has to play a role in this. The World Economic
Write a song and play a guitar solo. Then we rock, even if you've never touched a guitar before. And for the advanced player, the sky's the limit. If you want to play exactly like me, you're going to figure that out in this master class. If you want to play guitar exactly like you, I'll review.
Clinging to ourselves desperately, then we're trapped in a prison of our own making. But if we let go of the reins completely and are completely undisciplined in our freedom and our meanderings, well then we'll get torn apart by the sea of chaos. We won't be cresting that wave. We'll be wide.
But then they don't. And this provides a fertile ground for harassment and discrimination, with unrealistic expectations, with poor time management, with poor conflict management skills. Train your managers. Third, we know from research on victims that without the ability to report anonymously,
and then stick the little ones. So lay them on top like that, and then literally roll them up nice and tight, almost like a cigar, and then slice it nice and finely. I would like the basil to perfume.
And then doubting what you've just done. I think this is the life of a composer, and I think it's the life of an artist. If you're really going to succeed, there's no other way but by doing, making mistakes, and then learning from those mistakes and moving on. If you take the time and you learn it, I promise you.
But then they turn out to be way more corrupt. And so the pattern is a familiar one in which the populists get a run at this, win an election, then they try and change the constitution because otherwise they'd lose. And worst case,
That signal would then be transmitted up to a communication satellite and back down to mission control in Houston, where they would broadcast it to the rest of the world. However, the challenges of filming on the moon didn't stop there. The incredibly high contrast between the lunar surface and the darkness
You know that it couldn't happen, then you can go pretty far. You can go pretty far with the scares.
They then, some of them turned to the contractor friend who was there and said, we love it, what do you think? The contractor, who I knew, in my office, in front of me, with all my people, with all the board.
For them to then recover the 3D geometry of this hidden scene. Now I want to show you one more example of an indoor scene that we captured, this time with a variety of different hidden objects. And these objects have different appearances, so they reflect light differently. For example, this glossy dragon statue reflects light differently than
we can be on site and then have it airborne within under 2 minutes. It just makes it so much easier and safer for us to negotiate around this rugged coastline, find the people in trouble, and then determine how we're going to get them out. Like most Australian kids that grow up on the coast, I had a love for the beach from a young.
And then I solve all of the little questions. I answer all the questions you have in your mind. With suspense, there's certain questions I don't answer. And so your natural reaction as a reader is, wait, why? Right? So there's no reason why suspense should be specific to movies or television shows or fiction. You can do exactly the same.
And when you have 70 of them, you've got a feature film. Find your own voice. Never give up Final Cut and total creative freedom. Everything is connected in some way or another. You could be working.
Then I watched as she took her last breath. But what took my breath away in that moment was stepping back and looking down and seeing still resting on her chest that necklace that I made her. It was as if it was inviting me now to trust God.
Then somebody says, hey, let's go get food. And all of a sudden that friend group happens and you start to settle in. Well, that weekend of the race, we had a meeting called the Wheelers meeting, and there was 60 wheelchairs in that room the night before the race. And wouldn't you know it, all of the people that I had been researching were there. The best from the...
And then I was on my way. Today, it's a little different. Today, you'll actually get a call if you're on what we call terminal leave or paid time off that you're trying to use up before you actually are fully discharged. I talked to one veteran who got a call. He was on his way home from work, and the only thing he
was great, but then you don't have the idea until that happens.
And then I went to lunch. 10,000 retweets later, I had accidentally started a project. So every morning I woke up and my mailbox was full. It was
being like the most troublesome point, and if you nail that, then you're golden. It will take the pressure and the strain off of the impact you're going to give that super high note that you're worried about.
Or it reaches what's called the elastic limit, and then it shatters. And so it's just a demonstration of how powerful sound can be. One of the loudest things is going to be a space launch vehicle. It's to the point where it's not just impacting your hearing, but there's also a whole body vibration that's going on. And that vibration could have some potential health effects over time.
Better. I would argue then that we should seek equality without seeking sameness. That equality, seeking equality means recognizing difference, being honest with ourselves about what differences are, and honoring the choices that people make when you're in a system in which...
Then sign up for my online course. Go to my website to find out more.
It's wonderful.
If you've enjoyed this video, please like it and share it with your German-speaking friends.
So I wish UK all the best.
Achtung, Achtung, England und Amerika.
Your feelings, then you can't do your job properly, which in its own right is inhumane, because now you're not able to treat the patients that you're trying to save because you're getting too emotional about it. So what do you have to do? The answer for the millionth time of a different subject, but comes up all the time, is you got to find balance. You have to find balance between...
If it reads too fast, then it might be superficial. If a person reads it in 5 minutes, it's all over. So we're also going to be exploring a writing workshop. Writers are like cooks that they keep everything in the refrigerator and put it all in the casserole. Like, what doesn't go in for dinner tonight? Well,
objective truths, but then communicate to others how to get there. It's not good enough to be right. You also have to be effective. The less connected you are to what is objectively true, the less likely you will be able to make decisions that will benefit your life, the life of your family, and even...
Be clear, be mutual, and then be extremely candid.
That. And then over time you can see that it comes naturally for a lot of people. Other people can be anxious because they've had what's called ambivalent attachment in their own history. It's about 15% of the population. So they're nervous because in their own experience with their own parents, their parents were very nervous. So they
crossbars, and then you've got the hook at the top and the serif at the bottom. You're kind of like running out of space.
The shape of this negative space in the ascender allowed Cooper to make the F as bold as possible for as much as possible, while still maintaining legibility, which wasn't always the case for heavy typefaces of the time.
This is actually a good example. Like, this is a very bold.
Be patient, and then be persistent. Don't let anybody tell you you can't do something. You can. What flavor do you really want in your vegetables or meats? It's really up to you. Don't take anything as a rule. In this masterclass, I'm very excited to elevate your cooking abilities.
And then shared for free among people to honor the higher power that they ascribe to. What's ironic is that the higher power actually had nothing to do with this. These early affiliations, they often shared identical characteristics.
Into space, most of them being trained astronauts that spent years preparing for their flights. But when will the rest of us get a chance to visit space? And what will we do when we get there? In this video, we're going to look at the future of space tourism. We're also going to look at the private astronauts who have paid to get into space and how
But we then started to make the syrup too. The locals knew that, and they came to offer us the animals.
I see. So the turkeys are part of making that syrup. What does the syrup treat? What is it for?
It's good for coughs, asthma.
Unstable, causing it to break apart whilst traveling at twice the speed of sound. At this point, the Falcon 9 will be carrying 320,000 pounds of RP-1 fuel and 700,000 pounds of liquid oxygen. This oxidizer-rich environment will cause most of.
And then, when you have the President of the United States attacking free and fair and independent journalists in the United States, that has a knock-on effect in all the other countries where they're run by authoritarians or dictators and where they have no duty to their journalists.
Beliefs, and then you have they come head to head.
I'll eat $50. You keep it.
You keep it.
You keep it.
You keep it.
There's been a history of American cinema which is denigrated, defamed, belittled, dehumanized. It's documented
before. Then we went into the laboratory and produced these peptides. Next, we determined their molecular structures using experiments. When we compared our designed models with the real molecular structures, we found that our software can position individual atoms with an accuracy that's at the limit of what's possible to measure. 3 years ago, this couldn't be done.
Well, then you cook the menu. I said, you know, I want to be in charge of my own destiny. Instead of using parsley, I'm going to use the carrot tops. Most people will just throw it away. Don't use the expensive olive oil because it's a waste of money. If you want to start your day with a blood.
Then we get out again to become one with gravity. To feel the air. Chase it.
What we saw convinced us right then that autofocals were the future. Our participants could see more clearly, they could focus more quickly, and they thought it was an easier and better focusing experience than their current correction. To put it simply, when it comes to vision, autofocals don't compromise like static corrections in use today do. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's a lot of work for my colleagues.
And get them out there, then of course they won't prevail. Keep on plugging, and don't let the crazies grind you down. I'm Paul Krugman, and this is my masterclass.
Pregnant. Up until then, my mother didn't even know she existed. I was ashamed, I was embarrassed, and at times I was suicidal. I was asking myself, what was I doing? Where was I going wrong? I never wanted the stigma or label of what some identified as the stereotypical black.
Then I decided to follow some inspiring folks and do a short tour at the US Digital Service. That's the group of geeks that helped rescue healthcare.gov when that website went down hard in 2013. Yeah. So I signed up for a 3 to 6 month tour, and
people's comics. I read a lot of comics, so it's possible I saw them and then repressed them in my memory and drew them again, or it's possible that it's all a coincidence and me and someone else just came up with the same idea. It happens all the time with other cartoonists, not just me. Again, I don't purposely take comic ideas and try and pass them off as my own. Whenever people point out that my comic is a lot like someone else's, I get real.
Who I believe was the deputy captain, and then when Moran got killed, spoiler alert, she became the captain, and it just so happened that Cass is deaf. This is obviously a really exciting thing to happen, because in real life, obviously, deaf people do go about their lives like other people. They do exist. They do cool things. But I really thought that Sophie Stone, who played Cass,
our bags. Then I covertly disabled the entrance's locking mechanism. Doesn't that sound cool? I put tape on the latches. After lunch, everyone headed to take attendance before the assembly. It was then that panic set in. The entrance to the auditorium may be unlocked, but it's raised above the cafeteria floor. Walking up those steps would be suspicious. We needed a credibility prop.
I then thought, give him a kiss on the forehead while his eyes are closed. That'll show him that you like him too. So I told Jared to close his eyes. He did. I leaned over to kiss his forehead. Unbeknownst to me, Jared opened his eyes and moved to where we kissed on the lips. I was completely taken aback.
Then there's another group, called the squinting modifiers, because they're stuck between two things and could feasibly refer to either. Often these modifiers are adverbs, like the one in this sentence. Robbers who steal chocolate bunnies rapidly attract the outrage of onlookers.
Then typically starts its slow decline in the 30s. So I'm experiencing that now. Crystallized intelligence, on the other hand, is just what it sounds like. Knowledge that's based on facts, solidified by past experiences and prior learning. This type of experiential intelligence gets stronger with age as we continue to take in new knowledge and understanding, and it's part of like grandmas are
media, they're in Chisinau, and then they're just reporting this, and we start hearing murmurs that this was pressure from the Chinese embassy. And then later that afternoon, we're sitting at a coffee shop, and somebody from City Hall came and found us. There's a couple of Chinese people and myself in this coffee shop in Moldova, and there's not another Chinese person in sight.
Objectively, because only then can we ascertain what portion of it is part of us and part our fault. We can acknowledge that we had our own part in it, and we may not have. This is just all hypothetical. We just want to make sure that we know our role, other people's role. And
this is my brother. And see, it just says David. Then, out of pure terror, we just turn around and book it back to our house. We go inside and we go to our mom and we're like, Mom, there were some neighbor kids over there. They're interrogating us. It was horrible. We gave them fake names to hide our identity.
Ours as a big team and then putting them on the internet for free is a weird business model. Over the years, we've relied on a number of different things to stay afloat. Commercial work for NGOs, startups or corporations. Sponsorships and grants by companies or organizations. We struck a deal with Funk from German public broadcasting.
Yeah, I used to have a garden and I worked really hard on it, and then when the day came to pick all of the tomatoes, I went outside and the deer had eaten all of them. This is a true story. It was very sad. But it's a way to connect because you have, maybe you're not a gardener now, but you have something in common. You're
people. Then, nearly 2 decades later, another film movement would take a different approach to the same problem. How do you make more authentic, irreverent movies than Hollywood? In the late 1950s in France, a group of opinionated young film lovers started writing for a movie magazine called Cahiers du Cinéma. At the time, the mainstream French film industry was making a lot of unimaginative literary adaptations that mimicked the classical Hollywood.
And then it looks like my line branched out, wow, to modern day Saudi Arabia, modern day Iran, and then up into the Caspian Sea. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Oh, hey now, I have fewer Neanderthals.
And then you can call the API to seek the payload. And there's also APIs that will support service and outage information associated with that API. We've actually just deployed the last code to support a very comprehensive library of assurance APIs. So we have full diagnostic test capability.
In the late 50s, he starts to wear a toupee that then eventually becomes this very iconic silver wig.
By the 80s, he is highly recognisable to many as this Warhol persona. He's become a brand.
The art historian John Rich.
Every part of politics, but then also the policy ecosystem as well. I'm John Tass-Parker. I'm the head of politics and government at Instagram by day, but also I'm really excited to be a 2020 Sign Fellow. And please come on by, and we're going to be talking about all these interesting things in my seminar series, Digital Politics.
Then proceeded in haste to Beaufort in Anjou, which fell to him in May. Next he arrived at Rouen, capital of the important province of Normandy, and had himself inaugurated as Duke, when a circlet of gold was placed on his head and a bejewelled broadsword put in his hands.
It's almost like a sculpture that's been smashed and then put together again. Picasso is famous for never taking on a portrait commission. The famous people he painted, he chose for their expressive features and their intriguing characters, often choosing only a vague description for the title, such as Cubist.
I thought it was quite floppy, you know. And then I would follow her, and she came and taught at a radio station. She came and did a lunch hour session, and we were all bitten by this bug. This was probably about 25 years ago, something like that, 20 years ago. And I suddenly realised,
absolutely live the dream.
So maybe we could say then that dandyism is something which can be reconsidered, reimagined, and reinterpreted by anyone, really.
It's that idea that you create yourself to make your own statement.
Complex questions, interpret them without ever seeking advice from a server, and then anonymously reach out to the cloud to get the answers to what I need. AI on my device, not in the cloud. And please don't tell me that this ambition is
were not designed for the internet, then the organisation that provides those services was not designed for the internet either. Services in the internet age cross multiple different boundaries, and the problem that we have in the UK is that you can essentially deal with up to 14 different departments for simple services like
thousands of images.
That energy then travels outward from the core to the surface of the sun. But this journey from the center of the sun to its surface can take over 100,000 years to complete. But once the energy deep inside the sun finally gets to the surface, it travels as light and heat all the way to Earth. In fact, if the environment, the conditions,
could do something about that. Did you have the idea then that you could actually spread that whole notion?
I honestly thought I could help women in the same situation, because we had this bond and we had this understanding. It's quite extraordinary because it doesn't matter.
And then we could bring our students to the Boys and Girls Club to take this art class together. So it wasn't as if our Stanford students were somehow sharing their vast knowledge with junior high school kids. We're really learning together. It's a reciprocal relationship.
To my mouth. And then I could, if it was black and white, I'd have the chemical jars and I could just produce them on site and see what I was getting and get out and do more. And that was quite exciting. I saw it as a kind of alchemy, I suppose, of a moment.
And before that, again, we were quiet then. Do you remember? The silence was deafening, but did it change anything? And when did it stop? Watch. Almost another minute. Lost, forgot what we thought of, and the clock, well, it's still ticking, but we are not moving any further from the...
Little white, blurry flashes as they quickly leave and return to the grass as they attack then retreat. Around the world, seagrass meadows are being destroyed by runoff, coastal development, boats and shipping.
And since then, I've learned a lot about different tools and different approaches and methodologies for engagement. And the course this time around is absolutely benefiting from that knowledge, and I certainly can see how in the future it will even get better.
And that was enough, I guess. And then a couple of weeks ago, I was filming, and then I left my office, and then I came back in, and there was smoke in here. Light bulbs are totally supposed to burn out. They're not supposed to catch on fire. So the base of one of the bulbs was a little bit on fire. I took the bulb out. It hadn't broken. It was just sparking internally. And I ordered some new lights. And then
also too, I think, tying back into how I grew up, but then also realized that I didn't see anyone
from my demographic that was saying anything about it. I didn't see anyone saying, hey, I don't agree with this. I'm not racist. Like, I am Hispanic. I'm Hispanic, and I don't agree with this for these reasons. And so by me taking that initial choice to speak up.
Now, if you're a fan of baking, then don't forget to hit subscribe. If you're a fan of cooking, then if you head over to my cooking channel, I've got tons of recipes up there for you. And if you do make this, then we would love to see your cake. So take a picture and hashtag keep calm and bake.
In order to do something about it. And then the argument is that through transparency and participation, you get more accountability and more responsiveness from the people who are responsible. Every citizen has the power within themselves to take the first step of action.
And if we're to control this virus, then we must have a world-beating system for testing potential victims and for tracing their contacts. So that, all told, we're testing literally hundreds of thousands of people every day. We've made fast
already working with, and I wrote a play, and we produced the play, and then we took it to a conference of Latina women with HIV. Watching their reactions to seeing their stories on stage is what really inspired me to continue writing, because I didn't know that.
Is absolutely at the heart of that. By having a motivated and engaged workforce who we look after, then hopefully they're going to perform at their best, and that's important for the guests. If we've got happy staff, we've got happy guests, and that's really good for business.
I think that Bluestone really values its staff. It genuinely is a company that wants all of its staff to reach its potential, so it invests.
It just sticks with me still in terms of this new baby, new life, and then this new career, which was also about new plays. And the exciting thing about new works, to me, is how different stories can be told and how we can continue to push the envelope. And that's something that really continues to invigorate me. Is what
then okay, you're right, babies are atheists. But you know what? So are dogs and fetuses and every corpse that's on the ground right now, because they don't believe in God either, because they don't think about these things. So yeah, they don't believe in God. I guess you're right, but at that point, it's pretty much
continuing that vision on a scale that probably no one then ever dreamed of. We're not here for our strategies. We're not here for our ambitions. We're here for those people that George wanted to help, that he saw trying to help themselves. That's a trust. That's a privilege and a responsibility.
But if that green paint disappears, then the bucket starts looking maybe yellow. And that's what we think happens in leaves. Leaves have several colored chemicals inside of them during the summer, but in the fall, as the days get shorter and cooler, the biggest component of those leaves, the green component, the chlorophyll, breaks.
And then one day I found a box of programs and photographs that I had in my closet. I found the program for a show, Arms and the Man, and in the back section of the program there was a bio for a woman who was getting her master's in theater management.
You know, then we're kind of killing the movement. People never stop organizing, and everybody is part of some kind of an organization in all the different spheres in which they live their lives, from school to workplace or whatever. Even if that organization doesn't have a name, doesn't have any formal leaders or anything.
But they do come up every now and then. A few years ago, an atheist named Cecil Bothwell was elected to the Asheville City Council in North Carolina, and his opponents actually said he couldn't hold that office because of the anti-atheist provision in their constitution. It didn't work, but...
Well, if that's how you're going to play, then fine. What is the relationship between these two objects? I think he's going to get this one. And he's eating it. You can't cheat. No marks off for that. Okay, this... Can you...
later when the Premier League came to American TV in the early 2000s, and by then Liverpool were a bit down on their luck. In fact, at one point they were close to bankruptcy. But oh, Hank, over the years I have imagined so many times how it would feel to win the Premier League. I have imagined where I would be at the pub in Indianapolis where I watched the games with other.
Thaws the CO2, turning it directly into a gas, which then blows away from the pole, generating fierce winds. Speaking of which, Mars has an atmosphere, but it's thin. Pressure at the surface is less than 1% of Earth's, and the air is mostly carbon dioxide. In fact, as much as a third of the Martian atmosphere freezes out every winter.
Know what you're going to do in advance, then you won't do it. Your creativity starts with whether you're curious or not. Roll 'em. Go. Action.
Then people feel this incredible freedom to express ideas that are hateful and also that are not true, right? So the whole idea of false news, fake news, came from the internet, where essentially nobody is there to say you're wrong to your face.
Keep a diary, because every now and then your life feels like a story. It's exciting to think that you're living in this world with all these other people, and today is an opportunity for you to connect with some of them. That makes life worth living. I'm David Sedaris, and this.
And then pause to let them absorb it, than it is to reel off 10 points at top speed. Crucially, try to tell stories. People have been conditioned to listen to stories for hundreds of thousands of years, and it's a powerful way to command attention. Keeping it simple also means there's less for you to worry about, so you can stay relaxed.
Have experience making work from fabric. But then her and John took me to New York, where I stayed with them in their loft as I worked for her as her assistant. And that was like my first experience with artists, being an artist in New York City. It was so life-changing.
I had multiple names and I was posting questions and then changing my name and answering questions. And for me, I think one of the highs was when I no longer needed to do that. So I actually rather ruthlessly got a friend of mine who was pregnant, who rang me up and said, I've got these palpitations, did you have that? I said, I'll answer your question, but can you ask?
Just shots of the pots for the website. And then I actually realized that they looked actually like art pieces. And that's where the idea came of removing the pot in post-production. So basically in Photoshop, like cutting it out and cleaning, because lots of these pots are quite old. You have a lot of scratches on it. And so
crossed over from ceramics with paint, but then also really investigating kind of different slips and glazes that can be used and the different kind of effects you can get from using different methods. Within third year there is a lot of feedback, and that involves a lot of group tutorials. We have supervised studio time where tutors are kind of available.
However, if you fill half the bucket with stones first and then pour in the water, the rate at which it drains out is much slower, allowing you to make it back to your castle. Why on earth am I telling you this? Well, fibre provides the exact same function as those stones, and therefore some
and then got kneed in the side of the head, had a seizure and stopped breathing. Died for just a short period of time. And they brought me back round.
Their disbelief and dive into the story, they're going to have a really lovely experience of this project.
In, then it gets rather difficult if you suddenly feel that you've got to move your voice about a bit, and it's much nicer for people to listen to if you've got some cadences in there. You rise, you fall, and you've got an expressive voice.
and then other dogs don't make it through the training. The other thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the zoo, and we're gonna go look at other animals, other baby animals that are gonna help us think about, put really puppies in context. If you want an introduction to cognitive neuroscience, you want an introduction to psychology, you want an introduction to veterinary science, this is for you. This is your
then part of the answer has to be in sort of understanding the whole person. And so what I thought was, how can I use my own history with anxiety and depression as a way to investigate the human history of anxiety and depression?
Because then you understand a bit more about the outside world, but it doesn't matter. We took inspiration from a subject which is referred to as the Great Pacific Garbage Vortex. I think the most memorable person that has seen it for me was,
you know, car, and then I'm going to light it on fire and blah, 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 and then I'm going to take a picture of it, and et cetera, et cetera. And he was just like, you know what? I'm tired of hearing about it. Just do it. And he was totally right. So, and sometimes you would just do it and it would work, and sometimes you would just do it and it would be a disaster, but at least, okay, now we know that doesn't work.
And then you can revise that. You can revise the plan, revise the estimate, revise whatever it is, but that the concreteness helps in that communication, and that's something I'm trying to learn.
Yeah. It's interesting. You seem to, you obviously have lots of influences on your, how you've developed as a CEO. Can you talk to me on where you?
The X-ray is then directed at the patient in the machine, and the negative image appears here on the plate at the front. The density of the object and its atomic makeup determine whether the X-rays are absorbed. Hence, bone shows up as white and tissue shows up as black.
It held true for animal models than for human beings. The benefits outweighed its risks, and it did better than what we had so far. This single promising avenue is now part of common practice. Everything else was a false positive. It doesn't matter how shiny.
Rainbird then uses this map to reason and make decisions in the same way the expert does. The result? 85% of the fraud referrals were processed 100 times faster, and with 25% more accuracy than the bank's top expert.
To hold, and that was it, I was off. I think it's absolutely beautiful because unlike other things that we have here, and there is a historic tradition in the Tower of London for using arms and armour to create installation. In those cases we used what we had to create them. In this case the armour has actually
having proved that they could do it, they could then take a softly approach and get them up to speed in something like 2 weeks. But even so, that was an absolutely enormous saving in time to get to full productivity.
They be, and they will get bagged up and then sent to the mortuary. You might have an anthropologist at the triage part of the mortuary, because when these bags come in, it will be opening them up again to say, is this human, is this animal? If you think of the World Trade Center, they had restaurants, so there'd be bits of pig, there'd be bits of sheep. We need to separate those out. And also,
and then I did Latin in my last year. Having that was a privilege, and I was really lucky to do that, and I loved it.
At work, I created and I'm leading 2 modules. One of them is Ancient Greek Theatre, and it explores Greek drama, tragedy, comedy, and satire drama, and also fragments.
Experiences. And the advantage obviously is that you then get to really interact intensely with the professor, with the other students in the class, and really just sort of enjoying the small interactions. The range of subjects is really fantastic. We've got courses that are maybe purely intellectual. We've got
Fahrenheit. Since then, studies such as the one performed in 2019 by Dr. Julie Parsonet of Stanford University of 677,000 measurements found that the average man's temperature had dropped down to 97.9 Fahrenheit. And it hadn't been a rapid drop-off. The average reduction has been about 0.05 off. Electric typewriters then came out with self-contained correction ribbons so that you could make corrections right there on the machine as you typed. When word processors and computers became common use and typewriters became obsolete, so did liquid paper. Number 7. The typewriter. Originally, there were only manual typewriters with no fancy electric jobs in sight. When electric typewriters with demands it be kept in the fridge, then it really isn't safe to be left out. However, according to health experts, you actually can leave the butter out quite safely for up to 10 days in certain conditions. This is, of course, assuming a home that is managing to keep a somewhat moderate temperature. In other words, this may not apply entirely if you are in the middle of a hot summer and don't have air.
And then going forward, if you are receiving a lot of magazines, limit them to like 2 to 3 per month. And just keep your favorites, and then be mindful of all the papers that you choose to print out, the papers you choose to bring home, because anything that's like physical inside your house has to be organized. It has.
The US initially blamed the Iranians, who Saddam was then at war with. In a gruesome twist, it later turned out the CIA had helped Saddam deploy his chemical weapons in the hopes of scoring a clandestine victory against Iran. Number 3. The Ghouta attack. In the years since 1988, no gas attack has killed anywhere near as many people as that on Halabja. One attack
a little bit, and then in communicating your results, then those are the things, those skills you need to be a good statistician, and if you can do those things well, you will have no trouble finding employment.
Of practice that involves cutting the fins off live sharks, which are then cruelly thrown back to die, minus their fins, and this also, of course, wastes the meat. Canada is partially to blame in this global crisis. Despite a ban on shark finning in Canadian waters, they are the largest importer of shark fins outside of Asia. Canadian environmental legislators have failed to aspiring dancer doing a lengthy jolt for larceny, then Cebu's barbed wire bungalow is the place to be. Number 1. Bastøy Prison in Norway. Imagine skiing on a private island or strolling along a beach. Nope, this isn't a luxury Norwegian resort, but rather the unlikely playgrounds for Bastøy Prison. As an example of Norway. Then, somewhere along the way, in the next few billion years, something happened. The atmosphere of Mars started disappearing. Then, the sun reached the next stage in its life cycle of a star and it became hotter. So how did the red planet continue to have water in a place in the universe where the sun should have evaporated it all? Scientists have a pretty cool sounding theory that maybe Mars was in an orbit. Then the Roman cavalry counterattacked on the flanks. The Britons had made the mistake of arraying a great train of carts behind their attacking lines, which greatly slowed their retreat. According to the Roman historian Tacitus, the Romans ended up killing 80,000 of their enemies while only losing 400 people. It must be said that the legionaries reportedly made no distinction this move had anything to do with the film. Since then, they have made steps to include healthier alternatives on their menu. Number 9. Rosetta. Although it's not that well known, this small film from directors Jean-Pierre and Luc Dardon caused quite a stir upon its release in 1999 and won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. It tells the story of a teenage girl named And then there is Project QK Hilltop, which was never even intended to go right in any moral sense of the word. This 1954 CIA project was overseen by Harold G. Wolff, whose behavior tests used old Chinese brainwashing techniques in an attempt to enter the human mind and alter it to the agency's benefit. Think Manchurian. They would pull people out of the Thames and then apply a tobacco smoke enema in an attempt to save them. Normal resuscitation methods would then be used if the tobacco smoke enema failed. This method started to become so trendy that it moved into other parts of the medical field. Soon it had become a treatment du jour for everything from colds to cholera outbreaks. Kidnapper, then police investigating the kidnapping, then the actor's brother, then the actor again, who claimed the kidnapping was a hoax by his harasser. The catfish behind these personas, who turned out to be a woman herself, was eventually tracked down by police. In 2019, she was sentenced to 2 years and 8 months in prison for stalking 6 victims in total. Number 4. In real life. But then again, hindsight is 2020. Number 8. Rain that won the day. Whatever strategy Napoleon had adopted in dealing with his enemy armies, there would have been the complicating factor of rain on June the 17th, 1815. This, more than anything else, led to Napoleon's defeat. It caused him to begin his attacks on the British army at a relatively late 11 1938. Then Nazi Secretary Martin Bormann told the girl and her mother to cut off contact, which angered Hitler. World War II began the year after losing contact with Hitler, and he began murdering Jews by the millions. The death of Nina was not by direct persecution, but instead she died in hospital in Munich from a polio infection. He then ordered his heavily armoured knights to dismount and form a protective shield around the foot soldiers, horses and supplies. The shift in military structure also allowed Bohemond's line to hold until reinforcements arrived en masse as the Turks eventually exhausted their resources. In the end, the Crusaders notched an impressive victory with a new strategy. Today, Hewson might be referred to as the father of hematology, but back then, he, like many other surgeons, appeared to be in the habit of performing secret autopsies on corpses stolen from cemeteries to study human anatomy. When he was done, to minimize the risk of getting caught, Hewson simply buried the remains in the basement. Number 8. The knife-armed long More than 500,000 people were exposed to toxic gases. In all, it is estimated that 10,000 people died within 72 hours of the accident. 25,000 have since died from different gas-related diseases. The means by which the water entered the chemical tank has yet to be fully understood. The Bhopal disaster is often referred to as the world's worst industrial Hungarians. Then the Ottomans took it and destroyed it, enslaving its Christian inhabitants, and held the land for quite some time before both the Allies and the Central Powers fought ferociously over the territory in World War I. A few years later, the Nazis rolled into town with plenty of high-powered explosives before they lost to the USSR, which collapsed and left the area to be ripped apart.
To study neuroscience, and then I was exposed to the biology society and the environment major, and that was something that really appealed to me because it brought in both my love for science and my interest in social determinants of health and social justice. It was really cool to be in classrooms with people that thought.
Between then and May of 1995, Karras only lost one game of the hundreds that he took part in. The streak became known as The Run, and it made him a profit of roughly $46 million. The games that he played to amass his fortune included poker, pool, and blackjack. Still, when fate turns on him, it turned hard. Within 2
Now, marketing wizards, did you like this video? Then do me a huge favor. Please subscribe and share it with your peeps all across the YouTubes and the interwebs. And let me hear from you. Send in your marketing and advertising questions. Hit me up at tom@tomweinick.com and I will give you
their own produce, and then through to supplying fruit for Australia-wide customers. I guess for young people out there who are looking at an alternative to being in a city area, it doesn't really matter what your interests are or what your skills are. If
the freezer. These are then readily available and can be popped in the microwave for a healthier and plastic-free version of your favourite meals. Plastic bags can be very environmentally damaging, clogging up our oceans and choking wildlife. However, paper bags can be just as damaging, using more energy.
Gold lift gets you all the way up there and you find your way around, and I think it's an absolutely splendid item, and as an object that was once a killing weapon but now is a presentation weapon and a beautiful work of art, I don't think you can beat it. That's why it's my favourite object.
Hi there, my name's Mike, I'm part of the
yeah. And then take it back to those people and say, is this all right? It's not like, yes, I'm the songwriter, here you go. I think it's my job to come and listen to people and hear what the stories are and what people say and what they think about things, and then to be able to distill it into a song. The joy of it is people from a place.
Seats. The Brexit Party was worried that even if most voters in specific constituencies would have voted for pro-Brexit parties, if the vote was split between themselves and the Conservatives, a pro-second referendum party might have ended up winning. The Liberal Democrats, Green Party and Plaid Cymru were worried about the opposite happening. The reasoning behind
this notion that we can see reality, digest that information, and then reinterpret it in a way that is unique and exciting to that person, and still have that connect with someone else, and have
So the first abuse of power is the empathy deficits, and then the second is the stuff that, you know, is just, you see it in every culture, and, you know, it's just one of the most perplexing qualities of power is just, you know, a lot of impulsive behavior. And I like to say,
and then we were all out on the field, and it was a great time.
I love the people that I work with. I feel like there are so many really smart and passionate and committed people here, and I feel like I have a lot of friends at work, and so it's kind of a close tie with the impact that I feel like we get to have.
And then we observe them and ask them questions. This is all conducted in the context and work environments of theirs, not ours. A fourth qualitative method is a diary study. They are a research method used to collect qualitative data about user behavior and activities and experiences over time.
And then being in Silicon Valley, we have a wonderful laboratory to study these things. So Berkeley has been just great. And although I loved my 9 months in Barcelona, as I told you earlier, there's no doubt in my mind I wanted to come back, and very happy to be here.
The beach. Then, over the course of 3 months, Andean flamingos began abandoning their nests in the northern part of the country. Due to this abandonment, over 2,000 eggs didn't hatch. Then the final mass die-off happened in May, when almost 60 dead pelicans were found on a beach in central Chile. 4 major die-offs from 4 different species was quite troubling for the science community, but there was by informants who then had a huge hand in convincing the rest of the cell to go for them. When they finally talked them around to committing the attacks, the feds arrested them. One of the most infamous of these incidents was when an undercover FBI agent convinced 18-year-old Mohammed Osman Mohammed, pictured here, to set off a car bomb at a Portland, Oregon Christmas tree light.
And they grow them on, and then they sell them into stores such as Bunnings. My latest variety is to be released nationally this year, and it's a new compact variety that's taken me probably 15 years to develop. So it's a long process and a long time before returns, but it's been satisfying. And
then, in the 1876 issue, they celebrated the fact that for months nobody had come forward with the next great medicinal remedy that would heal everyone from everything. Hopefully they enjoyed their brief respite, because there were still a lot of years' worth of dubious patent medicines ahead of them. Number 9. Zooph get other free stuff, or they're being bussed to the polls as part of their job, then it really should be no surprise that the turnout numbers are high and people keep voting for the person giving them the free stuff when there is no realistic challenger on the ballot anyway. So I really hope you found that video interesting. If you did, please do give us a thumbs up below, and don't forget to subscribe. We've got brand then finish its mission on a Japanese landing strip somewhere in the Pacific. What's even more frightening is that the Germans were also working on a nuclear program of their own, and the Silbervogel would have been the top contender to deliver the deadly payload. Fortunately, the war turned on the Nazis before both projects could be finalized, and neither one.
To look at whether Hispanic citizens then started to reduce their take-up of programs like food stamps and SSI, and we found dramatic reductions of up to 20 to 40% reductions in take-up of these programs. And again, that's coming from Hispanic citizens who are themselves.
He then lays out 3 different explanations or models as to why a country might want nuclear weapons and why others might restrain themselves. He then moves on to Iran's nuclear program, and he argues that in his mind there is compelling evidence that Iran
developing the business plan so that they can then have a well-developed business plan, not just an idea, but something that is written down and demonstrates that they've thought about all potential aspects of the business. That's really what the bank is looking for. And if they've gone through the process with us, and if they've thought
in 2018, and then we took last year as kind of a planning year because we've expanded now, and we're partnered with the Southwest Initiative Foundation and the West Central Initiative, so that we went from serving just our 14 counties in central Minnesota to 4
step can we meet and then go there to sort of begin to have a hope that there may be a horizon we can walk towards together, sort of a new life we could envision together. It's a very powerful time, and feels like a very powerful time to be.
Pass it over to some engineers to say, how much do you think this is going to cost? So then in this year, as we're going and asking for funding, we know how much we need to ask for overall, but also how much individual items within that plan are going to cost as well.
Can you tell me yet how much you're going to be asking for?
We have a guess where we're getting at.
As those voices that aren't necessarily represented.
Well, then that's what they would be. And I think that we have had people that are talking about, the term is politicized now, but left behind. And so I think that, again,
and then you're going to go through times where you need more time to work on yourself. Don't forget about yourself. Failures teach you what not to do or how you can improve so you don't make the same mistakes again. So instead of seeing failure as something
like I used to work for Apple, then you kind of get more pigeonholed into doing one very specific thing. I mean, I guess I got to do a lot of animal AI, so it's like having like the squirrels like climb on trees, you know, like animals kind of like scurry away from you. I don't know. I guess for me, it's kind of like.
And what I didn't realize back then, but I really know and understand now, especially being an FBI agent and understanding the role that the FBI plays in the primacy of investigation of civil rights, I now can think back and think about, I am where I am.
The noses of dogs and the smelliness of fish. Then we'd stop talking about the fact that carbon dioxide is changing our climate. The fact that carbon dioxide is changing our climate should be the focus of the discussion, not how we name harmful substances.
Hand. And what I think the most important thing I wish I knew then was to make time for the things that renew me and rejuvenate me. During medical school, don't wait until the end to read a book or exercise or go out with friends. Make sure you build that into every day and every week of what you do, and figure out a way to make medicine fit your.
Those standards were then given over to scientific communities that were able to develop them into formalized guidelines and rules. These have now been extended, and they're to not only the review of safety.
Agreement works, then I think China inside the Paris Agreement would work.
Well, this is a really key thing.
Can I come in on China?
Yes, but just for a minute, Brian. Does what we do in the rest of the world make a difference to these big countries? It does. A sort of example setting, or
well, yes, as an.
Live in a culture that, if you say no, then you're turning things away and you feel like you're saying either no to money or opportunities or growth. But I think that that's really a scarcity-minded view on the world. When you really do know what's important and you trust both yourself and the universe around you, and you make those referrals, you know that folks are being taken care of.
See each other's work, that maybe that could start something. So that's what led to the idea of the festival.
Dakota worked in the oil fields in the 80s, and then eventually went to Grand Forks and started my radio career in Grand Forks at UND on a station called KFJM.
Well, absolutely. And of course, Prairie Public kind of got into partnership with.
And then they create hand creams and soaps and all those kind of things. So they've got an income stream, they've transformed the land, and they've created massive biodiversity as well. So I think just thinking through some of the ideas of how we take this forward and being more creative about it.
Let's look at also, though, at another industry, at heavy
Then we had a group of about 400 people raising money. It was a community effort. All the money went to the university, and 93 cents on the dollar that we raised went to scholarships. Our overhead was very low, except for our executive director. And from 1972 to 2005, 33 years, we've raised millions.
Then when I tracked my time continuously, I realized that the average was a lot closer to 40 than it was to 50. And it's not that I never worked 50-hour weeks, because clearly I had. I'd recorded them in the past. I worked 60 hours a week. It's just they weren't the norm any more than.
And then they can work to preserve that land and make it available for the natural migration of the mangrove forest inland. And there's a real big push in the project to apply this information on a very local scale. So there'll be community outreach from the conservation
Mississippi, and so then when we get to see it, we look around and go, oh cool, that's Aunt Edna's house, you know, but there's that degree of pride. And I mean, I think it's really great you're coming here to do this.
And what we used to always say in the film office, and I guess they still do, but Nina and I used to talk about the opportunity of every one of these films. You know, a movie came to Mississippi, and that Huck Finn came in When you ordered, then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pick someone from the comments and I'm gonna send you an extra personalized signed copy of the book. Now look, you can have it signed by me, Jersey Marie, or regular Marie, your choice. But we're gonna check your receipts, so be ready for it, all right? Now, part number 2, tell me, do you got a book in you?
You know, I don't know what coding is, but I step into the place and then I see 2-3 minutes and then I know how to code. I know how to fix a website. I know how to design. I know how to make hair. I know how to make clothes. But then I do so many things because I can do so many things. But I'm at this point in my life where I'm broke.
And then, of course, he died in 1954. The inquest said it was suicide, but we won't ever really know the truth of what happened. But it's tragic to lose someone so bright and who could have done so much.
But his legacy now, in terms of the theoretical work around computing, does that still echo today?
So my whole life, I wanted to be a vet. And then my father took me out of school and I sailed from England to India and then to Cape Town. And I got off that ship 6 months later and I thought, this is really cool. I want to do something more with the oceans. South Africa is a very natural laboratory.
Or to have been given something really useful and then just hold it and not instantly try to pass it to whoever I'm with or on social media feels like a burden on my heart.
That's the whole reason I do what I do.
Yeah.
Because every time I make a discovery or I read something great, I'm like, how does the world not know about this? I have a big mouth. I like talking. I need to start telling them.
Game. Then how do we lead in the infinite game? And that's what I wrote. And it's not supposed to convince the people who think I'm naive or think I'm stupid or don't understand how business works. It's supposed to be a rallying cry for all of us who feel uncomfortable the way business is working. Yet we keep our opinions to ourselves because there are people
of 10 years, 120 qualified payments, then your loans are forgiven after those 10 years. So I'm thankful for public service.
Then would you? Of course you would, because it would help prevent you from eating all the food that we know isn't good for us and get more of the good stuff that we all know that we need. Our brains are wired to gravitate towards the path of least resistance. Knowing this, you need to set your habits up to be as easy as possible. To make the process of creating a habit easy, think in terms of how often.
And that if we are in fact living in a simulation, then it would seem as though the people who have made it, the programmers of the simulation, have taken zero shortcuts. And that is something that is hard to imagine in the development of a piece of software. Kill file. And since then, the screenwriter has actually walked back his comments. He has said that he shouldn't have said anything about it and that, he was sort of talking outside of his pay grade. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's wrong, but I think that it's important to note that, maybe what he said was said in the heat of
Yeah.
And then you could take the week off to focus on your business. I don't know.
Yeah, so you're right. That's true. I
Love
should
it.
use it.
Well, we're really excited for you. Hopefully that this was helpful. Please keep us posted because we want to hear how it goes.
Of course, I will. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
To be done and then to sell them is like a whole other scenario. And it doesn't seem to be, for me at least, to get any easier. You know?
Yeah. No, I love talking about this because I have this notion for me of myself. I consider myself a bit of a turtle. Like sometimes people look from the outside and they're like, where'd she come from?
If you want to hear more about what exactly the asteroid did to the dinosaurs, then click here and hear from Team Dinos on the asteroid and dinosaurs themselves. Thanks everybody for watching. Tune in for more videos where Team Space will yet again take out Team Dino.
Getting to like absorb all that and then play Tetris is pretty fun. How we're going to like accomplish this monumental task with each other, like happily.
The blue, so we chose glass with some warm tones that brought out the cherry and the floors, and then the blue that brought in the royal blue, the island. We wanted to do something a little bit eclectic and bring in all the colors from the backsplash. We brought in vases to add color to the upper cabinets to tie in the backsplash and the island. We are really happy with this project. I think it's
and then buy all the gear that I would need to do that, and then got on a plane 4 days later. This story was really important because we so often see the stories of like the Western heroes on mountains like Everest or these other Himalayan peaks, but behind them and behind.
And then all you're going to do is let the older, wiser you in your imagination share some wisdom with current day you. Just let your hand move on the page, write whatever comes into your mind, into your heart. Like don't judge yourself, don't edit yourself, and do not pay any attention to like grammar or spelling or punctuation. None of that. And then check this out. If you actually have a specific accountability appointment with another person, this can actually increase your chances of success by up to 95%. You guys, 95 freaking %. I think that's amazing. That is like real good. And look, you don't have to make this complicated, right?
So to then film and have our fun on set, making sure everything's not falling off people for 12 hours. The de-rig in the evening can take a good an hour, or 2 hours. People are quite unaware of the length of time and the process that goes into these.
Then revenge. Then it goes to discouragement, blame, worry, doubt. And this is all moving up. Doubt is better than worry. Disappointment, better than doubt. Overwhelm, frustration, pessimism, boredom, contentment. And so now you're at contentment. And the next leap is hopefulness. And then
finished with an activity, he got to say finished and then leave. So instead of it being a punitive behavior plan, it was a proactive, positive plan. So we were trying to decrease behaviors by helping to support the environment.
Here to be molasses home, scratch off the label, and then discover the instructions for brewing beer using this can of malt extract. Home brewing took off after the advent of Prohibition because people could no longer go to saloons or.
So when you really allow yourself to feel that energy, then we're going to be ready to move on to step number 2. Step number 2 is this. You gotta question it. Now, here's what I mean by that. I want you to get really curious and ask yourself, Ava, what exactly do you feel angry about? What do you feel is wrong right now?
And then elevated again to where it was today. In other words, the Earth wasn't fixed, it was capable of up and down motion. And nobody up to that point had begun to think about how, in scientific terms, how mountain ranges could be formed. These are letters of recommendation for publication in the
then had John Johnson, who started Johnson Publishing, and through Ebony and Jet, Tan, Negro Digest, Black World, that in a way John Johnson was working against these stereotypical derogatory images. So these two rooms are almost like.
Objector was then barred from having a university post, so by doing that affected his career quite seriously. I knew about his numerical weather prediction, and that's why I sort of started being interested in him in the first place. But the whole time he's working, he's got this other strand going on. What he wanted to do was spend the first half of.
And then government as well makes decisions on how much to demand. Do state and local governments build new schools, open new libraries? Do they buy new books? Do they create improvements in infrastructure, new roads, electrical systems? So all of these things at the firm level.
Have a laugh and then try again.
Somebody black. I thought then of holding you as a political act. I may as well have held myself. We didn't stand for one thought, didn't do a damn thing. And though you left me, I'm glad we didn't.
Then there is a problem.
And then in the constellation of Andromeda, you see this teeny tiny smudge. And that's another galaxy just like our Milky Way, with hundreds of billions of stars, almost certainly planets around those stars, astronomers on those planets looking out at our own Milky Way. Most people who do astronomy
attention, then the internet becomes a great place to find collaborators. And once I'm collaborating with other people, whether they're on set or online, wherever, that makes it so much easier for me to find that flow because we're all just paying attention.
Then cultivated by Native Americans for centuries. An apricot that was brought by Chinese immigrants who came to work on the Transcontinental Railroad. And countless varieties of plums that originated in the Middle East and were then brought by Italian, French, and German immigrants. None of these varieties are indigenous.
Facts those same sorts of theories, then their beliefs strengthen. And what's one thing that is particularly alarming that's happening is what Michael Barkin calls fusion paranoia, where these fringe groups who might have believed in aliens and these others that might have believed
are starting to study, like if you read them during the actual class. Then I read Passage to Avalon, the first book in the epic adventures of the Techno Wizard by Mike Thayer. I did an individual non-spoiler review for this as well, so that'll be up in the card symbol if you want to check it out. This one follows a boy named Sam who is living just his regular life with his single mother. Then one day,
wipe up any fuel with rags, and then lay them outside to dry so the fuel can't evaporate. Once dry, place them in a sealed container and dispose of them properly. Before we begin discussing these repairs, I do want to mention that if you are unsure or uncomfortable with anything,
removed some surface grime and dirt and then revarnished, and that happened over several occasions from 1885 right up until 1952 when the painting was last fully cleaned and restored. Considering what the painting has been through, it is in really quite remarkable condition.
But then once I turned to my back, they immediately took the negative remote and started playing with it. Importantly, in a control study where we removed the different values of the remotes, so we simply said, oh wow, after pressing either of the remotes, children's button pressing behavior no longer differed across conditions, suggesting that it was really the values that we gave the two remotes
out, and then he set the computer calculating. He went off to get some coffee, and when he came back and saw the results, Lorenz was stunned. The new run followed the old one for a short while, but then it diverged. And pretty soon it was describing a totally different state of the atmosphere. I mean, totally different weather. Lorenz's first thought, of course, was that the computer
and then remove it, and then we add a unique QR code to the packaging of the fish. And that QR code then points back to the same information that we've verified about the fish in the first place. And so, depending on the type of product that we're working with, we may use...
And then, thank goodness, he was rescued by a commission from the Canadians. They actually said, would you like to join the group of artists who we're asking to do enormous paintings?
Drug use, then it's permissible to punish the student for the speech. And that's unusual because there's an idea in the First Amendment that you're supposed to be viewpoint neutral. You can't silence one side of the debate. You need to be even-handed, and the marketplace of ideas will work. So unfortunately, the court said that it did not violate the free
on the new data, and then you have a separate department that executes the trades. So the guys who are executing, their only job is to get a good fill.
Right.
And everyone else's hands are tied. They can't walk in there and say, hey, do a Jerry trade or do a Joe trade. I'm getting freaked out. So I think this division.
And then when I go home, that's when I edit. And that's, for me, a type of painting. And so that's how I would choose the sitters. But then I also deliberately looked for sitters who were wearing red, white, and blue. The idea of the Union Jack. So when you look at the series, there's a lot of men who pretty much...
First comes hands-on action, then learning with images, and finally students transform what they've learned into language. Throughout the experience, we constantly revisit previously learned topics, while teachers provide carefully structured guidance along the way. And it seems to work.
Completed. And then the paintings from all their little places around Wales and the one place in Gloucestershire, they all came together in Manod in North Wales. So that's where they were. So that was the collection. But what was going on back here in London, back at the gallery? Well, if you imagine, so at the beginning of...
She's the most renowned expert then and now on animal behavior. And she knows how animals move and how they should react in facilities. So I end up meeting her, and she's the very best type of critic, in a sense that she just loves the animals, wants to protect them, but she...
I've already heard it, sorry for domsplaining to you. The word Viking does not refer to the people, but the act of sailing around the world, raiding and pillaging other countries and all that other shit they got up to. Per example, man, we haven't got any food left, grab your sword and let's go Viking. Ergo, you can still refer to someone as a Viking if you're specifically talking about someone who is currently participating in the act of Viking, but...
We then carefully quantified fungal trade. And we found two things. The first thing we found was that inequality encouraged the fungus to trade more. So I can use the word encouraged or stimulated or forced.
But then there's programming, like let's put a band at 7 and get the kids out. And there's this idea of mayors, people who kind of take this informal ownership of a space to keep it welcoming and clean. All three of these things actually have analogs online.
Then it follows logically. Then it must be true by definition that billions of individual acts of selfishness magically transubstantiate into prosperity and the common good. If we humans are merely selfish maximizers, then selfishness is the cause of our prosperity.
Lusts after her. And then he transforms himself to look like her mistress, Diana, and approaches her so she won't be afraid of him. And as soon as he gets close, he transforms back to his true appearance and rapes her. So she becomes pregnant.
And then we plug this into a mini supercomputer, which is called a Minute. And both of these things are plugged in to a portable battery pack. So we were able to eliminate the requirements of main power and internet, which are two very limiting factors on a small-scale family.
Good faith, that they're exercising reason, then what that means is that I need to set aside for a moment my hunt for the slightest misstep in logic so that I can really hear why it is that this smart person came to a different conclusion than I came to.
For a best friend, you really needed to have spent about 200 hours together, and those 200 hours need to be engaged in something a little bit meaningful, you know, either sharing. It doesn't have to be self-disclosure. I don't have to tell you the whole story of my childhood and all my hopes and aspirations and, you know, disappointments in life.
Then together as a group, these businesses learn and grow through a combination of mentoring, peer-to-peer learning and networking. It's an opportunity for them to test out their business model in a safe space so they can spot weaknesses and adjust things as they go along. By the end of the programme, they'll be more prepared for investment.
To show others how to do this difficult work. And then we also create communities of practice by bringing together, for instance, disciplinary scholars. So bringing together a bunch of psychologists and helping them think through what open inquiry looks like in their discipline, in their journals, in their conferences, and so on. So
then pulls scenes from a content library targeted to person-specific media DNA. Applying artificial intelligence to biometric data creates a truly personalized experience, one that adapts content based on real-time unconscious responses.
Trust your gut, it might be time for that career change. On the flip side, one reason to not move on is short-term pain. If you don't like your boss or people at the office are grading on you, that's actually not a really good reason to absolutely change your career. Because when you do change your career, you're generally going to have to start from the bottom, and you're actually going to probably feel a lot of short-term pain, whether it's through a lack of salary or a lack of a title.
Instances of hate speech now and then. Not too long ago, we had some awful words scrawled on a dormitory door. Every now and then, you know, an incident, a bias incident is reported, and it's sent out to the community on an email from the Human Resources Office. And we're
but then there are also other arguments about this work. I mean, for example, that the scene that we see, the sun is setting in the wrong place, for example. So it's in that sense, it is a completely fabricated piece. And, you know, the way that the steamboat has been placed into focus, the sail.
And left for what was then the British Mandate of Palestine, and she never saw her family and friends again. Global cooperation as a response to global migration and displacement would go a long way towards making migration something that isn't a crisis, but something that just is, and that we deal with.
Statistics that you can barely follow, and then they say, so therefore, ... And you're much more likely to then accept that information than if they'd started off with that information, because it's relief from the sort of the bafflement of the figures that they've just given you. So I use it when people come up on stage. They are naturally disoriented by the experience of...
To really understand them and then try to work it out. So yeah, the moment today is particularly charged, but all that's really doing is, I think, exposing why this space and this work is so important.
And then, you know, next time the developers pull that down, they'll sort of see those updates. So coming back to, it's like, yeah, like the design language part of it, like the look and the feel of it, that matters. I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it's almost just like, you'll like do your thing, make it look good. Like, you know,
But then, as I entered the room where the volunteer meeting was taking place, I immediately realized we weren't about to give these people any real meals. We were essentially just giving them food. I took my place on the assembly line, where, get this, I was in charge of making sure that the Weight Watchers ding-dongs made it into every family's bag.
and then was elaborated in a more free manner, freehand with different drawing materials. Again, we'll see more about that later. But this is a technique that's very characteristic of Leonardo for developing his first transfer design that you can also see in unfinished works. I mean, he left us some wonderful cutaway views of his technique.
Experiments come from that, and that's the fun of it, you know.
Rule it out. So he sent me to get an MRI. And then I got the MRI and they saw like a pear-sized brain tumor on my brainstem that was like in need of an immediate operation. And we really did not know what was going to become of me.
Holding them to make sure that they stay stable, and then about half a ton of stage weights will go on them to keep them level and safe, and then we start decorating.
Right now we're just prepping the pine cones by wrapping a bit of reel wire around, and then we'll pop them into the tree.
In terms of how the trees were made, yesterday 2 florists worked for 12 hours per tree.
Am I thinking that hair's like a big microphone? Oh yes, of course, they're called mic. And then while the party dips and you're a bit bored, you look around the room and see if you can do everyone's name, and then you've got a couple of minutes to sort of try and recreate it if you can't quite remember. Oh yes, of course, it's the jacket. Oh, they've taken their jacket off, that's why I can't do it. So I'll link it with something else. And then at the end you get to go around and say goodbye to everybody by name.
It wasn't until then that there was any kind of consumption of books by a large audience. Book covers started to come into use in the early 19th century, and they were called dust wrappers, usually had advertising on them. So people would take them off and throw them away. It wasn't...
Improve on. Let's go here and then back. Yep.
Hi, I'm Lane Florsheim from the Wall Street Journal magazine, and Chris, I really liked what you were saying about the fashion industry and what they can do to change, and how it requires employees and CEOs to meet together because who understands an industry better than the people in it and their processes and infrastructure. But I'm wondering, what about companies?
To understand what is practical, what really could be accomplished. So that means contextualizing we're in the United States. You want to move me to Norway, I got other ideas, but if we're going to be in the United States, you know, I really think that the ACA and what Obama was working on was absolutely in the right path.
Watching it and then return it, and then they would re-rent it to other people. And the catchphrase at the time was, be kind, rewind, you know, rewinding these cassette tapes. So the beginning of the inflection point that eventually gave rise to Netflix was 2 things. The first was a technological shift, which allowed an entire movie to
And what happens is the feedback giver then starts to dysregulate as well. They add more ums and ahs and justifications, and the whole thing gets wonky really fast. It doesn't have to be this way. I and my team have spent many years going into different companies and asking who here is a great feedback giver. Anybody who's named again
on the sidewalk, then that is how I am. But if I'm also the kind of person who makes fun of my brother every chance that I get behind his back, that is also the kind of person that I am. And ultimately, how we are makes up the totality.
And these mimetics guys brought out my A game and then some. They literally brought out everything I had and then some.
Yeah,
Stuff that I didn't even know I was theoretically capable of, especially at age 58, because, you know,
dance school and got a degree in contemporary, and since then I've been exploring and continuing to explore different styles into what I do as a choreographer and as a dancer, as a freelance dancer, as a freelance choreographer.
Hi, I'm Theophilos Godson Oloyede. I'm a dancer now and performer for the best part of
smoking, and then the illness, and that's why we're talking about a product that will kill half of all long-term users prematurely later in life. The generational impact of this nicotine reduction policy is profound. Those old industry documents had a word for young people.
graduates in the world, and then we had the most, because there was a point where, as a country, we decided to prioritize high school graduation. And it was a massive lift, and we did lots of things to make that possible, like tracking, right? Like comprehensive high schools, which like bells and whistles, like sorting and AP.
And then after that, we're just neatening up the edges and making sure that they're stuck down, and then putting in the stretcher keys to tension the painting a little, and then tying them in with this nylon twine. That's fairly important because these have a habit of falling out of their slots and falling.
Then the strongly curved, waxy petals of the lily, one of them's actually dropped onto the tatsa and creates a beautiful orange-red reflection. And then the delicate plumage of the goldfinch perching on the lip of the cup. These are all painted in a very, very different way. The goldfinch, of course, has religious connotations as well.
And then there's finally the world risk of inequality. There's inequality not only between downtown LA and Beverly Hills, there's inequality between countries of the world. But poor countries nowadays have, in this globalized world, have ways of visiting their dissatisfaction on rich countries by supporting terrorists or by...
And then when they're in the workshop, we do multiple things. Number one, we align on what is the goal or the vision that we're trying to achieve, because it's often the case that people are solving for different things and for different reasons. So getting that clarity, sitting down together and
you're depressed, and then later you look back and go, oh, I think I was still this watching me. And then with practice, when it's happening, you can go, I can witness this in real time. I can go, that's happening, it's a phenomenon, it's real, it's to be honored, I understand, but it's not who I really am.
Orange, and then behind it you see these buttes and clouds and cliffs. But what you might not see from my photo here is the 30 people behind me who are also taking photos. And these are just the committed people, the sunrise people, right? So when you think about that, there must be hundreds, if not thousands, of photos of Mesa Arch taken.
And so then the question is, well, why is that? Well, we have to look at the history of education to understand it a little bit. So schools began to develop in the colonies in 1630 and really started in Massachusetts. And by the late 19th century, by the end of the 1800s, you had schools that had popped up all across the country. And you had this incredible
here, which have since been painted over, and then over that, a barrel, which has also since been painted over. So now we're left with the ghostly outline you can slightly see through the paint. But the main thrust of the action is, of course, the wagon going through the countryside, and it's a quiet, relaxing, gentle scene that really
complex, and then think about some ways we can consider these challenges. First, we just don't have a rational relationship to information. We have an emotional one. It's just not true that more facts will make everything okay, because the algorithms that determine what content we see, well, they're designed to reward our emotional responses.
That robots will experiment with all 500 doors and they'll get it. But what's more likely is they'll get to door 501 and they'll actually have a problem, or at least door number 601. So every ordinary person in the West has opened a bunch of doorknobs and gets the idea, right? I need to turn something, jiggle something. It might be different for the
inconsistent. For example, if David is at a giant party, then he's an introvert. True. If he's with his small team at work, then he's an extrovert. Also true. So I'm inconsistent, but consistently so. And these if-then signatures may be part of bridging that person-situation debate. And so
all the math that's involved in that too. But then there were specialized classes in topics in astronomy. We'd read papers about the Big Bang. We'd get together and we'd go to observatories and learn how telescopes work. And there were classes in things like how does a star work? How does a supernova explosion work? What is a galaxy like?
And then consistently self-examining whether your actions are in alignment with your goals. We are all coaches in some capacity. We all have a collective responsibility to develop change.
control. And then, of course, you avoid, well, you just do a better job because you're not getting caught up in bitterness and frustration and anxiety. It's like if you're playing a game of tennis. If you're trying to win, well, you're going to get anxious if the other person's beating you. Whereas if you're playing from a point of, I'll play as well as I possibly can, you're more likely to succeed, become less anxious. It
doesn't work.
When it jumps out, then you can stick the gene back together again, and that restores the red function, and so you get patches of red.
The research was not taken seriously at first, was it? Because it was considered so radical.
It took a while. The ideas she was proposing were so radical, the broader implications.
And then the other one I want to look at is this one. So these are the enzymes. Well, this is the enzyme for doing your laundry. And you can see that it's different than the one that has the water added. You can see that it's kind of clarifying. And that's just what you want for an enzyme in your laundry, because you want to be able to have an enzyme that can be a protein chowhound.
And then, with a little help, some of the pigment came back. But living through this process was like two sides of a coin. When I'm at work and I'm wearing the makeup or wearing the makeup outside and I'm the TV guy, hey, how you doing, everybody?
What it's really called, but I'll take a deep breath for 5 seconds and I'll breathe it in, and then you hold your breath for 4 seconds and then you exhale for 3 seconds, and it just kind of calms everything down. So I'll breathe in and hold and then exhale.
But then you multiply it by 4, and that's what happens with rabies every single year. So what sets rabies apart from a virus like Ebola is that when people get it, they tend not to spread it onward. That means that every single time a person...
You then end up simply relying on this black box technology that's no longer around. A classical example of this is perhaps that to manufacture a Saturn V engine in, say, the Apollo rocket would today require a major re-engineering effort by NASA. The thousands of subcontractors.
And then there's a winner of the debate. And then everyone walks away reflecting on the winner. So who wins the debate? It's often the person who's charismatic, who's maybe charming, that's related to charisma, of course, who...
Then finally, a group of people in Paris, led by D'Espagnat, by, I think we're talking about roughly 1980 now, got definitive results. And the definitive results are that locality is false. This has nothing to do with whether you believe in quantum mechanics or not, nothing to do with...
This information is then analysed using state-of-the-art data science techniques, like machine learning and network science. The end goal is to present information in new ways, like through an interactive map that allows policymakers to explore a particular landscape. This gives them the insights they need to make informed decisions.
Is for genes to duplicate and then accumulate new mutations. Gene duplications, in combination with simpler mutations like insertions, deletions, and point mutations, are happening naturally, right now, all throughout the living world. With these mutations constantly occurring and constantly filtered through natural selection.
And so if you think about then the time that it took for him to drive back home, he had very little time to be engaged online. And often, digital politics happens very quickly. So for people who don't have consistent online access, like many of us do who have a smartphone.
About the size of a pebble, it is then known as a meteorite. The largest ever found is a 3-meter wide, 66-ton tablet-shaped meteorite found in Namibia that fell 80,000 years ago. Every year around mid-July through to mid-August, the Earth's orbit takes us through the dust.
And then when she switches back to a man again, once again the slide takes place. So there I was very obviously exploring a front, a border that I haven't crossed myself. With my mind, I went somewhere else. I was interested in exploring what it means to be a man, what it means to be a woman, where does
And then break the fourth wall at various points, step out of the narrative and say, look, I know how banal this sounds, but let's talk about banality for a little while. There's a very thin line between the profound and the banal. What is a platitude? Well, it's a truth that's lost its emotional force.
And then confidently go wherever those assumptions take you and find out precisely where you're wrong. And then go back and modify your assumptions. I always assume I'm wrong. Looking back at human history, we're consistent, as I said, and there's
and then thinking about the war in the Pacific is very, the concerns were in geopolitical, whereas oftentimes when we're talking about counterterrorism, the problem is more contained within states, and we're dealing with.
By looking at Moore's law, you could see that we would go from the era of mainframes to the era of PCs, to the era of the internet, to the era of cell phone type technologies, and next, artificial intelligence. It don't take a great genius to see that, but so many.
And then the press just kind of accepts that often, and they report it, and in fact they embellish it. So now it's not just they read as well as human beings, but machines are superhuman in their ability to read, and then they'll throw in, oh, and millions of jobs are at stake, like this actually happened. And then you go and read the study, and it just means on one little narrow aspect of
Taoist art, and then into popular religious prints from the early 20th century, and then finally we end with fantastic beasts. Dragons and things like that. And so the exhibition ultimately attempts to use the Met's permanent collection to teach a little bit about the diversity of religious expression and religious belief.
And then after high school, she moved to a new place, and suddenly she just felt alienated and cut off and started retreating into her phone. She found some of these spaces on the internet where people would post the most shocking, heinous things. And she found this stuff really off-putting, but also kind of engrossing, kind of like she couldn't look away.
That safe circle that we can express ourselves thusly, then the question is, what are we supposed to do? Well, it's kind of like any human relationship. You don't start on the first date telling them all of your fears and anxieties and insecurities. That would be madness, right? You get to know somebody first, and then as you get to know them, you take a...
So you create a lot of adrenaline, and then generally the way these things work is you invite people forward, and then there's a filtering process. So by the time people are coming up on stage, they've been filtered to the people that are going to suit the show the best and have the best sort of testimony of what's just happened. And then the other aspect of it is that you're interrupting.
And if we fix an organism, state, and action, then fitness payoffs are functions from the world, whatever the world might be, into a set of payoff values, say from 1 to M fitness payoff values, where 1 means you're dead, M means you're getting the most you could possibly get. And
then with the recent scandals of famous men, as one after another was exposed, I realized something. I have never heard a man who has committed rape or physical violence ever publicly apologize.
But then, in the first hour, disaster struck. Unable to hold myself upright in the saddle, going down an oversized step, I flung forward and smacked my face on the back of the horse's head. There was panic, my head hurt fiercely, but the path was too...
And then coming into 2008, how the dynamic between you and customers changed.
So let's say summer of 2007, I actually wrote a newsletter saying I thought there would be a recession in 2008. A lot of pushback, a lot of like, oh, you're way too alarmist. And our thing was derivatives and leverage and housing, that it just looked very precarious.
Divine lightning. Then she had her head cut off, so she often appears with a sword. St. Lucy's name means light, so she often appears with an oil lamp or eyes on a plate. A later legend says that she plucked her own eyes out to silence an admirer who wouldn't stop praising her beauty. She's the patron saint of eye affliction.
population. And so then scientists ask the really interesting question, why is that there? Why does that not disappear over time? Because, at least in theory, that should lead to lower reproductive fitness, which means it should lead to fewer babies. And so it should fade out, evolutionarily speaking. One possibility is that it's a side effect, that
they do their job and get metabolized, and then you have to take them again. CAR T cells stay alive and on the job for years. We have had CAR T cells stay in our patients, in the bodies of our cancer patients now for more than 8 years. And these designer cancer T cells, CAR T cells, have a
The man in red is then revealed to be the executioner of Lille, who by pure chance also has a personal beef with Milady, as it turns out she had ruined his life and killed his relatives too. All present condemn her to death, ignoring her pleas for mercy. The executioner takes her out on a boat and beheads her. Returning to the army, the troop encounter yet again the mysterious scar.
And then we apply these anatomical data to the fossil record, and then we can use that to reconstruct the lungs of dinosaurs. And in this specific instance, the skeleton of dinosaurs most closely resembles that of modern birds. So, because dinosaurs were competing with early mammals during this time period.
And then there was another class that was simply charging the farmers a fee for an existing asset, the land. And they called them the sterile class. Now, this is a really heavy-hitting word if you think what it means, that if too much of the resources are going to the landlords, you're actually putting the reproduction potential of the system.
I explain that there's a story that gets written about all of us eventually. It's called an obituary. And I say that instead of being the authors of our own unhappiness, we get to shape these stories while we're still alive. We get to be the hero and not the victim in our stories. We get to
Then they're like researchers busily scoring the work and deciding if the kid's overestimated or underestimated. Then the researchers say, hey, while we've got you here, do you mind doing another experiment with us, not related to the first one in any way? We're just going to sort you into two groups, the people who overestimated the number of dots and the people who underestimated them. But the different experiment, don't worry about it. In truth, this
Finch again is that symbol of Christ's death, and if the bird represents the human soul, then it's a reminder of all our deaths. All this will pass, beauty will fade, and all earthly possessions must be left behind. All very morbid, but very much in demand for the collector with money to spend on art. And it's known as vanitas.
And then along come MP3s. Music's unbundled again. Now you can get the specific song that you want to hear. And then music service providers come along and they bundle music together in new and different ways so that you can get the song you want, and it's also probably going to be paired with other songs that you would really like and enjoy. So what in the world does that have to do with education?
And so then they can debate. Let's imagine that one of the two-dimensional creatures was able to switch planes and see the other one and see that there was some truth in both of them. Then they could flip-flop between perspectives at different times. Or they could say we just need to hold paradox, it's both and neither, which mostly means give up.
Did a lot of really, they believed the polls, and then they did really strategic, sort of triage, and that probably was not a great idea. That probably would have worked against a traditional Republican, but it didn't work against Trump. So I think the kind.
We then move into the information economy, right? And we think about Silicon Valley, and something really fundamental, very fundamentally different happened here. Employees started to actually have way more power in the dynamic, right? Because you had employees that were actually the means of value creation. The software developer is creating the code. It's no longer the employees sorting apps.
You're getting, and then on top of that, you want to make sure you're exercising. When you exercise, it boosts your hormones, it boosts your growth hormone, it makes you process food differently, it makes your muscles grow, and all of those things will contribute to your physical appearance, including your height. Two girls who were born to the same mother on the same day, at the same time, in the same month,
then you really don't have a strong innovation purpose, and the culture in your organization will not incubate new and fresh ideas. There are a couple other things I think are really important. The idea of building an innovation brand. Now, as a marketer, one of the things
situation, then go ahead and share it. But if it gives you any kind of pause, you might want to leave it out. And finally, read the room and provide a path forward. If everyone on your team has been pulling long hours and you notice that one of your colleagues seems particularly deflated or anxious, you can acknowledge that and show some empathy.
Pages, because you'll lose people, and then you have to cut out to another scene that tells a kind of human story, and you just keep toggling back and forth between, you know, sort of making people eat their spinach, as it were, you know, take in this information that they need to know, but maybe it's a little tough going. You toggle back and forth between that and these sort of human stories that are amazing.
Then you're better off creating solutions for different occasions than trying to target women versus young men. Another example is alcoholic beverages. 35% to 40% of consumption in alcoholic beverages around the world actually happens with women, but you know, women don't drink beer. Those are the things that we typically hear.
Enough rope to hang himself, and then the audience will be on my side when I do have to shut him down, you know. But more often than not, people are just kind of forgetting themselves, or they get wrapped up in it and they want to talk to you because you're talking, you know. And I've had some great fun times.
For not having a license to sell cigarettes. Then they subsequently choked him until he died, right? So again, selling cigarettes while being black seems to be a crime in certain parts of the States, right? Now, in a discussion with the historian Robin Kelly, in the wake of the killing of Eric Garnier, Moten.
And then in turn you change the kind of listening that this enables. I want to believe that that's kind of what we need more of. And maybe now's a good time to show a short excerpt of my film. Yeah,
before we move on, I just wanted to talk to you a bit more about Liz Rhodes and actually your relationship with Liz Rhodes. Could you just...
And then I'm going in loaded. So if they're not going to... This is another great thing. You go in with enough to say about yourself that if they don't say anything, you go, it's fine, you can sleep in the back. I'll drive us to Disney. It's okay. This is my podcast too. It's fine. I'm glad you're here.
For next year, so 98 plus 1, 99, and then 99 plus 1, 100, which was 3 digits suddenly. It was not 2 digits. And so as a result of this, programming was actually going to explode. Planes were going to fall out of the skies. Banks were going to go bust. And so this was a real catastrophe. And
then I steal him from his closet, like a twisted Grinch-themed episode of Blackish. The kicks are totems to my youth. I wear them like mercury on my black man feet. I can't get those young freedom days back fast enough. Last time I was really...
And then the one in the Uffizi probably from shortly after that, almost certainly painted as a sort of showpiece to gain patronage in Florence. But it is so brutal. I mean, it is absolutely astonishing that someone in paint can portray this horrible moment of a woman beheading Holofernes. Now, it's been
$250,000 in just 2 weeks. And we then drove the hospital equipment all the way from London in convoy to the Syria border to deliver it to our partners as a loud and clear message that we will not be stopped from doing our life-saving work and taking hundreds of messages of solidarity from people from around the world to the...
And then there are other reasons people don't talk about this. And one is because we as nuclear experts use a whole lot of convoluted jargon and terminology to talk about these issues. CVID, ICBM, JCPOA. It's really inaccessible for a lot of people.
And then moving to similar people working in the data center today. And in between, we have these elements that will remind the residents of the region of their importance in all of this, of them.
It's great to see that happen here and to see that continued tradition of sharing information across the world and really...
Then the tsunami hit, if you remember, then the tsunami hit Indonesia. She went back, despite being on the death list, and did what scholars do. She started writing reports about the relief agencies and how they were trying to help, and exposed that the relief agencies were not meeting the needs of women in Indonesia.
then we're more susceptible, I think, to those dangers of the hive mind. If we question, and this is something I do with my students all the time, is to try to get both them and me into a place where we can question our own beliefs, where we can ask, where are these coming from? What's the source?
And then he says, nope, I don't want any of you. He says you have to understand the Marine Corps is the most difficult thing you will ever do in your entire life, emotionally or physically, and I don't think anyone in this room is strong enough to be in my Marine Corps. If you think I'm wrong, I'm at the back of the room. So the people who came up to him,
well, then maybe some days I will write more than one word, and that will be helpful in terms of planning my day a little bit, and so hopefully I will be more productive than I would have been otherwise. And then it's really important to track your progress in an obvious and visual way. And I'm going to use the Everyday Calendar by Simone Yang.
But then I spent a year at the LMB, which he had founded. And the LMB was founded in Max's vision. It has almost no hierarchy. So there's no sort of senior scientist table or faculty club or any of that. And that's partly a reason for its success. You know, it won its 16th Nobel laureate.
And then there's the outside. There's everywhere else. According to this worldview, when immigrants cross into the nation, they're moving from the outside to the inside, but they remain outsiders. Any power or resources they receive are gifts.
We see him then engaging then with the specific Spanish tradition of Goya and Velázquez.
Velázquez, for people of that generation, was a kind of god. He was the first person who was able to replicate reality.
Velázquez is the great master.
But then 6 months later, because they weren't doing it on a regular basis, because this organizer had multiple other tasks to do, wasn't really able to remember 6 months later how to engage. So really to have a strong online presence,
here. And then I need you to listen for the answer. It may be as simple as go drink a glass of water, or maybe it's contact 5 local businesses and offer to write their newsletter in exchange for a testimonial, or maybe it's set up a services page on my website. It doesn't have to be anything major, but there is always a
It would have been easier to map it then than it is now.
Well, that's why we have LiDAR, right? We can delete the mangroves.
Take it off.
My drone team began the...
Back then they would be a contractor and they would tell companies to build them a specific part of a rocket, but they would do the whole mission themselves. Now we see NASA is more of a client. So it shifted the responsibility and the risk to SpaceX. SpaceX
and it's your livelihood and your means of support, and then all of a sudden you have to compete with a robot truck that doesn't need to sleep. And that is what is around the corner for hundreds of thousands of truckers in this country in the next 5 to 10 years when robot trucks start to hit our highways. And Amazon is testing out robot trucks
as a safe environment, it is thought that we can then enjoy being scared and the chemicals running around our body that are akin to high arousal states. What was the last thing that made you scared or jump? And do you like being scared, or do you hate it? Let us know below.
Course, so we take our urine, we store it, we filter it, and then we drink it. And it's actually delicious. Sitting around the table, eating food that looks bad but actually tastes pretty good, but it's the gathering around the table that's important, I think, both in space and on Earth.
Engineers. And so there was this assumption that, okay, if you're a good engineer, then that's all we want. And you still hear that today. People like, we don't see, if you're a woman or you're a person of color and you're a really good engineer, like you're going to get ahead. And that is kind of denying this culture that has really been exclusive.
flowers, and then when religion came along, purity myths only made that worse. And medicine wasn't any help. In the 1920s and 30s, there was the idea that women elaborated something called a menotoxin. We could wilt flowers just by walking by. And that's what happens when there's no diversity, right?
Then I like to think of Doug 3 as the family. I knew I wanted to explore this idea of human-non-human collaboration at scale. So over the past few months, I worked with my team to develop 20 custom robots that could work with me as a collective. They would work as a group, and together we would collaborate with all of New York City. I was really inspired by
people take the same chopsticks and then feed each other.
And then like 5 years later, you could not give a copy of that. Like no used record store would take your copy of that in trade or for any, and like just bins were full of it. Everybody was just like, what? No. And you see that, you see that with popular music, you see that with movies. I mean, a few years ago, like Avatar, what made.
If we're going to the moon, if we're going to Mars to better the species, then obviously that's a great thing for Earth, it's a great thing for humanity. But if you throw in capitalism and making profits, then sometimes the waters can be muddied, and that's not necessarily always a good thing. You can have things like monopolies in space, something that...
Then you may not be able to insist that the perpetrator come into local courts to face justice. And so we're going to need a coordinated international response. Education has to be part of our response as well. Law enforcers are not going to enforce laws.
Then endeavors like science, adventure, art, ideas, love, a TED conference, performance, are not only inspired by awe, but could actually be our ladders into
the reality of the playing field that I'm in, then that information can be a source of strategic competitive advantage against whoever I'm competing against. And so I have an incentive to withhold that information from other players and maybe even disinform the other players. So we see this in actual games. This is bluffing in poker. This is fake left.
Taste and did not understand the point of French Impressionist art, then refused to show any of the pictures in the sanctity of the National Gallery. Things changed and taste moved on. So by the time of Hugh Lane's death in 1917, he bequeathed a group of French Impressionist works to the nation, and they were readily...
But then I'll offset it by drawing it down. When you've got to both cut your emissions and draw down CO2, that thinking doesn't make sense anymore. And when we're talking about drawdown, we're talking about putting large volumes of greenhouse gases, particularly CO2, out of circulation. And to do that, we need a carbon price.
And then I go around the room with a stapler and I staple each of those slips together to make a chain. And we hang that chain up in our classroom as a decoration, sure, but also as a reminder that we are all connected. We are all links. So what happens when one of the...
with strange deficits of consciousness, then we have reason to believe that microchips might be the right stuff for consciousness. On the other hand, suppose the chips don't work. So you go back year after year to see if there have ever been new developments.
And so we can get a little bit more, so we can add it up, aggregate it to the top level, but then say, okay, if it is working or isn't working, where is it or is it not working? And what's the hit rate across the different industries? And so it's a little bit more, I think, for us, robust fact.
And then I later do a podcast about that particular scam. We've had 2 former FBI directors in their 70s and 80s now that have been scammed. These are typically like grandparent scams. Well, grandparent scam is one of the most common scams today, where I basically, the phone rings in the evening, you go over and the caller ID says,
And then the final one, and maybe the toughest, is the lie that we say we value our children. And I've struggled with the issue of gun violence all my life. When I was a teenager, 12, 13, 14, I started to lose friends to gun violence. And candidly, I think that shapes you and scars you in some very difficult ways.
So then I wondered who else we missed, and it sent me on this deep dive through the archives. There were some surprises. The pioneering journalist, Ida B. Wells, who started the campaign against lynching. The brilliant poet, Sylvia Plath. Ada Lovelace, a mathematician.
And whether one's causing the other, which you probably want to know, then deep learning is not your tool for that.
Yes, because then we can tell our partners, look here, solve this problem first. It's actually the kind of therapy police chiefs can get behind, because there is nothing so inspiring in the face of our history of racism as a solvable problem. Because look, if the community in Minneapolis...
I mean, can you take us back to what China was like back then, because it's a world away from how we know it today, and also some of the signs you saw that made you crystallize this opinion? Because you were an outlier at the time.
Yeah. You know, back in the mid to late 1990s.
We then have about a third of the workforce who gain much more meaning from working at an organizational level. They say, it's great to help people, but ultimately I want to build a more sustainable impact by helping build teams, to build organizations, to build institutions that can make a longer sustained impact on the world. And when I see, helping a given patient,
if they're only nodding, giving responses like wow or geez, then they may be uninterested. You might want to try pausing mid-story to ask the other person a question just to see if they ask you how that story ended, or to find out that they were tuning you out the whole time. Fifth is trailing off or mumbling. While you can pause mid-story, you don't.
But then Yemen took a really sad turn for the worse. And just a few days before I was due to fly out to Yemen, the civil war escalated into a regional conflict. The capital's airport was bombed, and Yemen became a no-fly zone.
And then we're talking about the historically problematic immigration law, where there are people who've been here for 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, who've demonstrated their contributions to this country, and we want to disown them.
The perfect answer to that is actually the policy that Kosecha is pushing for.
Of various instruments we were interested in, and then the various indicators. And we didn't calculate many indicators because it took a long time. But one of the benefits of doing that is we got to know those indicators intimately. We really understood how they behaved in different phases of market action. So as we
I started out as a public school teacher, and then when I had children I explored a lot of different alternative pedagogies, and Montessori was the one that I felt most comfortable with. And I really liked Montessori because she was a scientist, and she observed children and their behavior and what they needed and their development. And she found...
And then finally, really, how do I want to grow? One of the main opportunities in volunteering is growth. Taking you outside of your comfort zone, doing something you don't do every day, meeting new people, new settings. How can you grow through that environment? So if you think about all the different ways you can benefit from volunteering, you might start reevaluating.
And then we wonder why Afghanistan is the longest war in history. That's the world that we're up against.
Crazy. So fresh and dry, but then there's also long and short. And then within those families, there's even more diversity. Let's talk about some really classical types of short pasta. Penne, we all know them, right? They are cut at a slanted angle, perfect to pick up some of the sauce. Farfalle means butterflies, or
and then later another series of very pioneering exhibitions at the Whitechapel Art Gallery. In relation to our institution here at the National Gallery, we set up a collaboration with the Terra Foundation for American Art in 2009, and ever since we've been putting on a rolling series of loan exhibitions
of workers in what was then Palestine into a unified labor force. He saw that unity as the backbone of Zionism. This also helped new immigrants acclimate into Israeli society, giving them work and a sense of purpose. Ben-Gurion saw this synergy between the workers and the economy as essential to the country's development. Before the state was established, Jews in Palestine had
pages, and then things like lay statements and a budget to go along with it.
The interview experience was,
of course, nerve-wracking. It was actually quite nice to discuss my research with such prominent scientists.
15 people or so on the panel.
Being questioned about my research by fellows of the Royal Society.
I got the impression that people on the panel were genuinely interested in my research.
So when you come for your
You may be bitten by a dog and then become afraid of dogs, or by observing others to have the same experience, or via information. So we may hear that dogs are dangerous and then remember the big black dog that we saw the other day. There's other factors that contribute, because not everybody develops a fear if they are bitten by.
And then let me give you a trick. We all have impulses. Many times, because the phone is always with us, we start shopping. Go out to any site, shop up, put it in your cart. Just don't hit buy. Wait 24 hours, go back, and ask yourself, do I really need it? What about these items map to my goal? And if it's nothing,
outside of us comes through our senses, for us to then decide what it is and what is not going on around us. It's why we invented science, so that we wouldn't have to depend on our senses as the ultimate measure of what is or is not true in the world.
And then to see how does that show up in their job today, and how could they do more around that value. So picture in 1 hour if every employee in your organization sat down with a colleague and had a conversation about one of your values, and really went in depth and talked about how they see it differently, how it shows up for them, how they plan to build it into their work, how that 1 hour.
So seek first to understand and then to be understood. That isn't trying to reach agreement. You're not trying to change anyone's position. You're just trying to understand where they're coming from. And the best tools for doing this are questions. Things like, how do you
fell down into the canyons and then fell into the rivers. In the rivers themselves, once they're underwater, they're being transported and bouncing against each other, hitting each other millions of times or more, and impacting and knocking all the corners off of that angular grain of material that fell down.
Along the way.
So these tiny little particles come into existence, then annihilate, and you're back to energy. And this happens all around us all the time. So if this happens near a black hole, it's possible one of these little particles can go into the black hole and the other one escapes. And all of a sudden there's a particle that shouldn't be there. The universe basically has a new
bit, then you might forget it, it slips into your subconscious, and then months later it comes out and you don't realize, oh no, I got this idea because I saw someone do this whole thing. So it is possible, and there are people who do it knowingly, and there are people who do it by accident. I would say that
vigorous, and then in the horses, these fantastic horse coats are very fine, and then down below where she's wanted to show the ground as being very dry and dusty, the paintwork is really broad and rough. So all of these is clearly a very important characteristic of her technique, all of which we couldn't appreciate before.
And then I see the spouse in bereavement, and it's very common that they have a 1 to 2 year hangover of dealing with closing accounts, cell phone bills, cable, whatever it is. So you got to get those passwords across, and even better, put that other person on the account so they can do it themselves.
In Genoa, in Turin, in Paris, and then he's invited to London, where he spends the last 12 years of his life at the court of Charles I as court painter. And it is here in London that he paints the finding of Moses. The subject is, of course, an Old Testament subject, and following Pharaoh's
But to chase the human beings down, then you actually have a lot of common sense, a lot of understanding in the world. If you had some common sense and a basic law that says don't do harm to humans, which Asimov thought of in the 40s, then I think you could actually preclude these kinds of things. So we need a little bit of legislation. We need a lot of common sense in the machines.
This is more than just about healthcare. It's about the character of our country. It's about whether we look out for one another. It's about whether the wealthiest nation on earth is going to make sure that nobody suffers. Nobody.
And then after he was done with his 15-minute pitch, they literally would say, this happened like 3 times in a row, "God, that sounds great. Congratulations. Keep up the good work." And that was the meeting, which was obviously not the outcome we were looking for. So he couldn't understand what I was trying to say to him, that I finally, like in an act of sheer
romantic love. But we then compared people who had been in love between 1 month and 8 months with those who were in love, madly in love, between 8 months and 17 months. And what we found in those who were in love a longer period of time is new activity.
And then a few expletives after that. But, it's indicative of an attitude about privacy that I think is only now coming to be commonly understood. And I think it has the potential to get the company in real trouble.
One time and then got slingshot out and is now on its way back in. But Sedna never comes close to anything known in the solar system that could have given it that slingshot. Neptune can't be responsible, but something had to be responsible. This was the first time since 1845.
Then that's the job, then mission accomplished. But that it's weird to think about, but there's that feeling that we all get when we make ourselves laugh, and making yourself laugh is not a shameful thing. It's not
the core of the collection, and then the Duke goes on to collect many other paintings, notably Dutch paintings and a lot of wonderful contemporary paintings. But that's why Titian's Danae is here in Apsley House, and it's one of the most significant paintings in the Wellington collection.
And the opportunity to then revise and iterate, standardized testing doesn't do that, right? When you evaluate a person and you determine who they are or what schools they can or cannot go to or what opportunities are or are not afforded to them based on an experience that they have on one day that is
one half of your watch, then let the second hand tell you what you're going to do. Looks like I'll be having the fish. That brings us to low-stakes decisions. These have consequences, but none are earth-shattering, and there are plenty of acceptable outcomes. Many routine things at work, like purchasing a printer, booking a hotel, or choosing between possible venues for an offsite, are
claiming to have a relationship with then-candidate Trump, Parnas allegedly said he could promote this painting and its concept for a Middle East peace platform to Trump himself. It was commissioned by the investor and portrayed his idea to construct a third temple over Jerusalem. The artist, who was present at a meeting with Parnas,
they then put out this video and partly used it as justification to revoke Jim Acosta, the reporter's press pass from the White House. And CNN had to sue to have that press pass reinstated. There are about 5 different paths.
And then some of the claims in the letter actually didn't line up with what we were able, when we did our close reading of what was in his work, we weren't able to see justification for those claims. Letters are certainly a form of scholarly engagement. It's a way to raise concern and critique, but we need to engage in those with the.
But then he realized that he could experiment with himself. He could try on new guises. He could put himself in relation to other objects and see where that took him in defining his own character. Gauguin was constantly mythologizing himself. I suppose the most frequent.
And then there are satellites. Satellites are a problem at both visible and invisible wavelengths. A host of private companies have plans to deploy tens of thousands of satellites into Earth orbit, where they will not only literally outnumber the visible stars in the sky, while also beaming.
But the halo and then the martyr's palm that she holds so delicately to her chest point to the fact that she's a saint, she's a martyr. She was tortured and tied to spiked wheels, but she was actually freed from those wheels by an angel. So what you see is the broken wheel of her torture that she's overcome. The firm but gentle way her hand sort of rests on the instrument of her torture.
A lot of mistakes, to waste a lot of money getting younger, and then to say, all right, how do I go beyond getting younger? And it is that deep knowledge of 20 years of working with the world's best anti-aging researchers and scientists and reading the papers and doing the work and trying it myself that led me to say with reasonable confidence, look, I'm going to make it.
You're going to let the air out at the last second and let this poor white cockatoo, quite expensive, don't want to kill this bird, out into that cage where this boy is possibly either pulling up or pulling down, depending on the outcome. Or is he going to keep it stoppered and the bird is going to die and we are going to see
them, and then that personality trait was projected into the actual device. You have the aviator glasses, which showed a forward-thinking, adventurous type of person. Glasses with heavy frames signified intelligence or nerdiness. Wayfarers signified this kind of nerdy.
But then, as the civilizations have their own singularity, sadly, consciousness may leave those biological systems. That may sound grim, but I bring it up really as a challenge for humans. I believe that
then we're going to need to connect with our farmers. We're going to need to rebuild relationships with the hands that feed us 3 times a day. Plus 2 more for snacks. I mean, come on. With a government online database of more than 8,600.
And then they wonder why there's not a USS Missouri moment against the Taliban, against ISIS. The reason is nobody fights this way of war anymore. Yet we are mired in the past. And as long as we're mired in the past, and war has moved on, we will be left behind. And even an undefeated military. And then the people of Siena would, run around and say, okay, we'll give you all our gold just so you don't sack us and take our women and children and kill us all. And the mercenaries would say, thank you, we'll be back next year, right? And so a world awash in mercenaries.
Farm, and then launched into the heart and the heat of Dubai. Indoor vertical farming is a relatively recent phenomenon, commercially speaking. And the reason for this is that consumers care more about food safety and where their food comes from. And also, the necessary technology to make this possible is
on our desk, unclasping them only to turn the pages, then returning them to that position. Our teacher wasn't being cruel. It was the 1970s, and her goal was to get us reading not just on grade level, but far above it. And we were always being pushed to read faster. But in the quiet of my...
And then gives the date. When the National Gallery was founded, Lord Liverpool's government bought 38 paintings from the collection of an émigré philanthropist and financier, John Julius Angerstein. He was not a nobleman, but his taste was very much of the aristocratic kind.
Answer. He says, hanged, drawn, and quartered, but then we eviscerate him and stick his head on a pike. He looks crestfallen when his boss replies, Gilbert, you know very well we did that last month. It's hardly original now, isn't it? Okay, I've got one, says a guy right at the back. Without hardly looking up and with a mean glare at his eyes, he says, we make a box.
And then as I get back home in the evening, I've overshot the time I'm going to be home by an hour or 2 at least. And by then, 2 of my biggest champions, my father-in-law and my husband, are also starting to get a little bit irritated, and my mother-in-law's furious because she's taken care of everything that needs to be done. And through the middle of the day, I'm actually surrounded by men.
And then ensure we handle data for that content in a way that protects kids' privacy. We are committed to continue providing high-quality kids content for free through the YouTube Kids app, which is available on mobile devices, computers, and TVs. We've recently expanded signed-in support so that parents can access kids' profiles.
And then if you forgot that you had it and you kept it for a few extra days, the cost would end up being like triple what you thought it was going to be. And compare that to Netflix, where they sent you 3 DVDs at a time, so 3 movies that you had on your long list, your queue. You didn't have to leave your home. You always had 3 movies.
And then potentially shipped across oceans before being cut and sewn into a garment. All of that can take months. So these prototypes indicated a field offering significant resource efficiencies, from reducing the water
to the apogee, as it was then perceived in the Victorian age to be the work of Raphael and his contemporaries. Eastlake had to justify his purchase. He himself didn't find it particularly pleasing and said it was rather ugly, or to use his words, unsightly. But he said rather that it was
discovered the truth and then communicate it, model that for the broader society of which a university is a part. Any human activity, whether it's in the arts or in the sciences, is a kind of an activity in which egos get involved, right? I mean, and this is the same in universities.
So you originally recommended buying the warrants below 80 cents in April. You then doubled down at 165 or so in May, and now they're trading, like you said, above 240. So given the recent price action and everything we've seen, would you be buying it here at current levels, or would you just be taking profits?
I think in the beginning, I really believed that the business
out, and then Steve came up with this tool as a way to sort of declare how you want to receive information. It was a beautiful notion. So Steve came up with this tool, and now we're trying to get it around the world, whereas as a patient you can say to your doctor, hey, tell me everything there is to know. I want to know it all. Don't spare me any detail. Or you can say, hey, don't tell me anything.
But at least then they know they exist. Over time, some of the men in ADX break down in obvious ways, like banging their heads on the walls of their cells, or smearing their cells with feces, or attempting suicide, some of them successfully. Many people
actually, and by sheer elimination, then I started finding the micrometeorites.
We're on a roof because that's John's trick for finding them. He estimates that a 1 square meter patch of ground gets hit with about 1 micrometeorite per year. This roof is 3,500 square meters, which means 3,500 micrometeorites hit it.
The works on social themes that he executed in the 1890s and that he then sent around the world to establish his fame. It also includes his portraits, very many of them very deeply embedded in the Spanish tradition of Velázquez and Goya.
And a series of protests lead to the repeal of the Stamp Act, which is then replaced with the Declaratory Act, in which Parliament says, yeah, okay, we repeal the Stamp Act because you really complain, but we declare that we have the right to tax you. Anyway, then there's a new tax on tea in the Townshend Acts in 1767, and the colonists continue to be rebellious.
Clear by the end of 1944, then Rotblat had second thoughts, and he actually left the project prematurely. He became shocked by the dropping of the bombs on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and when he returned to England, he determined that he would devote himself to...
Priest looks at the atheist puzzled and says, well, then you must believe in God now. After all, here you are, alive. The atheist rolls his eyes and replies, no, that's not how it happened. A couple of Eskimos came wandering by and showed me the way back to the camp.
Theory. And then if we have a tool for behavior change,
That's a huge deal. I mean, I know, having worked on food for many years, that changing people's food habits as adults is almost impossible. We are creatures of habit in many, many ways, and the older we get, the worse it gets. And so that if we have something that can
do it over and over and over again and then make it better.
The secret for me to finding a performance in animation is to realize that whatever I'm going to act out in my office is pretty embarrassing, and that's okay, because it'll turn into good animation. I'm not trying to worry about if I'm cool.
Then it turned from use to abuse to addiction, full-blown addiction. Trying to pick yourself up every day and just get dressed and walk into the office was difficult when you know that your child's health and well-being is kind of hanging in the balance. Moms want to fix things for their kids.
How can we fix what we've got, but what do you need to flourish? And then beginning to build from that vision out. It's actually about connecting people together who might not otherwise be connected, and growing from those relationships.
I'm positive that people working together can face our big challenges.
Central government needs to find new ways of doing things.
And then, you know, at the far edge of this discussion is not two variables, right? You take reading and math, and not reading and math plus some other things that people value, but 50 indicators that cover so many things that they are meaningless, which is like not the place that I think.
Go in there, but then it's so bright and orange and vibrant. You can kind of see in hypervision, like it feels like you can see in so much detail. It's like having just 10 times the detail.
As you came into the room, it was such a shock.
Everything was completely different. You see the world in a different way.
What's going on? What is all this?
To go. And then came this revolution in 1967. A man named Alan Frank invented a lid that you could peel a tab off, like in the shape of a guitar pick, and drink it from there. In 1975, another big advance, you could peel back a tab and attach it to the lid itself. So more and more people started drinking.
And then I had to be on maternity leave longer than expected. I delved into my retirement so that we could have the money to pay for our rent. I applied for public assistance, but I need.
Then you do it all over again until you know it really works. It's a low-cost, low-risk way of making sure a product or a service has been test-driven before it's ready to be scaled up. It saves innovators and stakeholders time and money, so only the best version of something goes forwards. Prototypes have always been used. We're learning by doing, and then sharing what we learn about how investments can most effectively change the world for good.
And about how she would look, and you sort of project and plan, but then it's only when you actually physically put her in a big gallery that you get a sense of her presence. And I think she really stands out in this room alongside huge pictures, but she has real wall power, and everything about it, the kind of the play of the light, the proportions of the frame.
And then play with them at the park across the street. And he said, look, I could do the time, but if I go in, they're going to take my girls. And so we gave him a camera and said, just take pictures of what it's like being a father. And so he took pictures of making breakfast for his.
From Massachusetts, he was in the House then, chair of the telecom subcommittee. They're paying attention, and what they're doing is really consequential and laying the groundwork for what happens in the internet age to come. It's kind of hidden from sight. Not a lot of people are paying attention, and it's extremely important.
That we earn. And that then doesn't look so generous. Plus, a lot of this aid is not targeted to helping the world's poorest people. It's used for strategic purposes. So at the moment, the biggest recipient of US aid is Afghanistan, because we have troops there, we're fighting a war there, and we want to.
If a teacher doesn't do that,
then the same level of growth won't happen. That's what the upper end of a child's developmental range is all about. And when kids get into that zone, called the zone of proximal development, they're often nervous. They're a little worried about.
Rudy paused for a long time, and then he said, "That's the disease that took my father's life 15 years ago." Rudy says that this is the moment he fell in love with my father. Even though it was too late.
For 15 to 19s, then it's either kill or be killed. It's worse when the enemy is internal, when the psychosis colonizes the fragile mind. This is a think tank, a super brain. We're all neurons connecting to manifest a plan of action, so engage.
Then I'm absolutely confident that we'll eventually get them accomplished and America will be better for it.
They're kind of foolish taking it to begin with, because then they're responsible for that information and they have to try to keep that information safe. In the case of Equifax, which is a perfect example, here is a multi-billion-dollar company. They didn't update their software. They didn't fix their patches at Microsoft.
I mean, this is a print thing, so some of you younger people might not follow it, but that then jumps to a later page. The editors will very often want an adjective before the jump that will just sum up what you think. So can you just say, like, in this marvelous new film, or in this disappointing something, in a way to excuse anyone,
to have someone draw it and then send that over to London to the Royal Society. And Leeuwenhoek said that sometimes the artist could see even more than he could through his microscope. And I think that's because in the beginning of his work in microscopy, the artists were more experienced than he was in looking through lenses.
4 weeks, then they began having more and more horrible side effects, absolutely terrifying side effects, a period of tribulation, of bedlam. And then on the far side, they accommodated a period of accommodation, which is, by the time I saw the ones that were still around, they were in this kind of crumpled, better than they had.
Then journey into the world of nature and philanthropy at the National History Museum for a glimpse into history and Earth's natural wonders. Joanne Uns Wertel is a must-see mix of art, history, and literature. And at number 1 is Adventure Park Graz. The Graz Adventure Park is situated
Bitcoin. Now, what I can do with that Bitcoin then is, at that point, the exchange is still holding the Bitcoin themselves, so they're still in custody. If the exchange went out of business right that minute, I'd be out of luck. And that used to happen quite a bit. Now there are some more, well-established companies with governance and.
And then it goes off into this green gas. So here's it's a very complicated feeling. And again, it's not a matter of telling something as it is, but trying to, if you like, present to oneself.
Then it goes to President Donald Trump's desk. And that appears to be exactly what is going to happen. Democrats hold 47 seats in the Senate. All of them are expected to vote for the resolution, so that's 47. And over the past few weeks, a quartet, 47 plus 4 equals 51, of Republican senators, Rand Paul.
That front foot, then we're going to shift our weight so that we start to flatten the board and come off the edge. That's going to let us come down the hill. And as we head straight down the hill with the board totally flat, that's when we can start doing that heel side J like we practiced with one foot into that heel side traverse like what we've been practicing on the hill.
Back then, I was wearing a lot of like baggy Adidas and Nike. I don't want it unless you're gonna do the dogs. I got everything I ever prayed for. The one thing that I always preach and I always tell people around me or even kids that's younger than me is to manifest everything and speak shit into it.
See the sights of Malta from a breezy boat, and then go for an afternoon swim around the beautiful Blue Lagoon. The Gozo and Camino Blue Lagoon cruise is the easiest way to see the best of Malta's islands and tranquil blue waters. With rugged shores and secluded sandy beaches, visitors can soak up the sights of Malta's coastline from the water.
But then the more I thought about it, the more I realized that she was kind of egging me on to have this discussion with her to get to this point, because technically I never did anything wrong and I didn't break any of the rules, and there was no reason that she could actually just fire me or get rid of me. However, if she made my life a living.
The port dates back to 1830, but since then, it has been redeveloped into a recreational area that attracts more than 6 million people each year. In addition to being a lovely area, this historic riverfront complex features shops and restaurants, plus art exhibits, events, and activities. Number 9 is the
perfect, postgraduate experience than going from Stanford to Disney, and I learned so much there.
And you're at Disney for a while, and then you and a couple partners decide to break off and start Wet.
And that's when he got a call from Steve Wynn, the Las Vegas real estate tycoon.
He says, here's the goals. I want people to not think.
Inspire people to try something new, whether that's in life or in sport, then you can make a massive difference to people's lives. I grew up in a little town in North Wales called Ruthin, and my mum was a PE teacher, so for me sport was always going to be.
The second was, then how do you deal with the new patterns of behaviour? So I guess that what we discovered over the years was that we were getting to far more people, but they weren't repeat attenders. So they might come once or twice a year, maybe once every 18 months, and they may never come again if you couldn't find the right.
Then what I do is I do my breathing, right? I'm thinking about the things I'm focusing on here. I'm thinking about excellence, I'm thinking about hydration, I'm thinking about oxygen. Whatever your breathing technique is, I focus on breathing. So whether it's box breathing or alpha breathing, whether it's Wim Hof's method, I do a breathing technique because I want to fully oxygenate.
I was waiting for science to find a cure for my deafness, and then I had misconceptions about cochlear implants. And 4 years ago, I ran into a gentleman who was wearing them, and I started asking more about them, and I investigated them. In December of 2015, I had received bilateral
sun-dried tomato paste, and then turn it round and stick it on top. Just kind of use your hands to just glue it together. That's it. Just don't touch it. Just leave it. Let it do its thing. After just 30 seconds, flip it over. Look at that. Can you smell that?
And then, just at that right moment, the Royal Collection were loaning the pavilion 6 chairs. And so I wrote to the upholsterer and said, we are using this fabric for the chairs, how much would we need? And he rang me and said, I recognise that fabric, we've got a bit of it on the wall. And lo and behold, in the workshop.
For 916 years, it was a church, and then following the conquest of the Sultan Mehmed, it was converted into a mosque and remained so for 482 years. Visitors can marvel at the beautiful blend of Christian and Islamic aesthetics, and be wowed by the monumental dome that appears to float above the ceiling. The effect is caused by a ring of windows along the base of the dome.
If you don't believe that we should be hanging women for stealing bread, then you protest. If you don't think slavery is right, even though the rest of your country does and your town's entire economic situation is based on it, then you stand up and you protest for abolition. If you believe it's wrong to bomb small children, you take that protest to The Hague, no matter how.
Then, check out the Skywalk, which broadcasts real-time video onto the walls and floor, allowing you to get a bird's-eye view of the city below, including the upper New York Bay, and the Statue of Liberty, as well as the Brooklyn Bridge and the cluster of Midtown skyscrapers. At number 6 is the Brooklyn Bridge. When the Brooklyn Bridge was constructed
as facts, when they give us superstitions and a pavement of cracks, the truth a Trojan horse dressed in comedy slacks, where the nation's biggest thieves don't go to jail, they just get sacked, then change ties and come back, if that. We're being strong-armed through a door and then applauded for entering. There's blood on the floor that we're forbidden from mentioning. Stockpiling food like it's the 1940s. like you to separate your two index fingers, look at them, and then listen to my voice. When you do, you're going to see something absolutely amazing happen. Get ready, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Separate your fingers, look at them. They're going to touch. Imagine what it would be like for two rubber bands attached to your fingers pulling
circles, and then because the wax heats up, it can deform, and the laws of physics themselves change the circles into hexagons. That's still not agreed upon. But what is agreed upon by the mathematicians and the bees is the hexagon is the most efficient shape. That just shows you it's a beautiful thing. Mathematics.
And you'd see her kind of go like, dee, 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 and then she would be able to hear conversation like the bad guy across the street having a conversation. And this is what these things do. It's pretty spectacular.
The garden. However, if you are into greenery, then the surrounding gardens are still intact and present in all their glory. Number 3 is St. Gudule and St. Michael's Cathedral. Construction of the twin-towered structure of St. Gudule and St. Michael's Church began in 1215 and was completed 300
like this. It needs to be nice and thin, and then we're going to pan it.
Otherwise, the breast is fatter at one end and thin at the other. That won't work, will it?
So, let's gently bat it out. Love it. Nice and thin.
That a hearing instrument specialist does. That being said, there are good and bad audiologists, and there are good and bad hearing instrument specialists. So when it comes down to real ear verification, if you are going to a provider that does real ear verification, the chances are is that they're following other best practices in order to maximize your.
And then there are smaller group homes, and those kids that are non-secure group homes that we also provide their medical care and their dental services. So we provide those on site. And then in 2009, we got a federal grant from HRSA to open up a community health center in Long Island City to service Northwest.
thrilling rides like Kingdom Quest and Merlin's Apprentice, and then discover an entire city made from 1.5 million Lego blocks. There is also a build and test zone to improve your Lego skills, as well as a Lego cafe to sit back and enjoy after a fun day of building. At number 4 is Dudley Zoological Gardens. Dudley's
for it to grow a business, and then when you've done all of that and you've opened the doors and you've got you all over the shelves, then my percentage reduces.
Okay, thank you, Deborah.
Obviously you invest money to make money. I'm giving you all of the money for 20%.
And then came the first of Bismarck's good-ish ideas. He raced back to his estate and organized an old-school peasant levy. Yes, in the middle of the 19th century, he tried to press his peasants into service as their feudal lord in order to put down a revolution whose stated goal.
You say that everything's really good and then it becomes really good. That was ironic because it's slightly ridiculous to suggest that a giant sculpture can make the world a better place. But then at the same time, as an artist, you have to believe that what you do makes the world a better place on some level. I guess that piece
Hall, and then splashing down into the Charles River for the tour's aquatic leg. The complete experience lasts about 80 minutes, and when it comes to Boston tours, it's hard to top. Number 8 is the Boston Freedom Trail. Put on your walking shoes and trek 2.5 miles of the nation's history on it. Then board the battle-tested HMAS Vampire Navy destroyer and explore Australia's deep connection to the oceans. Number 5 is the Royal Botanical Gardens. The enchanting Royal Botanical Garden is a tranquil oasis on the edge of one of the world's greatest natural harbors. Visitors can enjoy spectacular views,
snapshots out of the window of the taxi, and then forgot about it promptly. as one does with monuments and memorials. I think that there's this very peculiar quality that they have of being completely invisible. The larger they are, in fact, the more they sink into the background.
gardens. Then, take a tour of the architectural wonder that is Neuschwanstein Castle, inspired by Wagner's fairy tale operas and the inspiration for Sleeping Beauty. Number 5 is the English Garden. Created in the 18th century, the English Garden is a large public park in the center of Munich, stretching from the city center.
Now, what you're seeing is the big males doing it. Yeah. Then the younger males start doing it because the big males are doing it. It's a virtual chorus of bellowing.
Bellowing not only advertises your territory, it also lets everyone know how big you are.
Suite, and then that whole suite fitting in with the restored saloon. So as certain aspects of the cleaning were completed, I would then bring cabinets down into the saloon, adjust the blinds and try to get the light levels as they were going to be during display and see how the cabinets looked.
Then, touch a starfish or an anemone and watch a fish feeding frenzy. Number 9 is the Royal Pavilion. The Royal Pavilion is a stunning landmark in Brighton. The ornate Grade 1 listed structure, with its onion domes and minarets, was designed by John Nash in the early 19th century and was once a holiday home for George, Prince of Wales. Then you can be an important part of the action by experiencing the feeling of being the 5th member of ABBA and singing at the Polar Studio with the band. At number 6 is Viking Geliv. At Viking Geliv, visitors can experience the Viking Age through sound, light, and moving settings. Learn about Viking facts and see the interactive exhibition and
enabling them to spread their ideas through social media. We give them a platform to demonstrate that they're a credible person for make something happen.
That's able to translate what we've learned from this disaster, potentially then to other disasters that might occur, to other oil spills at other areas of the planet. We're looking at some of the fundamental capacities of these microorganisms to consume released oil and released natural gas.
Then explore the forest floor, home to fish, lizards, and frogs. This fantastic attraction has a very strong conservation message and is a great destination for families and guests of all ages. At number 8 is the Dubai Museum. Sitting near the Bostakia Quarter, the Dubai Museum offers visitors a glimpse of where this
Testing the Nano device, I then set up the user to test the Alibaba device. The red curve indicates the output of the Alibaba amplifier at the lower volume setting, and the green curve indicates the output of the Alibaba amplifier at the highest volume setting. When we overlap these curves with the curves recorded with the Nano hearing aids,
work was then replaced at a collector's request by the face of Alexa Wilding, which I believe her face was considered to be a more true representation of virtue. The white flowers and the white costume.
Of the microclimate, and any changes in relative humidity and temperature can lead to mold growth within the locket. And so we have to be able to get into the locket, and that's probably one of the more difficult tasks that we have, because every locket can be slightly different. And we have to be able to think laterally, so it's a question of many years of experience and thinking how.
See what happens. Come on then, send in your mastermind, because it's going to need that.
Alex studies wild birds, which he releases after 3 months of research. This one is nicknamed 007, and it's about to attempt what Alex believes.
Then, live the emotion of entering the field of play from the tunnel. Enjoy photos, goal videos, and a trophy cabinet full to the brim. At number 4 is Casa Mila. Visitors can explore this UNESCO World Heritage Site that is another brilliant work from the fascinating mind of architect Antoni Gaudi. The residential building is located in the district
opening up an incredible hunger for contacts with the outside world. There was a student theatre festival. Theatre groups from around Europe and the world started coming to Moscow. Ingmar Bergman, his productions of Frau Julie and Hamlet with Peter Stromare, Peter
curtains, then the wall panels, then the wallpaper, then the chandelier, everything as a separate file because the room is so complicated and so detailed. We had aquatints and watercolours and inventories that listed exactly what was in the room and visual evidence. So the background material.
And then changing to a classical design. Inside the palace, there is a magnificent Hayden Saal, which is one of the most beautiful concert halls in the world. Enjoy one of the most perfectly preserved palaces in Europe, and discover the luxurious world of the prestigious Esterhazy family. Number 5 is Berg.
If this mountain was elevated off of the ground like the others, then there would need to be some kind of access staircase or elevator underneath, which would detract from the natural landscape that the designers were trying to achieve. The second reason why I believe this mountain was constructed at ground level was to provide secure anchorage to the ground so that the structure can resist lateral loads from strong
to safety. In one of the most heartbreaking moments ever caught on video, he then loses his grip entirely. What's particularly awful about this story is that Yongning was mostly doing it for the money. According to the New York Post, an unknown entity was supposedly offering $15,000 for the stunt, and Yongning planned to use the funds in part to pay for his wedding.
Of animal wool, and then discover the different stages and techniques of working wool, going from the beginning of the 20th century to the present day. The last stage of the visit is a journey back in time, in the heart of a reconstructed period house that unveils the life and trades of the past. There is also a snack bar, local produce shop, playground, and barbecue area. Then take a guided tour of British Columbia's rich mining heritage and board the mine train as it rolls into the dark. Get immersed in the history with interactive exhibits that put visitors in the boots of a miner, creating memorable family experiences.
If you were to spend time with us, you would hear my version and then you would hear her version. Now, I think my version's much better. It's much more entertaining. It's not a feeling. That's the problem. Everybody makes love about a feeling. Sometimes you feel great. Sometimes.
The Moorish rulers then extensively rebuilt the fort and walls in the 1200s. This remarkable UNESCO World Heritage Site is one of the most visited monuments in Spain and is considered stunningly beautiful. Number 9 is the hop-on hop-off train, Granada. Visitors can see the best that Granada has to offer, with specially designed train routes covering. Visitors can see wild boars and Cantabrian brown bears, and then lions, cheetahs, elephants, and gorillas. So that sums up our top 10 things to do in Santander. We hope you enjoyed. If you did, please leave a like, and if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. Until next video, have a great day.
That binaural phone feature can then be set up to accomplish what we want it to. The binaural phone feature originally was designed for individuals who hold the phone up to one ear and want to send that phone call from that side into their other ear as well, so they can hear the phone call in both ears, which increases their speech understanding. It works terrific.
Then find out about the proud history of the club and stadium at the Feyenoord Museum that's full of fun facts. Number 4 is the Maritime Museum, Rotterdam. The Rotterdam Maritime Museum is located in central Rotterdam near the Markthal and was founded back in 1874. It is one of the largest of its type in the world, with a huge collection of cartography.
Then you realize that the stuff you thought was good actually sucks. You gotta come back here and you gotta build something that's gonna work for that. All the good concepts, all the good ideas for good equipment don't come from our design center. They come from being in the mountains.
And then they had to be recreated. One knew the originals were in silver leaf, but one also knew from other fragments that were discovered that that bright silver finish didn't last very long. Silver tarnishes very readily, and there is evidence that the whole scheme was done again.
As you then experience a traditional live flamenco performance at one of the best venues in Seville, a wonderfully atmospheric 18th century courtyard. So that sums up our top 10 things to do in Seville. We hope you enjoyed. If you did, please leave a like, and if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. Until next video, have a great day.
for later, and then when you needed electricity, you run it over the turbines. In terms of wildlife, some of these problems just didn't seem like a significant concern. So when I learned that house cats kill billions of birds every year, it put into perspective the hundreds of thousands of birds rather that are killed by wind turbines. It basically
waters. If you are visiting Florida and want to find a cheap way to stay, then check the links in the description, as we've found some great accommodation options. To begin with is Clearwater Beach. Clearwater is on the Gulf of Mexico and has long been a Florida tourist destination known for its warm waters, expansive beaches, and vast
and then that really does it. His eyes pop out. He flaps his hands. He blows, he puffs, he yells, he bobs his head up and down. He spits a potato all over his plate, and he turns to us and he goes, "Watch out, everybody, the potato's really hot."
Through the city streets and then splashing into the calm waters of Lake Union. These entertaining tours blend comedy with history as guests take in the city's noteworthy sights. During each tour, the ducks sail past landmarks like the Sleepless in Seattle floating home, Space Needle, and the waterfront. Along the way, the tour guides narrate the scenery and entertain the visitors.
Workshops, and then safely stare at our own sun like never before. You'll be able to see real sunspots and solar flares, with a view that's really out of this world. At number 4 are the Pyramids of Guimar. The Pyramids of Guimar Ethnographic Park is home to a mysterious group of stone pyramids that were first discovered in the 1990s. Then, learn about the science of marine biology and oceanic conservation at interactive exhibits and talks. Throughout the year, the aquarium features art exhibits, performing art shows, and cultural festivals as a way to engage new audiences and make science accessible. In addition to public programs and exhibits, the aquarium is involved in numerous conservation efforts, including sustainable. Then, during World War II, the ship was conscripted into the British Navy for duty as a submarine spotter. Later on, she got to participate in some exciting sailing races. Built in Scotland, this 3-masted schooner is one of Belgium's most prized vessels and a must-see for all the family. At number 8 is the Maria.
And then I interviewed the same people again after the Berlin Wall came down. They still felt the same. When people feel threatened, that guides a lot of what they do. So one of the things we can do is give them our full attention.
How to live as a deaf person as well, and then also living in a wheelchair. And so that really changed my perspective of life. I had to figure out what I was going to do with my life, so I signed up to study physical therapy. As I was studying, I would
Park offers. Then break out your bird-watching binoculars and see what you can spot. You can also enjoy the beauty of the azaleas in bloom and the enormous cypress trees throughout the park. At number 5 is the Kennedy Space Center, sitting on the eastern coast of Florida around 45 minutes from downtown Orlando. The Kennedy.
So then one of the 2 adults who worked for the program said, "Aren't you doing some research about pornography? Maybe tell them about that." All of a sudden, that room full of high school students exploded into laughter, high fives. I think there were some loud hooting noises. And all anyone had done is...
And then you say, wow, I just saw 5 people shot to death 20 meters from where I am. God, what is that going to do to me? Am I going to have nightmares? Decompressing is very challenging. And of course, when you come back, they're like, oh, great, you're back. So, play with the kids and do.
And get up close to some tamer species, like sloths, flamingos, wallabies, and chimpanzees. And then learn more about the animals with regular talks by knowledgeable park staff. At number 6 is Verona Arena. Located in the middle of the historic town center and built in the 1st century AD, the Verona Arena is one of the best. Visitors can admire the decor and authentic construction, and then climb to the top of the 13th century tower and take in the Baroque architecture and cobblestone streets from up high, or see Vilnius from a virtual lookout platform instead. Number 7 is the Gediminas Tower. Gediminas Castle Tower is part of what would have been called
suspected that something disagreeable was going to take place and expressed to the coachman my surprise at his permitting persons to occupy places on his coach without paying their fare. And those persons were compelled to abandon their seats. Basically, some miners and colliers were trying to...
Then, walk in the Royal Gardens and soak up incredible views of the Gulf of Naples and Mount Vesuvius. Number 9 is the Hop-on Hop-off Bus, Naples. The Hop-on Hop-off Bus Naples is the best way to make the most of this UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most historic cities in the world. Discover 3,000 years of culture.
As you can just see here, and so we just have to adjust one of the sides and then check it again. You do this on a frame heater, and the reason is that if they're not adjusted exactly right, when the patient puts the frame on in the optician's shop, then it will be not sitting on his.
And then the stuff really started to flood in of like, oh, okay, who is this band? What are they up to?
John was piecing together a montage of like all of the biggest TikToks that have used the song. And we're realizing how many of them were like proposals. I actually started to tear up when I realized like the biggest decision in their life.
It sets the environment, it sets a goal, it sets a temperature, and then the environment raises to it. And so I feel like anyone who's attracted to your work or to mine, they're thermostats because they have a growth mindset. Because if they thought things were fixed, they wouldn't watch something like this, because what's the point? It's just all predestined, and it's
of green rice fields on both sides, and then a 15-minute trek through the forest will reveal a huge waterfall, complete with a thudding cascade that drops around 15 meters. It's a very powerful fall, so there is no wading underneath it, but instead, view from the rocky surrounds. It's also worth noting that the walk down to it is quite steep and gets busy in the heat of the day, so then to sales at the market. Number 5 is Huis van Majout. The fisherman's house, called the House of Majout, is a preserved fisherman's house from the 18th century in the Bredelstraat in Blankenberg, thought to be the most typical, oldest preserved, and classified fisherman's cottage on the Belgian coast. House of
If you're visiting Texas and want to find a cheap way to stay, then check the links in the description, as we found some great affordable accommodation options. Coming in at number 10 is South Padre Island. Located just off the southern tip of Texas, this barrier island has 34 miles of spectacular beaches. The area's wide.
The castle last saw military action in 1745, and from then until the 1920s, it served as the British Army's main base in Scotland. Today, it is one of Scotland's most atmospheric and popular tourist attractions. Dominating the city from its Great Rock, Edinburgh Castle is an absolute must-visit spot. Well defended on its tall volcanic crag, not only has it witnessed concerts. Enter the changing rooms, the mixed zone, and the stands, and then walk through the Tunnel of Champions right onto the legendary pitch of one of the premier sporting venues in Italy. Number 5 is the Pinacoteca Ambrosiana. Explore a real piece of history at one of the oldest public art galleries in the world, located in the Pala River, and spot the abundant wildlife, then tuck into a horseman's feast of barbecue steak, baked potatoes, salad, dessert, and drinks. After your hearty meal, jump back on your chosen form of transportation and follow the base of Sulphur Mountain for more amazing scenery. At number 3, stroll through Cascade Gardens. Habitats. Then, watch birds of prey flying overhead, meet some interesting parrots, and make a splash at the water park. At number 8 is the Wheel of Rimini. Situated on the waterfront, the Wheel of Rimini is a fantastic way to take in the scenic views of the city and the ocean beyond. The giant Ferris wheel was built in 2000. If you like walking, then you can take your pick of the trails, and in the center, there is a visitor's center that is manned by volunteers who give regular tours of the park. Number 6 is the Lansu Chinese Garden. Nestled in Portland's Old Town District, the Lansu Chinese Gardens open its doors at 10 a.m.
If you're visiting Hawaii and want to find a cheap way to stay, then check the links in the description, as we found some great accommodation options. Coming in at number 10 is Hanalei Bay, Kauai. Hanalei Bay is an absolutely stunning beach that is crescent-shaped and surrounded by mountains. There are actually 3 beaches here, and Black Pot Beach
It was first used as a Roman palace in the 3rd century, and it then passed to some of Spain's royalty before being conquered. Today, it is a museum with various exhibitions that center on the evolution of military strategy and weapons. So that sums up our top 10 things to do in Toledo. We hope you enjoyed. If you did, please leave a like, and if you're new here,
and one day I'd had a cold, a bad cold. In fact, it was like strep throat, and I had to take an antibiotic. And I went to Colorado in the United States, and it's at 5,000 or 6,000 feet altitude. I was just sitting there. I wasn't going up a hill on a bicycle. I was sitting there reading before I went to sleep at night.
Natural beaches. If you're visiting Mexico and want to find a cheap way to stay, then check the links in the description, as we found some great affordable accommodation options. Coming in at number 10 is Playa Carrizalillo. This bay is without a doubt one of the most beautiful. Its Caribbean flair with great water and soft sand.
then visit a typical Italian square from the 1960s and enjoy a very special coffee tasting at the end of the tour. At number 4 is Parco del Valentino. Located on the west bank of the River Po that runs through the city, Parco del Valentino is the second largest public park in Turin. Created in 1856, it served as the city.
And then finally, the other thing that's really important about this is that the more that you do this, what we know based on research, is that the reason why you start to believe what you think is because you are reprogramming your brain. You are changing the network of neurons.
12 sinking of the legendary RMS Titanic, and then urged the crew of lifeboat number 6 to go back to the ship and look for any survivors. The Molly Brown Museum was built in dedication to her and welcomes over 50,000 visitors every year. The museum programs include guided tours of her 1880.
If you're visiting Italy and want to find a cheap way to stay, then check the links in the description, as we found some great accommodation options. Starting at number 10 is Chia Beach, Sardinia. On the south coast of Sardinia, not far from Cagliari, Chia Beach is regarded by many as the best beach in Italy, backed by everyone. If you're visiting Spain and want to find a cheap way to stay, then check the links in the descriptions, as we found some great accommodation options. At number 10 is the lovely beach of Cala Lania, Ibiza. Cala Lania is a wide, sandy beach with safe swimming and rocky areas for snorkeling. The seabed is sandy.
The fortress. Then, take in the spectacular scenery of Tuscany from the tower and see why the castle was fought over for centuries. Number 5 is the Duomo of San Gimignano and the Museum of Sacred Art. Visitors can tour the beautiful building of the Duomo of San Gimignano and see the famous 13th century frescoes, the small color palettes. Then enjoy a chance to take part in a toy-making masterclass and design your very own Russian toy or Matryoshka doll. Number 5 is the Vodka History Museum. The Museum of the History of Vodka is a display of Russian vodka's 500-year history. Browse a collection of more than 1,000 varieties of this drink. View vodka recipes from the 18th century.
So then by the time I get to the computer, I can actually just sit down and write it out because I've just been working it and working it and working it. So my book, Murder on the Red River, won the Pinkley Award for 2018 for debut women's crime novel of the year.
And then there were the invisible psychological imprints my illness had left behind. The fears of relapse, the unprocessed grief, the demons of PTSD that descended upon me for days, sometimes weeks. See, we talk
and still do every now and then to this day. Number 3 is Lake Zell. Lake Zell is a freshwater lake in the Austrian Alps. The water is crystal clear, as it's fed from the mountains. The lake is 4 kilometers long and 1.5 kilometers wide, and up to 73 meters deep in places. Paths around Road Square and the Parliament then splash into the River Danube for an amazing river cruise. And at number 1 is Saint-Chenier Spa. The Saint-Chenier Baths Complex is one of the largest spa bath centers in Europe. The waters are rich in sulfates, calcium, magnesium, bicarbonate, and fluoride, which are believed to be very beneficial. sites. Then explore the roof terrace on the 24th and 25th floors and check out the fascinating open-air exhibition. At number 8 is Berlin Zoo. The Berlin Zoo is one of the oldest and best-known zoos in Germany, located in Berlin's Tiergarten. It opened in 1844 and covers 35 hectares of exhibition space. Then see the chapel dedicated to its legendary founder, Saint Benezet. A walk along what remains of this vital crossing point, which still stretches around 200 meters onto the water, gives unbeatable views of the Rhone and Avignon. At number 8 is Barthalas Island. Barthalas is one of the biggest river islands graves below. Then trek across hanging rope bridges and dense jungle to ancient temple ruins where the Maya made their famous calendar. At number 8 is Playa del Fines. In a quiet corner of the hotel zone, south of the Museo Maya, Playa del Fines is a blue flag beach where you can find peace away from Cancun's crowd.
And then I realised I'd like to replace the lost 4 pagodas that I imagined might be in the building. I'd approached a really fantastic set builders, visual events makers and props company called Applied Arts, who are based in East London, who make the most beautiful, beautiful things.
Is then transferred to the 30th foot and then takes charge of the drummers there as the drum major.
Drum major?
Drum major. So here's an image from 1792 of the changing of the guard.
But I saw that today. I saw this figure, this gentleman today. Drum major.
So drum.
And then it's wildly successful. And the approach that I've taken is no, the great product is the get in the door fee.
Yeah.
Like then you're actually on the field.
That's the buy-in.
Yeah, that's the buy-in. Or like I don't know why, but I use professional golf randomly. Like the 300 golfers who are on the PGA.
And then all of a sudden, all songs were approved. I don't know if you watched the movie. I don't know what happened, but it just feels very, very, very grateful.
Play. So he's taking great draftsmanship skills and then turning them into planing things up, chiseling them up, exaggerating reflected light. And it's also just a gorgeous aesthetic. It's so beautiful to look at. What have you been doing?
Oh man, mostly building this place, the studio.
Tunnel under the Swiss-French border using extremely high power magnets and then smashed into each other in head-on collisions to see what they're made of and to reveal the building blocks of matter. The highest energy level that has been achieved by the LHC was equivalent to 1 peta-electron volt.
His newest one. That'd be great, back to back. Then I have 2 books I actually know a fair bit about. We have As I Descended by Robin Talley. I know. Here I am giving Robin Talley another chance. Probably not a good idea, but I was interested in this book for too long and it has too many elements I like for me to just ignore reading it.
What happened then is Tom and Danny got very interested in me getting involved, not because of my technology brilliance, but my ties to all the big media companies, as well as my ties to money and Wall Street. Sure. And so I became...
Whatever I need to do to keep that competitive edge, then I do it.
What's something that you repeat to yourself right now?
I think for me, it's just really growing up in the South and hearing my grandmother say, that.
Then reduce the temperature to 325 and roast for 11 to 12 minutes per pound. Every roast is going to be a different weight and therefore cook for a different amount of time. If you're spending so much money on this piece of meat, you really want to do it right. Some people prefer cooking their prime rib low and slow. We found that by doing this, you can get a decent prime rib, but
We're in a different place in their American trajectory, as it were, than a family that is suffering from any number of a parent in jail, unemployment, drug addiction, etc. One of the things I think we do incorrectly in this work is we tend to view urban
tweet all sorts of things and then are living a complete, like, it's just, let's get a little bit more thoughtful out here.
Yeah. Yeah, and just fucking recognize the human nature of just everybody always in the process of figuring it out.
You could have had a period after the word nature there.
That's it.
Humans. That's why I'm a good marketer. I understand people, right? And the reason I'm happy is I'm so grateful as
Then the aim is to get everything back to the wild. We don't keep anything because it looks cute and fluffy. It is quite nice when it comes to actually releasing the animal. And now and again, some of the deer will actually bolt off and then turn around and stare at you going, what's going on here? So it's quite nice. I think the aim of Tiggerwinkles is obviously
entry, and then our president says no. That's not leading us on a road to peace.
What is the end game for theocracy or demagoguery in this region, but specifically for in Israel that will take
you're going to do or what you're wishing for. If you're wishing, then the active word there, the verb is wishing. So as the old saying goes, if beggars were horses, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride, meaning all you get is wishing.
A bit from page 58, and then talk to us a bit about faith and whether, I guess my question is, because there's a mirror here in your life, isn't there, that you had faith and then you lost it, which is something I personally find completely fascinating, how people can believe so deeply and what it feels like when that is.
You know, and even then, yeah, you might be able to show up drunk. At the same time, how high are your chances now to get some time off later? Your boss is going to be like, well, you show up all the time drunk, you're useless, I'm not going to give some time off. So again, like, there's always these weird consequences that you would never have if you have your own business. Yep. Oh man, I gotta work tomorrow. Let's go to the thing. You know what?
And Puerto Rico goes bankrupt, and it turns out that piece becomes very important and significant because somebody's done the work. He's not working under crisis conditions. He had time to think about it, and the ideas were there for Congress to take up. That's how we think about the ways we exercise influence. The other piece of what we do are more like think pieces, pieces that try to lay out what's going on in our political.
And then the courage to keep the ideas alive, because ideas are the most precious, vulnerable things. You know, wherever you work, you will always meet the abominable no man. And he will try and kill your idea and strangle it. So you need real courage to keep the ideas alive. I've always played.
So then, a few months later, my friend Natalie Wynn was being, well, she did this Vice interview, and they posted it, and then, you know, the alt-right found it, and just like her mentions were just like flooded with transphobic dog shit. So, do the same thing again.
Day, and then I was with him for 1.5 years as his first assistant. And Francois specifically, was an amazing teacher. He did one thing that was really interesting. He would do one side of the face, and then he would have me have to match the exact on the.
For a while, and then we played the X Games this year and met all the X Games people who were really awesome. And if you guys haven't been to the X Games, like, that shit's super fun. And then they hit us up, like, asking if they could use that song, and then we kind of went and found.
You often don't ask, well, what does Iran then do?
Iran then say, well, Iran knows we mean business, and they'll behave better.
And when has that happened? if Iran has given no sign, so Iran has given no signs of surrender. They have stated very clearly their
video, then head over to Unbound by clicking the link in the description and pledge today to get your signed first edition copy. Thank you.
Paper wads being thrown at us, you know, and our job is to pick them up, read them, and then go do them. I think a lot of people, I think we all have creativity within us, and we all get these messages from God, but I think a lot of people have voices of fear or doubt or insecurity.
and how you made that decision, and then also any other items on your roadmap for the future.
So in my roadmap, before I started strategic partnerships for Christie's, which happened when I was 10 years into my career, I wanted to be the global head of events for Christie's. That was really my aim. I don't know why I always wanted a global takeover, but that for some reason was always something that I was interested in, the global takeover.
And then it went to the House. So that, but Miller and Sessions continued to fight against it. And then there was the Cantor election, and surprising almost everybody, Cantor loses to Brad.
And then as the show progressed and it was released and filmed, I think you can't predict what magic happens between two actors on set. So yeah.
With all of the characters, what are some of the things you hope to see happen if there is a season 2?
Oh, there's a lot. I think I want...
Your message then enters the networking room, where our equipment sends it to the Gmail servers on our server floor. Our servers work together to process your data, including duplicating your message to create backups and scanning it for viruses. All our servers are shared between our products, which means we can do more.
Born on June 19, 1945 in what was then known as Rangoon, Burma, Aung San Suu Kyi was destined to be defiant from the start. It was in her blood. Her father was none other than Aung San, the former military general who negotiated Burma's independence from the British in 1947. He became known.
But then I found out that it's sort of like doing a dance with nature and finding the secret foods in the wild. Most of the restaurants I work with are Michelin star restaurants, such as Gramercy Tavern, Restaurant Danielle, Cosme, and a number of others. I came from a different background. I didn't study horticulture. I didn't.
That, and then there's a day, and on the 11th, President calls Durbin and Graham from the Hill. They're on their way over to the White House because he wants to sign something. That's what he's told them. They get there, and there's a group of hardliners. Representative Goodlot's there, Senator Cotton's there. Help me understand what.
And they push it away from me. Like, all of that to me is a ritual. It's no different going back to a fighter jet. The dude, I guess the fighter jet pilot, doesn't just jump in and go, all right, let's start dropping bombs. He has to go through a checklist, right? Of dropping the canopy, turning this on, checking that, making sure the GPS works, guidance system.
And then you sort of are able to develop a kind of samadhi on the absolute rest that you can maintain as you go about life activities. But then there's this other stuff. Your ability to contact that and maintain contact with it.
The army then moved through the West Bank, securing the cities of Hebron, Bethlehem, and Gush Etzion. Soon, IDF tanks climbed to the Golan Heights in the north as well, from which Syria had been firing at northern Israel ever since 1948. Syrian defenses crumbled. In 6 days, Israel had tripled its size. It now had control of 3 major regions.
And we were able to acquire the property, and then my husband, who is a contractor, and his brother together helped renovate the parent-child workshop. And to this day, it's a really beautiful institution for children and parents learning together. And there's a waiting list, lo and behold.
And then where did you go to university?
I went to Princeton. I began to direct plays, and I began making my first film. So that film was called A Normal Life, and it followed these 6 friends who had grown up waiting for war, through the war, to what would...
Too great, then tiny little air bubbles form in the wood, and when it gets bad enough, then the plant suffers and starts to die. There's a couple reasons why we need to climb to the tops of these trees.
But then you're answering to other people, right? And your organization pivots to deliver what the desires are of this organization that's not yours.
Hi, Rebecca.
But then every now and then, all of a sudden, you see one. And that is the most powerful reverie, unbelievable rush every time. We use our knife and our mushroom brush and
video clip, then you can get to what the message is, but slow yourself down and define who's the audience and what's the intent. The biggest mistake leaders make today is they jump immediately to the message they want to share without considering who needs to hear it and what action should they take because of that. So this framework, the AIM framework,
critics will then say everything is all good because it's not bribery itself. Whether these actions meet the strict definition of bribery, we know now that the president has used the power of his office to dig up dirt from foreign officials. The transcript confirms, if not an explicit quid pro quo, at the very least a very strong implied quid pro quo. This could be
everything's great, and then I'd go into my office and my stomach would be in knots and tears would be welling up in my eyes. And I remember just thinking, am I lying to these people by telling them everything's okay? Because I don't know if everything is gonna be okay. And then the recession hits.
For us then to simply stand by and let that burn out was very un-American and not, we thought, politically sustainable. Condi ultimately came around, and on the most important thing, she said to the president, all right, Mr. President, I can be on board for more troops. But
right, this is old information that is still extremely true and relevant today. Then on to number 2, You Were Born Rich by Bob Proctor. Now, this is a seminar and a book that Bob Proctor put out in, I believe, the 1980s. He might have wrote the book in the 70s. Bob Proctor has studied Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich.
So back then, what was the state of JavaScript like? Was it just being used as a toy for DHTML?
JavaScript was being used for adding rainbows and sparkles to your web pages. It wasn't being used to build really complex apps. And that's kind of where we're at right now. In the post-Gmail era, we're building entirely complex applications, sending.
Then it is over. There are no more numbers. The angel retreats, the curtains are drawn, the room fades to darkness. The memory chamber is shuttered. We are no longer asked to remember.
Me and my team, we took on climbing Mount Aconcagua, the highest peak in South America. I felt my body was in full shutdown mode. And it was brutal at moments, but it was breathtakingly beautiful. At the top of that mountain, you can almost...
By sampling the image tube with, say, 625 lines per frame, then the gap in the tape won't matter. Each time the head passes the gap, it tries to record 50 of the lines onto thin air. But so long as those lines don't contain any of the image, their absence on the tape is of no consequence. In the end, 525 lines get put onto the tape.
Speech given by then U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, Daniel Patrick Moynihan, who would later become a celebrated U.S. Senator from New York. Speaking at the UN, he said that what we have here is a lie, a political lie of a variety well known to the 20th century, namely anti-Semitism. Still, despite such objections, Resolution 3379 passed with a 2-to-1 vote margin.
Then compare it with the transcript. What are the words and phrases that you missed? Listen again and try to figure out why you missed them. Was the stress different than you thought? Was one of the words reduced so much that you didn't hear it? Was there a word
and a room of one's own in which to write? And what she then sort of goes on to argue is that many women weren't able to have that, and that this is a societal, a structural, logistical reason, essentially, why more women aren't writing amazing genius novels, is because they're unable to, not because men are just better suited to it. I remember reading
Sift it and then measure the amount of sugar that you're going to use. If you measure 2 cups of unsifted powdered sugar, it's almost double the amount of sugar. So be careful about that. And also sifting helps you to easily incorporate the sugar into the butter. So now that the dough has chilled, we're going to go ahead and scoop these with a 3/4 tablespoon.
chaos. And then there is Washu. Oh, Washu-chan. It is through the character of Ayeka that Tenchi learns his true identity as a man. His grandfather, Katsuhito, is actually Yosho, Ayeka's fiancé. Tenchi.
And then I found this, and I was really surprised, and then I went to bed, and then I woke up, and I had a new idea. Right? There's a completely different sense of what the format of science should look like. It really isn't settled on until at least the middle of the 1800s, and so it.
Jaws and then carry them back to the nest, where they use them as compost to grow a fungus. And it's the fungus that they actually eat. The fungus produces sprouting mushrooms, and they eat those. So the ants gather the compost on which the fungus grows. Huge colonies, gigantic colonies of these.